Anyway, the mission was for a year. Zhou Han was not in a hurry. It was very important to be well prepared. After all, caution was the basic principle of survival. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhou Han would never allow any accidents to happen. That was why he chose to earn a large number of Supreme Enhancement points before completing the mission. With the Supreme Enhancement points, he had a trump card. He could face sudden changes at any time. When the Ashen Illusory Beast heard Zhou Han's words, it also nodded. Such caution was very rare. After all, once a person's strength increased quickly, most of them would become extremely arrogant. Especially since Zhou Han had just obtained extremely powerful strength, and all his attributes had reached a new height. However, Zhou Han was smug because of this. It was still according to his previous style of doing things. He did not forget his original intention and was very stable. That was why the Ashen Illusory Beast felt heartfelt admiration. If it were him, he would probably have been extremely arrogant. Let's go to the next wild monster stronghold. Follow the planned route and slowly approach the mission location. After Zhou Han checked the route of the map, he gave the order. The origin with divine domain was very vast. There were countless wild monster strongholds scattered in various areas. Since more sovereign golden runes were going to drop, then, as long as the wild monsters here reached the sovereign grade, Zhou Han had no reason to let them go. He was prepared to sweep through them. This was because according to the drop rate, he was estimated to kill more than 60 million wild monsters. Therefore, it was very necessary to kill as many as possible. After all, he did not know what was going on with the remaining 5 divine domains. Zhou Han could not blindly place his hopes on them. What if the other divine domains were barren and there were very few wild monsters? That was a very disadvantageous factor for Zhou Han to collect enough sovereign golden runes as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhou Han decided that every time he entered a divine domain, he would kill all the sovereign-grade wild monsters inside. This way, even if an accident happened, he would not be too worried. Fortunately, at the extreme flying speed and the efficient killing of monsters, it wouldn't take much time. Yes, Master. We'll follow you closely. We'll fight wherever you point. Little Rock said excitedly. Killing a large number of sovereign-grade tree monsters would also increase their combat experience greatly. He could control the primordial power more proficiently and circulate it more easily. Their combat strength could also increase in battle. This way, he could show his value in front of his master and increase his strength. Why not? Yes, let's go now. The next stronghold is the Blackwood Cliff. There's a group of dark-type tree monsters there. Let's get this over with. Zhou Han nodded slightly and said in satisfaction. He could feel the desire of his 3 pets to serve him. Zhou Han was naturally happy to see this. After all, after nurturing them to the level of a 5-star realm lord, he just hoped that it could share more of his burden. Now, it was time to show their use. Who was Zhou Han? Why did he have to do it himself? It was simply too degrading to bully a group of ants. Moreover, this kind of thing was quite boring that I think you should take a look at. Without a powerful opponent, they could not arouse Zhou Han's battle intent at all. Controlling the incomparably profound spatial power, Zhou Han naturally chose the simplest method. His divine sense communicated with the multidimensional space and chose the corresponding spatial coordinates. He was instantly teleported near the Blackwood Cliff, saving a lot of traveling time. It was very convenient. As expected of my master, his control of spatial power is getting more and more refined. It's too magical. I want to control this mysterious power too. The Ashen Illusory Beast said in admiration. He naturally knew that Zhou Han could activate the spatial dimension. However, previously, Zhou Han could only travel alone. He could now bring the others through space. Clearly, his control of spatial power had definitely increased by a level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have done this. This was also why the Ashen Illusory Beast exclaimed repeatedly. It was mainly because they were shocked by Zhou Han's magical methods. The mysteries of space were not something the Ashen Illusory Beast could control. He was born without any related elemental talent, so this power was incomparably great to him. All right, there's no need to waste your breath. Let's start. Zhou Han smiled calmly and did not say anything else. After all, what he was most concerned about now was obtaining 500 billion Supreme Enhancement points. The sooner he got it, the sooner he could feel at ease. His experience in the ancient Desolation Tower had a large number of mysterious organizations like the Interstellar Butcher. To Zhou Han, it was a huge pressure. It was this pressure that made him eager to become stronger. Only by being strong enough and facing unknown danger could he deal with it calmly. Otherwise, his life might have ended here. One had to know that there were many super experts in the vast universe. Strength determines your right to speak. Moreover, Zhou Han vaguely sensed some potential threats in his heart. He kept feeling that something would happen during this period of time. Of course, he was also very vague about what it was. These were all feedback from starry sky perception. Zhou Han guessed that there were 3 reasons for this uneasiness. Firstly, he released the power of the creation jade disk to seduce the experts in the universe. It might have aroused the suspicion of some experts. Or perhaps some super experts had discovered some clues and might investigate Zhou Han's location. The second point was the threat from the Interstellar Butcher. Zhou Han knew that there would eventually be a battle between him and this mysterious organization. It was just a matter of time. After all, he had displayed the power of the creation jade disk in the ancient Desolation Tower. If a member of the organization sensed it, there was no reason for the other party to let him go. This was because the power of the creation jade disk was too tempting. As the strongest power in the universe, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves and increase their strength so that they could dominate a region? Under the stimulation of strength and authority, Zhou Han would definitely be targeted. I wonder why the other party hasn't attacked yet. He might have other fears or plans. Since you want to target me, be prepared to pay a painful price. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and shot out a cold light. He was indeed in the light now, and the other party was in the dark. However, Zhou Han might not sit still and wait for death. He had to think of a way to control information about this mysterious organization. When the time came, he could take the initiative to attack. It was mainly because they were shocked by Zhou Han's magical methods. The mysteries of space were not something the ashen illusory beast could control. He was born without any related elemental talent, so this power was incomparably great to him. All right, there's no need to waste your breath. Let's start. Zhou Han smiled calmly and did not say anything else. After all, what he was most concerned about now was obtaining 500 billion supreme enhancement points. The sooner he got it, the sooner he could feel at ease. His experience in the ancient Desolation Tower had a large number of mysterious organizations like the Interstellar Butcher. To Zhou Han, it was a huge pressure. It was this pressure that made him eager to become stronger. Only by being strong enough and facing unknown danger could he deal with it calmly. Otherwise, his life might have ended here. One had to know that there were many super experts in the vast universe. Strength determines your right to speak. Moreover, Zhou Han vaguely sensed some potential threats in his heart. He kept feeling that something would happen during this period of time. Of course, he was also very vague about what it was. These were all feedback from starry sky perception. Zhou Han guessed that there were 3 reasons for this uneasiness. Firstly, he released the power of the creation jade disk to seduce the experts in the universe. It might have aroused the suspicion of some experts. Or perhaps some super experts had discovered some clues and might investigate Zhou Han's location. The second point was the threat from the Interstellar Butcher. Zhou Han knew that there would eventually be a battle between him and this mysterious organization. It was just a matter of time. After all, he had displayed the power of the creation jade disk in the ancient Desolation Tower. If a member of the organization sensed it, there was no reason for the other party to let him go. This was because the power of the creation jade disk was too tempting. As the strongest power in the universe, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves and increase their strength so that they could dominate a region? Under the stimulation of strength and authority, Zhou Han would definitely be targeted. I wonder why the other party hasn't attacked yet. He might have other fears or plans. Since you want to target me, be prepared to pay a painful price. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and shot out a cold light. He was indeed in the light now, and the other party was in the dark. However, Zhou Han might not sit still and wait for death. He had to think of a way to control information about this mysterious organization. When the time came, he could take the initiative to attack. Zhou Han's personality decided that he was not someone who would wait for death. If someone wanted to plot against him, Zhou Han would definitely counterattack with all his might and strike first. We'll ask about the exact information after Rocky and the other 2 deal with their respective missions and return to the Godfiend continent. This was also the reason why Zhou Han subdued Rocky, Lincoln, and Barton. They were equivalent to the eyes Zhou Han had set up in the universe. Through their original understanding and the information they collected, Zhou Han had a better understanding of the outside world and set up in the universe in advance. Leaving the Godfiend continent was inevitable. It would not be long before Zhou Han could do it. Therefore, after having a plan, he would not be completely clueless in the universe. The third threat might have been brought about by the Tao Lord's prying. This was the pressure brought by a top expert. It was unprecedentedly huge. The current Zhou Han naturally did not want to have a conflict with the Tao Lord. This was because once there was a conflict, he would definitely be the one to suffer. That I think you should take a look at. Although it was very heartbreaking, Zhou Han had to admit that the current him was far from being a match for the Tao Lord. However, as long as he was given time to develop, the outcome might not be the same. Zhou Han was extremely confident that he could defeat everything. Not to mention the Tao Lord, it was not impossible to be at the peak of the universe. However, that faint pressure might be brought about by the special test of the universe ancestral dragon. As one of the 9 giants of the universe, it's quite normal to feel the pressure released even from a trillion light years away. Zhou Han analyzed in his mind. The faint pressure he felt with his starry sky perception was nothing more than these 4 guesses. Zhou Han did not know the exact reason. The only thing he could do was to become stronger. 5 kilometers ahead was a huge cliff. The mountain wind howled, and black mist enveloped the dense forest in layers. A dark aura overflowed, bringing with it huge rules and intense killing. A large number of tree monsters, more than 1,000 feet tall, swayed with lush branches in the black fog. This is the black tree old demon of the Blackwood Cliff. Its weaknesses are the fire and light elements. It'll be more efficient to kill them like this. What you have to do is destroy them all. Zhou Han quickly appraised the attribute data of the black tree old demon and reminded them. All right, master. Don't worry, leave it to us. My golden light can restrain it. I can show my skills now. Little Rock said excitedly. In that case, he would definitely kill the most monsters this time. The hunt begins. Little Bone shouted excitedly and took the lead to rush out. The 3 pets were all very excited. After all, it was the power of a 5-star realm lord. To these black tree old demons, it was completely a dimensional attack. Who wouldn't want to torture noobs? The 3 of them were no exception. For a moment, golden light filled the sky and flames spewed. They bombarded the dark forest under the cliff crazily. Under absolute power, these black tree old demons wanted to resist. However, they realized that it was useless. Whether it was a powerful defensive Dharma treasure or a hard earth element skill, under the violent impact of the primordial power, any defense was torn into pieces and collapsed at a touch. No one could withstand it. This is the primordial power. Is this the first time you trash have seen it? You want to stop it? You're overestimating yourself. The ashen illusory beast mocked wantonly. This was his combat style. Not only did he kill, but he also mocked. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the wild monster, Black Tree Old Demon. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate Enhancement is active. Any reward you obtain will automatically increase by 450 times. You have obtained 350 billion experience points and dropped 900 sovereign golden runes, 900 sovereign grade Dharma treasures. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the wild monster, Black Tree Demon King. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate Enhancement is active. Any reward you obtain will automatically increase by 450 times. You have obtained 9,900 trillion experience points. Drop. At the same time, the information of the kill kept scrolling down on the interface. His experience points rose rapidly. Zhou Han felt that he had increased by another level. Although there was still a certain gap from the upper limit of level 500, the joy of watching his leveling up was still very strong. Zhou Han smiled happily. His supreme enhancement points were also accumulating crazily. Very good. It has reached 1,000 times the reward enhancement. In that case, collecting the sovereign golden rune will be even easier. After Zhou Han finished reading the Heavenly Fate card that had been enhanced 100 times, he quickly realized that it was different from before. There was originally only a 450 times reward increase. Now it was raised to 1,000 times. This way, The resources he would obtain in the future would be even greater. To establish a good foundation to become a top expert, other than the multiplier of the reward, there were no other changes to the special effects. Zhou Han did not care much. After all, in his opinion, the multiple of the reward was the most important. Now that he had improved, his wish was fulfilled. Next, the supreme enhancement points I obtained can't be used on the Heavenly Fate card for the time being. I have to reserve some in case of emergencies. Zhou Han thought. He had his own considerations for making such a decision. Firstly, if he wanted to enhance it to 110 times, the number of supreme enhancement points required would definitely be very terrifying. This was not a good thing for Zhou Han. He was too anxious for quick success. If anything happened, he would not have enough enhancement points to deal with these changes. It might put him in a very disadvantageous situation. He had no chance of turning the tables. Moreover, after completing the mission in the ancient Desolation Tower, he obtained 450 mission treasure chests. If they all had to be enhanced, it would be a huge expense. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Zhou Han had to at least reserve 200 billion supreme enhancement points. Only then would he feel at ease and be prepared. The violent energy covered the entire Blackwood cliff like an inescapable net, enveloping this space. It was impossible for these black mountain tree demons to escape. The primordial power harvested mercilessly. With the increasingly proficient cooperation of the three pets, in just a few minutes, the Blackwood Cliff stronghold was swept clean. It's simply too easy. It feels good to torture noobs. I obtained a large number of resources again this time. The ashen illusory beast looked at the mess and said excitedly, "Let's start counting the spoils of war. I hope some special items drop." Little Rock shouted excitedly as he packed. After a period of busyness, all the items had been sorted out and presented to Zhou Han. The Sovereign Golden Rune has collected a total of 6 million. Killing monsters has obtained supreme enhancement points. More than 193.5 billion. Received a sovereign-grade Dharma treasure. Zhou Han did some statistics on the huge supplies and smiled happily. It had to be said that the wild monster resources in Divine Domain were much more abundant than elsewhere. Otherwise, how could it be so easy for Zhou Han to collect a large number of Sovereign Golden Runes? There are too many items. Let's directly activate fusion. Zhou Han looked at the mountains of resources in front of him and chanted in his heart. After all, 1,000-fold reward enhancement was no joke. There were too many of them. Fortunately, Zhou Han had a powerful cultivation technique like the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. It could fuse equipment, Dharma treasures, pills, and other resources. Otherwise, Zhou Han really did not know what to do with these things. Of course, selling it to the Universe Silver Union in exchange for more was also a channel. However, Zhou Han did not know how much more he could exchange. He could only wait for Rocky and the other two to return and tell them the relevant situation. Only then did Zhou Han know what to do to maximize the benefits that I think you should take a look at. However, the universe was very far away. It was easily calculated in light years. Rocky and the other two were relatively weak and were not good at flying. He did not know when he would return. Zhou Han did not want to wait for them. Anyway, it was very easy for him to obtain sovereign-grade equipment and Dharma treasures. When the time came, it would not be too late to collect it. As he thought, the special energy of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome automatically circulated in Zhou Han's body. The relevant skills were released in turn. The light enveloped the resources in front of him and quickly fused. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Origin Wood Divine Domain, there was a huge forest that occupied more than 1 million square meters. All the trees inside were more than 10,000 feet tall, covering the sky. They were on the same level as the scales, competing with the sun and moon. Endless power kept spreading in the forest. The Blackwood Cliff on the southwest border was attacked again. The old voice came from a huge golden tree in the center of the forest. One could feel the suppressed anger in the voice. After all, the Origin Wood Divine Domain was his territory. Now, an unknown force was causing trouble in his territory. The anger in the proud Heaven Divine Wood's heart could be imagined. The other party did not take him seriously at all. Lord Divine Wood. All the trance like the Blackwood Cliff were destroyed in just a few minutes. A tree guard hurriedly reported respectfully. His face was filled with inexplicable worry. After all, To be able to destroy Blackwood Cliff in such a short period of time, one could imagine how terrifying the other party's strength was. How dare you? How dare you? The huge branches of the proud Heaven Divine would whip the ground crazily, causing countless cracks to vent the anger in his heart. Actually, the moment the three pets entered the origin would divine domain, the proud Heaven Divine would sensed it. However, he did not take it seriously at first. After all, the proud Heaven Divine was extremely confident in his combat strength. Therefore, he acted very calm. However, after the Netherworld tree monsters fell and were wiped out, this information shocked the proud Heaven Divine greatly. This was because the team was wiped too quickly. Even the proud Heaven Divine could not do this. Therefore, he vaguely felt a threat. Before the proud Heaven Divine could make a decision, he heard the news that Blackwood Cliff had been wiped out. This time, he panicked completely. Who is it? What's your purpose in coming to the origin divine domain? Why did such an expert suddenly appear in the Godfiend continent? The proud Heaven Divine was filled with huge doubts. After muttering to himself, no one could answer him. Lord Divine Wood. Through the combat image. The ones who pose a threat to us are those three mutated beasts. If I'm not wrong, it should have reached the primordial realm. Otherwise, it's impossible to have such killing efficiency. Although as the Lord of Divine Domain, he was only at the peak of the star grade. Even if he had a certain level of combat strength, it was very limited. Being able to challenge a 1 to 2 star realm Lord grade expert was already the limit of the proud Heaven Divine Wood. However, the information he was investigating now was that there were a total of 3 mutated beasts with combat strength at the primordial realm. It was not something the proud Heaven Divine could deal with. He knew this very well and had a clear understanding of his strength. If he went rashly, there was a high chance that he would die for nothing. What can I do? The proud Heaven Divine would ask the personal guard beside him for his opinion. He had checked the image of the ashen illusory beast and the others fighting a few times just now and finally confirmed that it was indeed the primordial power. Although he did not leave the Godfiend continent, it was not difficult to come into contact with the experts in the universe. At this moment, sensing a huge threat, the proud Heaven Divine was extremely flustered and had no idea. Your Majesty, don't worry. Perhaps such an expert's true target is not us. Therefore, there's no need to worry too much. A guard comforted. No, I can't control my fate in the thoughts of others. We have to take precautions in advance. The proud Heaven Divine immediately reject it. Although he was a little frightened now, there was still this judgment. Didn't you always have a good relationship with the heavenly dragon Divine Domain? Perhaps we can ask each other for help, a guard said quickly, giving his opinion. You're asking me to contact the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor? The proud Heaven Divine asked. This was because the owner of the heavenly dragon Divine Domain was the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, the top expert of the Godfiend continent. That's right. The guard nodded respectfully. But can the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor really deal with 3 primordial realm experts at the same time? If I can't deal with him, won't I also get him into danger if I look for him now? The proud Heaven Divine said worriedly. It was because he had a good relationship with the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor and did not want to drag him down. My lord, what time is it? Every man for himself. Regardless of whether the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor can deal with it, let's think of a way to invite him over first. It's much better than you facing 3 primordial realm experts alone, the guard said hurriedly. After all, he did not want to die. He had to convince the proud Heaven Divine would. Moreover, as a top expert, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor has lived for countless years. I'd venture to guess that he has some special methods, the guard continued. Yes, you make sense. We'll do as you say. Send someone to invite the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor now. The proud Heaven Divine thought for a moment and agreed with the guard. He immediately gave the order. Intelligence personnel, continue to pay close attention to the 3 mutated beasts. Let me know as soon as you have any updates. After the proud Heaven Divine arranged a series of things, he calmed down a little. Zhou Han did not leave the Blackwood Cliff immediately and stopped for a moment. All kinds of items were quickly fusing. System prompt. You have activated the skill, Pill Fusion. Congratulations, you have successfully fused a top-grade pill. You have activated skill, Item Fusion. Congratulations, you have successfully fused a special item. After half an hour, everything that could be fused had been fused. Zhou Han checked a little and chose the items that were more useful. There were a total of 8 top-grade pills, 2 special items, and 3 peak sovereign-grade equipment. Then, 2 Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments fused. The only pity was that he did not fuse the fragments of the creation jade disc. The synthesis effect was all random. Zhou Han had long known, so he was not too disappointed. I think you should take a look at. I'll consume these 5 top-grade pills first. They can increase some all-attribute data. The effect is still very powerful. Zhou Han appraised the attributes and was quite satisfied with the pill. At his current level, no matter how effective it was, as long as it was an effective pill, it was very rare. One-click enhancement. Before consuming it, Zhou Han habitually enhanced it. After the white light dissipated, Zhou Han swallowed the 5 pills. System prompt. You have consumed a top-grade pill, the Gold-Silver Heaven Spirit pill. Congratulations, your soul power has increased by 8%. You consumed a top-grade pill, the Dragon Martial Blood Coagulation pill. Congratulations, the concentration of your Starry Dragon God bloodline has increased to 2%. You consumed a top-grade pill, the Qilin Bone Powder. Congratulations, your defense has increased by 5%. The 5 pills melted in his mouth, turning into pure power that surged into his limbs, bones, and organs. The medicinal effect was also instantly stimulated. Zhou Han felt the exuberant energy in his body. He knew that his strength had increased a little again. The most important thing was the increase in the concentration of the Starry Dragon God bloodline. It benefited Zhou Han the most. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect the Enhanced Dragon Martial Blood Coagulation pill to have such a miraculous effect. I've really made a killing this time. Zhou Han was overjoyed and in a very good mood. This was because the power of the Starry Dragon God bloodline was one of the 3 top powers he currently controlled. Although it had only increased by 1%, the increase in strength could not be underestimated. Master, the dignity emanating from you is even more shocking. Is there a new transformation? Little Bone asked curiously. At this moment, not only Little Bone, but Little Rock and Little Ashen could feel that the power on Zhou Han was even fiercer than before. The dignity emitted was not an aura. Instead, the suppression of the bloodline inheritance seemed to be innate. Not bad. Your senses are quite sensitive. My Starry Dragon God bloodline has improved a little again. That's why it brought such a transformation. Zhou Han smiled and explained. I see. The power of the Starry Dragon God's bloodline is really terrifying. As expected of the primordial Saint Emperor. He's awesome. When the Ashen Illusory Beast and the others heard this, they exclaimed and sighed again at the supreme power of the Starry Dragon God's bloodline. These pills are for you. You've been doing well recently. You should also increase your strength. There were hundreds of top-grade pills fused in this wave. Other than 5 of them being useful to him, the others could not play a role. At this moment, Zhou Han was in a good mood. He waved his hand and rewarded these pills to his 3 pets. After all, they had worked hard even if they had no credit. They deserve these things. When pets increase their strength, the efficiency of killing monsters would naturally increase. Thank you for your gift, Master. With these pills, our strength will rise to another level. Master is too generous. You're the best, Master. The Ashen Illusory Beast and the others were all extremely excited. As they spoke, they quickly distributed top-grade pills. These top-grade pills were useless to Zhou Han. However, to the Ashen Illusory Beast and the others, it was simply an advanced tonic. Once consumed, he would obtain more strength and his strength would definitely increase. After all, they were all of the peak sovereign grade, so the effect was needless to say. As the enhancement points were not enough, Zhou Han could only enhance it simply a few times. He had to reserve his supreme enhancement points. Coupled with the fact that there were a lot of top-grade pills, if he had to enhance each one to the limit, it would not be enough to spend. It was better to enhance it a few times than to use the pill itself. After a while, these peak sovereign-grade pills were divided among the 3 pets. They all chose pills that were most compatible with their energy. Only then could it play its best role. For example, the Ashen Illusory Beast was good at illusions. Then, when choosing the pill, he naturally had to increase his soul power, perception, and other aspects. Little Bone was a defense-type pet. Defense attributes were his first choice. Under his powerful defense, he could appropriately replenish some output. This way, it could develop more evenly. In the battle, he perfectly displayed his advantage. As expected of a peak sovereign-grade pill, it's really crispy. This fragrance is too mesmerizing. Little Rock shouted excitedly. After he consumed it, it only took a second. The medicinal effect of the pill had already taken effect. In his body, he was constantly excited and felt unprecedentedly powerful. That was why he was so happy. Yes, it's rare to have such a good thing. If I hadn't followed such a master, I wouldn't have had such huge resources. Little Bone sighed. It felt extremely lucky to have such a generous master. After all, as pets, they did not seem to have contributed much. The results they achieved did not match the huge benefits they had obtained at all. Only Zhou Han, who had abundant resources, had such a large sum. To be honest, the others really could not do it to this extent. This was because Zhou Han had obtained the mysterious and powerful cultivation technique, the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. Then, after enhancing it through infinite enhancement, it had such a magical effect. This was how so many advanced items could be combined. Others did not have the only SSS rank talent in the universe, so they naturally could not do it to this extent. All right, quickly absorb and refine the spiritual power of the pill. I haven't finished farming the upper limit of my 500 billion supreme enhancement points. You have to continue working hard. Zhou Han waved his hand slightly and said with a smile, interrupting their bragging. Yes, master. This time, our farming efficiency will definitely increase by a level. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly said, its expression filled with great confidence. After all, he had consumed more than 1,000 peak sovereign-grade pills. It went without saying that his combat strength had increased crazily. However, these pills could not provide primordial power. Therefore, the primordial power the three of them controlled did not increase. Although the primordial power did not increase, the true combat strength that would appear was completely different from the previous 5-star Realm Lord. Now, it was not difficult for them to challenge stronger experts by 1 or 2 stars. It could be said that all their attributes had increased to varying degrees. More than 1,000 pills covered a wide range that I think you should take a look at. Then, after half an hour, finally, everything was dealt with. The aura emitted by the ashen illusory beast and the others had changed drastically compared to before. His actual combat ability had reached a new level. Their faces were filled with excited smiles, and they felt extremely comfortable. It was filled with gratitude and admiration for Zhou Han. After all, what they had done was so insignificant. For example, killing these wild monsters. To them, it was like cutting grass. It was simply too easy to reduce the dimension. Therefore, other pets could not enjoy this treatment at all. It made them especially cherish such an opportunity. Master, where are we going to the next place? Little Rock asked urgently. He was very impatient to torture noobs. They could only do these simple things. This was because once he encountered a super expert and could not settle it, it was time for Zhou Han to personally take action. However, there was no such super expert who could interest Zhou Han now. As they did not have a map function, they were very unfamiliar with this origin would divine domain. They all looked at Zhou Han, waiting for his order. The next stronghold is the Wind Thunder Mountain Range. There are many Thunder Eagles there. The rewards are generous. Zhou Han released his divine sense. Everything was under control. Within a 0.1 light-year divine sense detection range, the origin would divine domain was all under his surveillance. There were no secrets. This was the huge effect of the enhanced starry sky perception. Unless the other party had a powerful concealment secret technique, otherwise, there would be nowhere to hide. After being investigated by Zhou Han, he could also prepare early and deal with it. Think about it. You could control the other party's location at any time. The other party, on the other hand, could not sense his existence at the same distance. With this advantage, he could completely attack in advance or ambush them. Therefore, Zhou Han liked the Eye of Origin very much. In the future, when he had more enhancement points, he definitely had to enhance the Eye of Origin more times. At that time, it might even bring a huge surprise. To be honest, Zhou Han was looking forward to it. However, at the thought that there were too many things to enhance, hundreds of billions of supreme enhancement points seemed to be a lot. In fact, it was not enough at all. After all, as his strength increased rapidly, the quality of the items that Zhou Han dropped was definitely not too bad. Advanced quality meant that more supreme enhancement points were needed. Therefore, It seemed to have obtained more supreme enhancement points. However, the consumption was also greater. This made Zhou Han a little overwhelmed. It was impossible to enhance it freely. Then, he had to be careful. He had to use these limited supreme enhancement points in the most suitable place. Thunder Eagle? It sounds very domineering. When the time comes, we'll roast a few more to replenish our energy. Little Bone said with a smile, feeling extremely excited and tempted. They all wanted to make more contributions so that they could repay Zhou Han's nurturing. Perhaps Zhou Han was just passing them the trashy items he did not need. However, to the ashen illusory beast and the others, these were the best treasures so far. Your arsenic, his honey. That's the situation. Therefore, the three pets remembered this kindness and wished they could do more to express their gratitude and joy. If there's nothing wrong with the investigation, after killing all the Thunder Eagles, my supreme enhancement points can obtain the upper limit of 500 billion. Zhou Han said with a smile, but his emotions were complicated. While he was happy, he was also a little melancholic. The reason for his joy was naturally that by destroying 3 strongholds, he could obtain a large number of supreme enhancement points. The reason for his melancholy was understandable. It was mainly because, in the Origin Wood Divine Domain, he could not obtain supreme enhancement points by killing monsters in the future. 500 billion was not very powerful. That's great. Master, let's get moving. Please open the spatial coordinates. The ashen illusory beast urged. Ever since he knew that Zhou Han had an incomparably profound spatial comprehension, naturally, they did not want to hurry. They just activated spatial travel. Didn't he want to? Although Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King's speed had already reached its limit, there was still a huge difference from the effect of spatial travel. Another was the spatial travel activated through the control of powerful spatial power. It was much more reliable than items like teleportation talismans and teleportation scrolls. When using them to teleport, there was a very small chance that space would collapse. Once this happened, it would be very dangerous. It was very likely that he would get lost in endless nothingness and no spatial coordinates would appear there. The final outcome was to keep drifting in nothingness and die of energy exhaustion. This was also only learned by Zhou Han after his control of spatial power reached a certain level. About 30 teleportation scrolls and so on were fatal flaws. Therefore, ever since then, Zhou Han would never use items like teleportation scrolls again. The risk was too great. He did not want anything to happen. As for what the void space was, Zhou Han did not know. He guessed that it might be a dark universe that formed a special opposition to the existing and visible universe. Of course, this was only Zhou Han's guess. There was even no evidence. This was because every time they fought, the powerful energy fluctuations released by the strong would destroy the barrier of space. Those shattered spaces would all show nothingness, which was nothingness. Until now, Zhou Han had never seen anyone who could destroy the void that I think you should take a look at. Therefore, this kind of empty space was definitely not ordinary. As for the exact situation, I have to keep wandering the universe in the future. After accumulating more experience points and experience, I might have a different opinion. Moreover, as my control of spatial power becomes more and more profound, I will definitely have a clearer understanding of this kind of empty space. Zhou Han thought to himself, looking forward to it. Space and even the universe were so mysterious. As he continued to become stronger, exploring the unknown universe was also very interesting and fulfilling. Zhou Han abandoned the unnecessary thoughts in his heart and circulated the mysterious power of the spatial elements. A dazzling space-time was opened by him. As Zhou Han pointed from afar, the incomparably far distance was instantly closed. In the next microsecond, everyone opened their eyes and realized that the surrounding terrain had changed greatly. This was no longer Blackwood Cliff. It was the destination he was going to, Wind Thunder Mountain Range. It was the same mountain range, but on the towering peaks, wind and lightning intertwined, and purple light kept flickering. The whimper of the wind and the roar of lightning wantonly destroyed the mountain. On the mountain peak, countless large birds lived. They were all 1,000 feet tall. Lightning arcs quickly circulated on the surface of the feathers, circulating repeatedly. It looked incomparably magical and ferocious. It subconsciously spewed out from these large birds. These big birds were the target Zhou Han was about to kill, the Thunder Eagle. However, The moment the arrogant Thunder Eagle saw the ashen illusory beast and the others appear, it erupted in unprecedented fear. Damn, what strong strength! This power is indeed not something we can resist. What the Blackwood Cliff and the Netherworld Tree Monster tribe said is true. These three top experts are coming. Damn, I'll slip away first. The pressure is too terrifying. Is the difficulty really that of a primordial realm expert? It's over. The heavens want to destroy my Thunder Eagle race. Brothers, hold on. I heard that the proud Heaven Divine would has already found help. These three primordial realm experts won't be arrogant for long. Noisy and terrified voices kept coming from the birds. They were all trembling, awed by the violent aura of the ashen illusory beast and the others. After all, it was a 5-star realm lord-grade existence. The pressure released was not something these peak star-grade Thunder Eagles could resist. Both sides were not on the same level. During this period of time, Zhou Han's combat strength greatly increased. Not only did he inherit more power from the source in Lightning Sword Light, moreover, the concentration of the Starry Dragon God's bloodline had also increased by a percentage. Therefore, he also wanted to test his true combat strength. What limit could he reach? Regarding this, Zhou Han was also looking forward to fighting an evenly matched opponent. Only then could he improve. He gained more combat experience. The strongest experts would always fight their way out, not avoid battle. That way, he would lose the heart of the strong. Therefore, this was also why Zhou Han yearned to fight. Hearing Zhou Han's order, the three pets rushed out and attacked the large number of Thunder Eagles in the Wind Thunder Mountain range. The wind and lightning that filled the sky here could not stop their attacks at all. Under the pouring of the primordial power, not a blade of grass grew, sweeping in all directions. This was the main reason why the primordial realm had absolute suppression on cultivators below the primordial realm. After all, there were too few abnormal people like Zhou Han. It was impossible to fight across so many classes. System prompt. Congratulations, your pet, the Ashen Illusory Beast, has successfully killed the demonic beast, Thunder Eagle. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate card, Heavenly Fate, is in an activated state. The reward you obtain has increased by 1,000 times. Total resources obtained. Such a notification kept scrolling quickly on the combat interface. Zhou Han could not be bothered to look at it. After all, existences that were too weak could not enter his eyes at all. Other than obtaining the Supreme Enhancement points and the Sovereign Golden Rune, Zhou Han was not interested in the items that dropped. This was because these Thunder Eagles were all at the peak of the star grade. Therefore, there were no top-grade items. In the end, he still had to use the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome to fuse. This way, the items produced after fusion would make Zhou Han feel some anticipation. Lord Divine Wood. The three primordial realm experts have begun to sweep through the Wind Thunder Mountain range again. In the forest, the guard reported anxiously, his face filled with fear. The speed of Zhou Han and the others' battle brought shock to the stage. After the shock, there was endless panic. How can it be so fast? The Wind Thunder Mountain range is more than 10 million kilometers away from the Blackwood Cliff. How did they move in a short period of time? The proud Heaven Divine would suddenly stood up from the throne and screamed. According to his understanding, even if he used a teleportation array or teleportation scroll, there was a limit to the distance he could teleport. Usually, more than 1,000,000 kilometers was the limit. However, the other party could actually cross thousands of miles in an instant. This completely subverted his understanding. It's very likely that the other party has grasped top-notch spatial elemental power. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do it to this extent, a guard hurriedly said. If that's the case, the situation is even worse. I originally thought that I was in the deepest part of the origin with divine domain and could delay for a period of time. However, the other party might be able to enter my camp with a thought now. The proud Heaven Divine would had long lost the elegance of the master of the divine domain. It was anxious and uneasy. It paced back and forth in the temple, frightened out of its wits. It was mainly because the Ashen Illusory Beast and the others' attacks were too fierce. The proud Heaven Divine would had seen combat videos before that I think you should take a look at. That level of combat strength was not something he could resist. If he encountered the other party's combined attack, he would probably not last 3 rounds. Hurry up and send another group of people to the heavenly dragon divine domain. No matter what, we must invite the heaven-defying dragon emperor over. Accept all the conditions raised by the other party. Without time to consider, the proud heaven divine could only go all out for its life. At this moment, his life was in great danger, and he had to make a choice. Master, let's wrap up. All the spoils of war have been placed here according to classification. The ashen illusory beast came over to report. Although there were more wild monsters this time, they cleaned up much more efficiently than before. Not bad. Looks like your combat strength has increased greatly. Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. It was so easy to nurture a group of helpers. He did not have to do it himself to resolve the problem. It's all thanks to your nurturing, Master. You've sacrificed so much for us. We have to repay your nurturing with all our might. Little Rock hurriedly said. After receiving Zhou Han's praise, they all felt warm in their hearts. It was like a child receiving everyone's praise. Zhou Han smiled and did not say anything. He circulated the grand primordium heavenly tome and began a series of fusions. System prompt. You have activated the skill, Special Fusion. Congratulations on your luck. You have successfully fused a creation jade disk fragment. A creation jade disk fragment has been fused from the beginning. I didn't expect my 10 times luck to be so powerful after disappearing. After circulating the grand primordium heavenly tome, Zhou Han originally did not want to pay attention. When the time came, he would just look at the outcome. A top-grade item had appeared. It could be determined from the strange light emitted from it. Therefore, Zhou Han had no need to keep paying attention to the fusion process. However, as soon as they began to fuse, there was such a notification on the virtual interface that Zhou Han happened to see. It made him overjoyed and grin. This was because the creation jade disk fragment meant that his combat strength had greatly increased. How could Zhou Han not be excited? As long as he collected it steadily, it was not impossible to fuse the complete creation jade disk. Zhou Han would also work hard for this. He was confident that one day, he could do it. After all, as long as he fused enough Dharma treasures, then no matter how low the probability was, it could still be triggered. After leaving the great desolate divine domain, the 10 times luck provided by the divine domain key disappeared. Zhou Han had not planned to fuse the fragments of the creation jade disk. However, things were often so unexpected. Master, you're indeed a person of great providence. Congratulations on obtaining another fragment of the creation jade disk. Little Bone hurriedly congratulated. They were very close to the creation jade disk fragment. It was difficult not to sense it. The resplendent light that bloomed made even the sun pale in comparison. There was no comparison at all. Any color that could appear in the entire universe converged in the colorful light. It was all-encompassing, vast, and grand. This was the power of the creation jade disk. What appeared now was only a fragment. The powerful power made countless experts not dare to ignore it. Yes, there are 2 special items. Let's see what the specific effect is. After Zhou Han collected the fragment of the creation jade disk, he realized that after fusing it, there were also some other items that emitted a dazzling light. It was obvious that only a Dao grade could release such an aura. Zhou Han did not need an appraisal to know their quality. However, the exact effect could only be discovered after activating the appraisal. In the next second, the attribute descriptions of the 2 items appeared on the virtual interface. Spacetime, see invitation. Grade, low-grade Dao grade. Type, pass item. Is your woman older than you? 7 reasons to be happy about it. Inspired. They were stars before, but now even paparazzi don't follow them. Inspired. LMAO, hilarious photos of fathers and children. Inspired. Description, in the original galaxy, there is an extremely mysterious place. As long as you enter it, you will have a chance to obtain a great opportunity. There are treasures everywhere and ancient and powerful inheritances. That place is called the Spacetime Sea. This invitation is proof of entering the Spacetime Sea. Effect. With this invitation, your opportunity will increase by 5%. Restriction. Due to the Spacetime Sea, there are heaven-defying opportunities and great danger. You have to reach the true God grade to enter. Drop. The ancient inheritance of a top expert in the universe, various Dao grade Dharma treasures, natural treasures, top grade spatial attribute cultivation techniques, and so on. Location. Zone 1 east of the original galaxy. Coordinates. Interesting. I didn't expect it to be a pass. It's a little similar to the Abyss pass I obtained previously. However, it's obvious that the space-time sea is not something the Abyss can compare to. The two are on completely different levels. After Zhou Han checked, he was surprised. Through the words of the description, he could feel the space-time sea. That spectacular sight was incomparably mysterious. If he did not want to see the profundity of it, it would definitely be a lie. Age doesn't matter for these 32 famous couples. Inspired. Especially the items that dropped. Zhou Han was also extremely tempted. The inheritance of a top expert in the universe was definitely a very powerful force. Once he obtained it, his combat strength would definitely soar. Typically, an existence that could be called a top expert in the universe was at least at the primordial Saint Emperor level. Otherwise, he had no right to do so. Not only that, but there was also a chance of a top-grade spatial attribute cultivation technique dropping. This was extremely helpful for Zhou Han to continue comprehending. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse just this. In that case, this space-time sea invitation was really awesome. Being able to obtain such an item was considered lucky. The only pity is that there are restrictions. You have to reach the true God grade, which is to control the 10-star primordial power, to enter. This means that I won't be able to enter for the time being, Zhou Han said regretfully. However, on second thought, it made sense. If he did not have powerful strength and rashly entered, he would definitely be severely injured. Although the supreme treasure was good, his life was the most important. Not only was it filled with great challenges, moreover, so many experts in the original galaxy would also fight with Zhou Han. If he wanted to win, he had to have the power to suppress everyone. In that case, let's set a small goal first. When I can challenge an eternal true God-grade expert, it won't be too late to enter the space-time sea. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Han made a decision. Reliability was the most important. Zhou Han was not afraid of challenges. Instead, battles were very complicated in that environment. It would definitely not be a one-on-one battle. It was very likely a one-on-one battle. It was even possible for him to fight a group alone. Therefore, being strong was the way to go. Zhou Han would also use this period of time to quickly improve himself. Only then could he suppress everyone and become the greatest beneficiary of the space-time sea. Of course, this was only planned in advance. The exact situation still had to be considered based on practicality. After all, plans could not keep up with changes. It was very necessary to improvise. After setting the basic style, Zhou Han put the space-time sea invitation into his spatial inventory. Since he could not enter now, he did not enhance it immediately. Now, the supreme enhancement points were in a serious shortage. Therefore, he still had to save what he could. Zhou Han still paid a lot of attention to the details. The details determined success or failure. Perhaps it was a little exaggerated. However, at the critical moment, it might really be useful. Just think about it. If Zhou Han spent his supreme enhancement points to enhance the space-time sea invitation now. Next, he encountered a powerful enemy who wanted to enhance other items. However, the enhancement points were not enough. That would be very fatal. Although the probability of such a thing happening was very small, being careful was to obtain a true Dharma artifact for a longer time. After storing it, Zhou Han looked at the second special item. Sealing Talisman. Grade, low-grade Dao-grade. Type, support seal item. Description, a rune refined by a mighty figure in the universe. As for who it is, because it is too old, it is no longer undetectable. This rune has an extremely powerful sealing effect. In battle, releasing it will have an unexpected effect. After urging the seal talisman, it can seal the spiritual power of no more than 50-star true God-grade experts for 10 microseconds. Within 10 microseconds, not only can the target not use spiritual power, but all attributes will be reduced by 10%. Description: this seal talisman is a one-time consumable. It will disappear automatically after use. Another top-grade item. This effect is very strong. After seeing the description, Zhou Han's pupils constricted in shock. It could actually take effect on a 50-star true God-grade expert. As expected of a mighty figure, the thing created was too powerful. A 50-star true god was considered famous in the original galaxy. Until now, Zhou Han had never fought such an expert. Even though his strength had soared now, he was not confident that he could defeat such an existence. Although it could only be sealed for 10 microseconds, which was very short, these 10 microseconds were enough to determine the outcome of the battle for super experts. Therefore, this sealed talisman could completely turn defeat into victory and kill the target. This was why Zhou Han was so shocked. It could be said that with the sealed talisman in hand, he could easily defeat a 50-star true God-grade expert. The only flaw was that this sealing talisman was a one-time item that could only be used once. After using it, it was gone. Zhou Han could not accept that such a powerful effect could only be used once. Of course, the more times he used such top-grade items, the better. The only way is to enhance it with a certain chance of being able to use it more times. It's not impossible to even become a permanent effect, Zhou Han thought to himself. He was also very confident in this. After all, the only SSS-ranked talent in the universe had never disappointed him. However, as usual, he had no intention of enhancing it for the time being. At that time, if he wanted to use the seal talisman, it would not be too late to enhance it with reserved supreme enhancement points. Now was not the time to use the sealing talisman. This was because the opponents he faced did not pose enough threat to him. Therefore, why waste it if he could easily kill it? After carefully observing it, Zhou Han put the sealed talisman into his spatial inventory. The spatial inventory was very convenient. With a thought, he could easily take out the items he had stored inside. The time it took was no more than 1/10,000th microseconds. One could say that there was no delay in taking it out. It did not affect the rhythm of the battle at all. I suspect that the 10 times luck triggered in the great desolate divine domain is fake. Now is the true lucky moment. Zhou Han shook his head and smiled bitterly, muttering to himself. After all, he had not obtained 2 Dao-grade special items in a row in the great desolate divine domain. This luck was not ordinary. One had to know that Zhou Han had very few Dao-grade items on him. One could imagine how powerful it was to obtain 2 at once. It could only be said that sometimes, when one's luck exploded, one would be far luckier than 10 times. It could be 100 times, 1,000 times. However, this luck was only a flash of inspiration. Moreover, it might not be triggered. So far, not a single Dao-grade equipment has dropped. As long as the target is strong enough and fuses enough times, I believe it won't be long before I can obtain my first Dao-grade equipment. When Zhou Han looked at the remaining synthetic items and was a little disappointed, he was quickly filled with great confidence. At that time, he would wander the universe. It was only a matter of time before a Dao-grade equipment dropped after killing an even stronger true God-grade expert. There was no hurry. After all, he even had a Dao-grade Dharma treasure. How far could Dao-grade equipment be? This was because, at the same level, the power unleashed by a Dharma treasure was stronger than equipment. This also meant that Zhou Han had already obtained a rarer Dharma treasure. In terms of equipment, his luck might be a little bad. It would also cause such a situation. Master, you can do it. It's just Dao-grade equipment. When the time comes, it'll definitely be like cabbages in your hands. You can have as many as you want, the ashen illusory beast said with a smile. This was because he had experienced these things and was already mentally prepared. A few years ago, pseudo-sovereign grade equipment was extremely rare and lofty to them. However, before long, not to mention the pseudo-sovereign grade, even sovereign grade was nothing much. Not only Zhou Han, but also his pets. The 300,000 guild members were all wearing sovereign-grade equipment that I think you should take a look at. There were many of them. This was how terrifying Zhou Han was. With 1,000 times the reward enhancement, as long as he killed wild monsters, equipment would drop. The way to obtain it was too simple for Zhou Han. Wouldn't it be easy to be fully armed? The difference was that Zhou Han was wearing a peak sovereign-grade set. He had already reached the sovereign grade and was at his limit. There was no room for improvement. If he took another step forward, it would be low-grade Dao-grade. Actually, the combat strength unleashed by the enhanced peak sovereign-grade equipment far exceeded the low-grade Dao-grade. Of course, the low-level Dao-grade could also undergo the same enhancement. That could insta-kill the peak sovereign grade. There was a problem. The number of supreme enhancement points consumed to enhance the Dao grade far exceeded the sovereign grade. Therefore, he did not obtain Dao grade equipment at this stage. To Zhou Han, it did not affect him much. Of course, this is nothing to master. Little Rock echoed. He had inexplicable confidence in Zhou Han. In his heart, Zhou Han would definitely have a place among the 9 giants in the universe. Hee. At that time, we can wear Tao-grade equipment. How flashy will that be? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Little Bone was extremely excited, its heart filled with endless longing. After all, Tao-grade was extraordinary to them. The quality was not something ordinary people could possess. One had to know that among the true God-grade experts Zhou Han was facing now, he had yet to see anyone with a Tao-grade Dharma treasure, equipment, or weapon. This could also be reflected from the side. Only a small number of people in the vast universe could have Tao-grade. Therefore, it was very reasonable for the 3 pets to be so excited. That day will come. That's why you have to continue working hard. Zhou Han smiled confidently and heroically. He did not forget the first stage of the universe ancestral dragon test. That was to control East Zone 9 and become the leader of an area. This area was not simple. If he could really occupy it with an area of hundreds of thousands of light years, that would be monstrous power and powerful dignity that radiated in all directions. Moreover, there would be endless resources. It was not only to obtain the bloodline inheritance of the universe ancestral dragon. It was also to become the most powerful person. If he did not even have his own territory, how could he rule? Master, there are still 3 fused skill books here. Don't forget to check them. The ashen illusory beast reminded softly. Although he could not see the exact description, the surroundings of these 3 skill books erupted with destructive power. Needless to say, it was definitely a very explosive skill. Just this aura gave off a huge pressure and was a little suffocating. Yes, I was about to check. These 3 skill books are not bad. Zhou Han nodded slightly and chuckled. Where his gaze gathered, 3 energy balls flickered. The first ball of light spewed a golden light like the sun. Explosive energy exploded crazily. If someone was weak, they would probably be killed before they could approach. In the ball of light, there was the sound of metal intertwining. It kept rumbling, and in the collision, flames erupted in the sky. There was an invincible and shocking aura. Interesting. It's actually a rare attribute. It can make my sword aura even sharper. Zhou Han smiled. When he saw the attribute description clearly, he felt very satisfied. Overkill, gung metal profound meaning. Grade, low-grade Tao-grade. Type, support skill. Description, there are countless elements in the world. Some are violent like flames, some are destructive like lightning, and some are fierce like storms. The gung metal power has a unique sharpness and is invincible. In terms of output, it is unique and incomparably powerful. When fused into the cultivation technique used, it will cause even more terrifying explosive damage. Effect, the gung metal power does not have the ability to actively output. It can only be passively fused into skill moves. The powerful compatibility can be perfectly fused into various elements, causing them to erupt with shocking output damage. Description, due to the special nature of the gung metal power, cultivators must have a super strong physique to learn this skill book. Otherwise, it will cause serious problems. You have to bear the consequences. After reading all the descriptions, the smile on Zhou Han's face widened. This gung metal power was indeed very rare. Zhou Han had experienced hundreds of battles and encountered countless experts. This was the first time he had seen such metal elements. This metal element had a powerful killing power and extreme attack speed. It was these characteristics that gave it a unique effect in terms of damage output. Enhance it 20 times first to show some appreciation. In any case, there will be enough supreme enhancement points in the future. It won't be too late to enhance them later. Zhou Han could only settle for the next best thing. He was also very interested in the gung metal power. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Congratulations, the skill book, Overkill, Gung Metal Profound Meaning, has been successfully enhanced 20 times. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. 20 white lights flashed. The enhancement process was very smooth. The golden light released from the skill book became restrained. There was a different kind of gentle power in the murderous aura. Is this a combination of hardness and softness? Zhou Han's perception was so sharp that he instantly felt the difference and a huge change. Without thinking, he turned his gaze to the virtual interface again. After checking the new attribute description, all his doubts were naturally resolved. Overkill, Gung Metal Profound, meaning +20. Grade, Low-grade downgrade. Type: support skill. Description: there are countless elements in the world. Some are violent like flames, some are destructive like lightning, and some are fierce like storms. The gunmetal power has a unique sharpness and is invincible. In terms of output, it is unique and incomparably powerful. When fused into the cultivation technique used, it will cause even more terrifying explosive damage. Basic effect: the gunmetal power does not have the ability to actively output. It can only be passively fused into skill moves. The powerful compatibility can be perfectly fused into various elements, causing them to erupt with shocking output damage. Special passive: when you become the enemy's target, the enemy's attack speed will automatically decrease by 30%. The effective range is 1,000,000 kilometers. Beyond this range, this negative state will be automatically eliminated. Description: due to the special nature of the gunmetal power, cultivators must have a super strong physique to learn this skill book. Otherwise, it will cause serious problems. You have to bear the consequences. As expected, there's been a considerable improvement. Reducing the opponent's attack speed is indeed a very powerful passive skill. Zhou Han only glanced around and made an analysis in his heart. If the two experts fought and the opponent could attack 100 million times in a microsecond. However, his attack speed had decreased by 30% that I think you should take a look at. This also meant that the other party could only attack 70 million times. The output damage he could deal would be affected to a certain extent. If the difference in strength between the two sides was great, the impact might not be much. Once the two were evenly matched, this effect would be fatal. Therefore, I spent enhancement points and enhanced it 20 times. It's still very useful. Zhou Han chuckled. This was not a loss. He would not be too stingy with things that could increase his combat strength. He still had to enhance it. Of course, the number of enhancements had to be limited. After all, as the number of times a downgrade item was enhanced increased, the supreme enhancement points required would multiply. System prompt: detected that you have a downgrade skill book to learn. Do you want to learn it immediately? Learn. After hearing the notification, Zhou Han nodded. The goal of enhancing the gunmetal profound meaning was to learn it now and increase his output. Therefore, Zhou Han agreed without hesitation. After receiving Zhou Han's order, the golden ball of light that appeared 3 feet away from him seemed to have been summoned. It erupted with the hottest golden light and shone on him. This light was a little warm at first, but as time passed, the temperature quickly soared. Even with Zhou Han's tough physique, he could still feel a huge burning pain spreading to every inch of his skin. Needless to say, this was the natural, powerful, destructive characteristic of the gunmetal power. As expected, something's up. It can cause such damage to my glazed golden body. I'm looking forward to the gunmetal power more. Facing the intense pain, Zhou Han smiled calmly and did not care too much. The current him was no longer the same as before. This pain was nothing. Moreover, he had great confidence in his physical strength. Zhou Han was not afraid that this gunmetal power could destroy him. Therefore, with the support of powerful strength, it was the source of his confidence. Violent energy swept like a tide, wave after wave. After 9 waves of invasion, Zhou Han sensed that the energy was slowly fading. He should be able to learn it successfully soon. Sure enough, a minute later, the notification sounded in his mind. System prompt: congratulations, you have perfectly mastered the skill Overkill, Gunmetal Profound Meaning. As this skill is an auxiliary skill, it needs to be fused with other energy to unleash its strongest power. Please choose the carrier you want to fuse it into. I'll directly fuse it into the sword aura. Zhou Han blurted out without thinking. It was true that he controlled all attributes, but there was also a difference between the various elements and powers. The sword Dao was his foundation. The other elements were only supportive. Therefore, fusing with the sword aura was the best choice. It could establish a good foundation for future strength. The entire fusion process was very fast. It only took a few seconds. Zhou Han could feel that his sword aura had clearly changed. I wonder how effective it is. How about giving it a try first? Zhou Han smiled and muttered to himself. At the same time, he tapped his fingertip and a wisp of sword aura shot out. The target was the Endless Wind Thunder Mountain range, which was more than 10 million miles long. Now that he had not encountered an expert, he could only use the Wind Thunder Mountain range to test the power of the sword aura. Boom! There was a terrifying bang that shook the world. Such a towering mountain range instantly collapsed and turned to dust under the inconspicuous wisp of sword aura. This destructive power was simply unbelievable. Berserk energy surged crazily, and a terrifying aura kept sweeping over. As expected, it's much stronger. After fusing with the gung metal power, my sword aura has a stronger destructive power. This fusion was simply worth it. A trace of joy appeared on Zhou Han's eyebrows. He was very satisfied with this destruction. Clearly, his sword aura was far more than that. It was mainly because these tens of millions of miles of mountains were still too weak. Under his limit, not to mention tens of millions of miles, even hundreds of millions of kilometers was nothing. Of course, this was not bragging, but a judgment made by Zhou Han when he felt the energy fluctuation. After all, his perception far exceeded others. It was also very reasonable for his sharp eyes to make such a deduction. Right here, the proud Heaven Divine would, and the others rushed towards Zhou Han. They also sensed the explosion. Hiss! What happened? There's actually such a destructive fluctuation? I'm going to be deaf from so far away. A guard was extremely surprised, and his expression was very solemn as he spoke in a low voice. He was a personal guard of the proud Heaven Divine wood, and his strength was also at the peak of the Stargrade. However, the ultra-long-range sound wave impact had a shocking effect on him. If he was fast enough to reach the source of the sound wave, the consequences were unimaginable. There was a high chance that it would be directly annihilated by this energy fluctuation. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and shocking the power was. Could this be caused by those 3 primordial realm mutated beasts? Are they really going to destroy our origin, wood divine domain? Another guard hurriedly guessed. His hair stood on end, and his body trembled subconsciously. What should we do? The proud Heaven Divine Wood's expression was also extremely ugly. He subconsciously looked at the center of the crowd. That person was dressed in golden armor that was carved with a large number of dragon patterns. It was lifelike and filled with dignity and dominance. It was as if he could be revived at any time. This sharpness brought great pressure. He was the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, the strongest person on the God-Fiend continent. He had a crown on his head, and his 1.8-meter-tall body had the majestic might of a 10-billion-meter-tall mountain. Only after occupying the upper position for a long time would he have such an aura of controlling the world. Dragon Emperor, what should we do now? Seeing that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor did not speak, the proud Heaven Divine would ask again anxiously. You saw the situation. I wonder which planet in the universe these 3 primordial realm experts came from. If we don't agree, we'll start a massacre in my origin, wood divine domain. Moreover, there's a sea of people who control top-notch spatial power. If you want to reach my base camp, you only need an instant. I think you should take a look at. Therefore, my life is in the other party's hands. The proud Heaven Divine would looked extremely aggrieved. Actually, he did not have confidence in the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. However, in this critical situation, he could not care less. He could only try his best. His chances of survival were much higher than fighting alone. Now, all hope was on the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. Only he could have a countermeasure to resolve the current crisis. After all, he was the strongest person on the God-Fiend continent. If even he had no choice, no one could do it. They could only leave it to fate. The proud Heaven Divine Wood's attitude was very low. As long as he could survive, everything was useless. Don't worry, I won't do it myself unless I'm absolutely confident. As the strongest person on the God-Fiend continent, how dare you cause trouble here without my permission? The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was a little impatient. He sneered and said arrogantly. As he spoke, the domineering aura on his body poured out, showing the charm of a peerless king. He was so confident that it came from his terrifying strength. With countless years of foundation accumulation, there were all kinds of mysterious methods. It was not difficult for him to fight above his level. It was as easy as drinking water. Really, don't let your guard down. The combined power of the other party's 3 primordial realm experts is extremely terrifying. The proud Heaven Divine Wood was still a little worried, its expression clearly questioning. Therefore, seeing the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's casual tone, he panicked even more. Are you questioning my strength? The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor frowned unhappily. The dignity on his body was subconsciously released, and bombarded the proud heaven divine wood. This was the dominance of a king, not allowing any voices of doubt. PFFF. The sudden pressure made the proud heaven divine would spit out a mouthful of green blood, looking a little dispirited. Before he could adjust his chaotic aura, he screamed, Your strength has actually become so powerful? I thought you were only slightly stronger than me. I didn't expect the difference between us to be so great. After not seeing you for hundreds of millions of years, I'm already far behind you. Just the aura released injured the proud heaven divine would. No matter how stupid he was, he understood. No wonder the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was so confident. It turned out that his strength had reached an unimaginable height. He might even have surpassed the peak of the star grade and long advanced to the primordial realm. In an instant, the proud heaven divine wood's mood was very complicated. There was joy and bitterness. He was happy that the stronger the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was, the higher the probability of helping him come into contact with danger. Bitterly, they were all experts of the same level back then. Now, he was on a completely different level from the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. There was an unknown level difference between them. Therefore, this bitter feeling was obvious. It's good that you know. My combat strength is a level you can't look up to. After all, our talents have long been destined that I can become the strongest, and you will definitely fade into the crowd. When the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor heard the exclamation, his expression was very calm as he said matter-of-factly. If he had not displayed his strength previously, the proud heaven divine might be a little indignant. But now he had no temper at all. Compared to the powerful heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, he was indeed mediocre, even though he could also fight above his level. However, in front of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, it was so fragile. If not for the fact that you're my junior brother, this relationship would have existed. I can't be bothered with your life, because you're too useless for me to deal with. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor attacked again, his eyes extremely arrogant. That's right. Thank you for helping, senior brother. It's great that you can help. The proud heaven divine hurriedly smiled obsequiously with a respectful expression and asked curiously, I can finally catch my breath. Senior brother, has your realm already broken through to the primordial realm? This was something he was more curious about. He wanted to know the progress of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's cultivation. Do you think the primordial realm doesn't have a threshold? It's not that easy to advance. How can it be easy to control the primordial power? There are too few ways to achieve it. It's all very difficult. Moreover, limited by the imprisonment of the God-fiend continent, we can't come into contact with all kinds of matters in the vast universe as we please. This way, it will be 10,000 times harder for us to advance to the primordial realm on the God-fiend continent than on other planets. At this point, the expression on the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's face finally changed. A trace of regret and defeat flashed in his eyes. At his level, he had existed for countless years. He had long known the history of the God-fiend continent and the big boss, the Tao Lord, who was controlling everything. But even so, he had no ability to overturn it. What he could do was follow the rules of the game, obey all orders, and become a chess piece. Then, he would secretly accumulate strength to change his fate and control his life. You haven't advanced to the primordial realm? Looks like it's really as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The proud heaven divine was stunned. This answer was a little unexpected. After all, he could feel the powerful aura of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor extremely clearly. That power was a power that even a low-star primordial realm expert could not release. With this in mind, the proud heaven divine who had just calmed down a little, began to feel nervous again. As if knowing the psychological change of the proud heaven divine the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor smiled confidently. Although I haven't advanced to the primordial realm, a low-star primordial realm expert can't withstand my methods at all. I'll reveal a little to you. 10 million years ago, on a sunny morning, an 11-star true God-grade expert descended into my heavenly dragon divine domain. You're actually ambitious and want to plunder one of my treasures. You were easily killed by me, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor said indifferently, but there was a trace of smugness in his eyes. After all, how proud was such a result? With his peak star-grade strength, he could actually kill an 11-star true God-grade expert. There was an insurmountable, huge difference between the two. It was like a chasm, a world of difference. Therefore, such a forced killing was very shocking. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was confident that no one else could do this. Unfortunately, if he knew that Zhou Han was also at the peak of the star grade, but could kill a 30-star true god-grade expert, he wondered how the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor would feel. His face would probably hurt very much. Strong. Too strong. Senior brother, your combat strength shocked me again. I think you should take a look at. Haha, I can finally rest easy. Senior brother, you're my god. Hearing this, the proud Heaven Divine was extremely excited and laughed impudently. The pressure in its heart disappeared completely, and it was relieved. If even a true god-grade expert could kill him, what was there to worry about? The proud Heaven Divine would firmly believe the words of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. He knew that this was the personality of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. He would definitely not brag and like to speak with his strength. Wow, that's great. We don't have to die. I still have to live for another 50 million years. The Dragon Emperor is awesome. With him around, those 3 primordial realm mutated beasts will definitely be reduced to ashes. The crisis is over. It feels good to be alive. The Dragon Emperor is indeed a genius. There's no record of such a forced killing across realms in any ancient book in the entire God-fiend continent. It can be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Only I, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, can decide the ages. Look, this is the peerless charm of the strongest person in the God-fiend continent. In an instant, the lackeys of the proud Heaven Divine would erupted in unison. They were extremely excited and kept bragging about the divine bravery and strength of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. After all, many of them had been in despair before. This was because he was facing a primordial realm expert. Moreover, there were 3 of them. To them, this was an incomparably terrifying power. It was impossible to resist that majestic primordial power. He did not even have the courage to resist. This was the characteristic of the primordial power. It was domineering, fierce, and destructive. Therefore, after learning that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor could turn the tide and kill the other party, one could imagine the excitement. When the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor heard the fanatical admiration that filled the sky, a smug smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, he was a little excited to encounter a primordial realm expert. This was the common characteristic of the strong. They yearned to fight. He yearned to fight opponents at his level. Only then could he constantly stimulate his strength, break through his limit, and reach the peak. Clearly, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was such a person. This was also the reason why he had agreed to the proud Heaven Divine Wood's invitation to come to the Origin Wood Divine Domain. It was not because the other party was his junior brother. After all, they had been together for hundreds of millions of years. This connection was no longer worth mentioning. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor came here completely to fight a primordial realm expert. I'm really looking forward to it. Soon, I'll be able to kill 3 more primordial realm experts. My battle results can continue to be glorious. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor muttered to himself and looked into the distance expectantly. We're still 32 million kilometers away from the Wind Thunder Mountain range. Activate the flying Dharma treasure to its limit and fly at full speed. After the pressure was gone, the proud Heaven Divine felt refreshed. Its thoughts became active, and it could tell that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor wanted to fight. Therefore, he immediately gave this order. After seeing the other party's terrifying strength, he definitely wanted to perform better and cozy up to the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. Moreover, his desire to kill Zhou Han and the others was especially strong. This was because ever since he learned that the 3 mutated beasts were constantly sweeping through the Origin Wood Divine Domain, not a blade of grass grew. The proud Heaven Divine could not sleep or eat well. It was under immense pressure. His mental state was very poor. After all, his life could die here at any time. He definitely could not maintain a calm mentality. Now, with such a good opportunity to eliminate the other party, the proud Heaven Divine was naturally very eager to end this matter quickly. He fiercely discovered the grievance in his heart. No matter what, the Origin Wood Divine Domain was his territory. After this, his personal prestige would definitely be severely damaged. Arrange for people to deliver the news that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor is about to attack in various regions now. Try to calm their panic, because soon the victory will belong to us. With the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor taking action, all difficulties will be in vain. The proud Heaven Divine would order his people. He also hoped that the divine domain he managed would be peaceful and stable. Otherwise, it was very likely to shake his dominance. This was also why the proud Heaven Divine would have made such an arrangement. Yes, Lord Divine would. I'll definitely do my best. I promised the leaders of the various regions not to be disloyal. The guard hurriedly promised. After receiving the signal from the proud Heaven Divine would, he received the order and left. After settling down, the group took the flying boat and sped up toward the Wind Thunder Mountain range. At the same time, information about the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was quickly transmitted to every corner of the Origin Wood Divine Domain. That's great. We're saved. With the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor taking action, we'll definitely win this battle. A cave master roared excitedly, his face filled with an excited smile. He had also obtained information that 3 primordial realm mutated beasts were killing crazily. The cave master was trembling with fear. The intense life crisis was so close to him. However, he had no strength to resist at all. In front of a primordial expert, they were only the other party's prey. That was why the appearance of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor had caused such a stir. There were many people who were as excited as this cave master. A huge battle is about to erupt. It will be unprecedentedly intense. However, can the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor really challenge a primordial realm expert? In their excitement, someone could not help but wonder. It's rumored that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor is the strongest person on the Godfiend continent. He has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. This time, his attack will definitely be foolproof. After all, he's such a shrewd person. If he didn't have absolute confidence, why would he do it himself? You're right. How many hidden methods does the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor have is not something weaklings like us can guess. What we have to do is welcome the fruit of victory. Get rid of the fate of being my prey. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor is invincible. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor is awesome. Soon, a large number of foreign races gathered in this forest. After an intense investigation, it was obvious that most of them had absolute confidence in the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. After all, reputation had its roots. From the moment they were born, they had been influenced and heard of the reputation of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor that I think you should take a look at. It could be said that in their hearts, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was invincible. He was the strongest existence, comparable to belief. Moreover, because the personal guard sent by the proud Heaven Divine would advertised it very well, he described the shocking battle results of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor killing an 11-star true God-grade expert. Although these people did not have much concept of a true God-grade expert, an expert of this level was definitely an existence that could not be looked up to. Therefore, it was fine as long as they knew how powerful the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was. The rest was not important. Brothers, let's go watch the battle. This is a competition between experts at the primordial realm. This is the first time I've seen it. I can't miss it. That's right. Such a battle will definitely bring unprecedented shock. Let's go. We can take a look at the peerless charm of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. He reduced the enemy to ashes with a smile. What a domineering scene. Amidst the loud bragging, hundreds of thousands of foreign races also rushed to the Wind Thunder Mountain range. This was because, to cultivators, this was not just a show. It was an excellent opportunity to increase his strength. The battle of the strong was an enlightening process for others. He could obtain a large number of comprehensions, combat techniques, elemental control, and Tao technique attacks. Some of them were precious factors. It would definitely make people hungry and desperately absorb the benefits. It was relatively rare for a primordial realm expert to appear on the Godfiend continent. It was mainly because the Godfiend continent was considered the most barren in the vast universe. Therefore, even dogs were unwilling to come, let alone a primordial realm expert. Coming here could only be a waste of time and not gain any benefits. Unless there was some special reason, perhaps he would only descend here after seeing some supreme treasures. Just like Zhou Han, who deliberately released the aura of the creation jade disc, he would lure the experts in the universe over and hunt them. At this moment, Zhou Han was still focused on checking the skill book. Other than the skill book, Overkill, Gung Metal Profound Meaning, that had already fused into the sword aura, there were still 2 fused skill books waiting for him to check. Zhou Han slowly circulated the power in his body and quickly fused the newly absorbed gung metal power. At the speed of 3,000 cycles per second, 5 seconds later, he exhaled softly. All the gung metal power completely fused with the sword aura. At this moment, it was obvious that there was an additional trace of golden light in the sword aura released. Even the 9-colored light of the source enlightening sword light could not hide a trace of gold. This meant that the gung metal power did have its own uniqueness. He refused to submit to the source enlightening sword light. Just like the characteristics of the gung metal, it was violent, fierce, invincible, and never submitted. Therefore, this was also why the gung metal power was weaker than the source enlightening sword light. The real reason why its light would not be covered. How could Zhou Han not have this characteristic? This was also why he attached great importance to the gung metal power and felt intimate. Because they all had the same characteristics. After restraining his energy, Zhou Han looked at the remaining 2 skill books. It's actually a gravity-type skill book. It's opened my eyes again. As expected of a combination of the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome. I've rarely come into contact with such attributes before. Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The gravity attribute was a special attribute that was not included in the common elements. The effect displayed was very unique and could provide a lot of help in combat. Although Zhou Han had never come into contact with it, at his level, he had definitely heard of the gravity type. Moreover, there was some rough understanding. The basic principle of gravity was also very simple. Everything in the universe has gravity. Objects will also attract and might repel each other. However, this gravity was very weak under ordinary circumstances. It was completely negligible and difficult to sense. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. The controller of gravity had a special talent to communicate with gravity in the universe. Not only could they sense gravity, but they could even adjust it at will. Whether it was combat or support, they could not be underestimated. Just think about it. If you fought your opponent, you're the one controlling gravity. Suddenly, you applied 10,000 times the gravity to the area where the target was. Then the opponent would definitely be severely injured or even killed. To put it gently, it could also throw the other party's rhythm into chaos and expose a flaw. If he seized the opportunity, his chances of winning would definitely increase a lot. Therefore, gravity control was very powerful in combat. Of course, applying it in battle was only one aspect of gravity. In other areas, gravity control could be used to bring great convenience. I really didn't expect it to be so lucky today. 2 attributes in a row. First it was the gung metal power, now it's gravity control. Not to mention that I don't have luck now. Even 10 times luck is nothing, right? Zhou Han bloomed with a happy smile. He was in a good mood and extremely comfortable. After all, his character was so good today. This game was simply too awesome. As a controller of all attributes, Zhou Han could withstand all the elemental power. Therefore, he was not worried at all about whether he had the talent to learn gravity. With the modification of the chaotic power, he was definitely the top talent. There was no doubt about it. There was no harm in having more skills, especially with a powerful element like gravity. It would bring Zhou Han even stronger combat strength. After being excited for 2 seconds, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface again and carefully checked the relevant attribute description of this gravity skill book. Weightless space. Grade. Peak sovereign grade. Type. Comprehensive gravity skill. Description. This skill book will make you more agile in controlling the gravity of everything in the universe. It is incomparably smooth and reduces the control error to less than 1% of a microsecond. It will attack the target more effectively and greatly increase the strength of gravity. To a gravity-type cultivator, it is simply a top-grade skill. It can only be chanced upon by luck. Effect. After releasing it, your divine sense will instantly fuse with the gravity of everything around you, reaching the goal of controlling gravity. You can create a virtual space with a range of no more than 100,000 meters. In the space, all enemy targets will be suppressed by 100 times the gravity. Description. This skill book is a one-time consumable. After learning it, it will automatically destroy it. It is limited to gravity cultivators. Without this talent, one cannot trigger the gravity of heaven and earth. It's not downgrade this time. Zhou Han felt a little regretful when he saw the information on the virtual interface. I'm still too greedy. Downgrade is not mine. How can I get it just because I want it? After all, even true God-grade experts don't have downgrade items. I've already obtained a few. In this aspect alone, I far exceed them. Then, Zhou Han laughed at himself. I think you should take a look at. It was mainly because he had recently obtained downgrade Dharma treasures and skill books. Therefore, Zhou Han's appetite was spoiled. Therefore, when he first saw the peak sovereign grade, he revealed a disappointed expression. Soon, he adjusted. For something like downgrade, his strength had increased. An opportunity had arrived. It could naturally be obtained. Therefore, there was nothing to sigh about. Without thinking too much, Zhou Han followed the description and continued reading. After reading it, a smile finally appeared on his eyebrows. Although it's at the peak of the sovereign grade, the power displayed by this weightless space is very powerful. This is a ranged attack. It will have a huge impact on all enemy targets within 100,000 meters. Exerting 100 times the gravity will be very interesting. Zhou Han smiled and summarized what he had seen in his heart. Therefore, he was quite satisfied with this skill book. 100 times the gravity would definitely deal a considerable blow if he suddenly endured it. Even a super expert would be distracted for a moment. In that case, it would definitely be a flaw. Seizing such an opportunity, he could completely kill the other party in one wave. Let's enhance it first. In any case, it's of the peak sovereign grade. Compared to the downgrade, it saves a lot of supreme enhancement points. After Zhou Han thought for a moment, he made up his mind and activated his SSS rank talent. This was because the supreme enhancement points consumed to enhance the sovereign grade could not compare to the downgrade. Therefore, this consumption was no pressure to Zhou Han, who had more than 200 billion enhancement points. Even if he wanted to reserve supreme enhancement points, this bit was nothing. In that case, it was better to enhance it and increase his combat strength immediately. In comparison, he had obtained sovereign grade. Compared to downgrade, it actually had a slight advantage. Of course, this advantage was minimal. After all, as his combat strength continued to increase, the opponents he faced became stronger and stronger. The effect that sovereign grade could play was getting weaker and weaker. They still had to rely on downgrade quality. They were the guarantee of long-term development. However, according to Zhou Han's current situation, sovereign grade did have an advantage. This was very reasonable. After all, sovereign grade could be enhanced without restraint. He did not have to worry about the supreme enhancement points. As for the downgrade, it was limited by the number of supreme enhancement points. If he wanted to enhance it, he had to calculate carefully. While he was thinking, the notification sounded in his mind. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your skill book, Weightless Space, has been successfully enhanced 100 times. Related attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. With the notification, 100 white lights quickly flashed past. The skill book in his hand became extremely hot. An explosive energy spewed out. Clearly, after enhancing it 100 times, the skill book, Weightless Space, had undergone a strong change. It was obvious that in terms of strength, it had increased explosively. The effect it could unleash had reached a very terrifying level. A faint light floated around the skill book. Under the light, it formed a vacuum. The huge force field was very clear. That's the power. Very good, very powerful. After enhancing it 100 times, it's even stronger than low-grade, downgrade. Zhou Han smiled and was very satisfied. Sensing the majestic power in the force field, the multiplier of gravity had probably reached a rather terrifying level. As he spoke, he activated appraisal. New attribute data appeared on the virtual interface. It was clearly visible. Weightless Space, plus 100. Grade, Peak Sovereign Grade. Type, Comprehensive Gravity Skill. Description: this skill book will make you more agile in controlling the gravity of everything in the universe. It is incomparably smooth and reduces the control error to less than 1% of a microsecond. It will attack the target more effectively and greatly increase the strength of gravity. To a gravity-type cultivator, it is simply a top-grade skill. It can only be chanced upon by luck. Effect: after releasing it, your divine sense will instantly fuse with the gravity of all things around you, reaching the goal of controlling gravity. You can create a virtual space with a range of less than 100,000 meters. In the space, all enemy targets will be suppressed by 1,000,000 times the gravity. This gravity is not fixed, calculated according to the gravity of the current planet. Special effect: force field control. You can casually control the concentration of elements in the space around the target and make targeted interference. Description: this skill book is a one-time consumable. After learning it, it will automatically destroy it. It is limited to gravity cultivators. Without this talent, one cannot trigger the gravity of heaven and earth. Good Lord, 1,000,000 times the gravity pressure. This was a little ridiculous. Even Zhou Han was shocked after reading it. Clearly, he had not expected such an exaggerated increase in gravity. This 1,000,000 times gravity pressed down on his body. Not to mention whether his opponent had the strength to fight. The first problem he was worried about was whether the other party would directly die under this terrifying pressure. Moreover, this gravity was not static. There were many planets in the universe. They were very dense and wide. In that case, the gravity of this planet would be very terrifying. Coupled with the million-fold gravity enhancement, they were directly reduced to ashes. There was no room for negotiation. Other than the basic effect, there was a new special effect after enhancement. It was considered an auxiliary skill that interfered with the other party's elemental mobilization through a control force field. If the enemy was a fire attribute cultivator, Zhou Han could use the force field to control this special effect and reduce the concentration of fire elements around the other party to the lowest. In that case, how much strength could the other party unleash? Therefore, this interference effect was also very good. Zhou Han quite liked it. Weakening the opponent was enhancing himself. System prompt: you have an unlearned skill book, weightless space. Do you want to learn it immediately? Learn. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han nodded slightly. After all, after enhancing it 100 times, the combat strength it could display had already exceeded the level of a low-level downgrade. Zhou Han naturally could not wait to control the profundity of gravity. This was the powerful effect of the only SSS rank talent in the universe I think you should take a look at. Logically speaking, a peak sovereign grade could not surpass a low-grade downgrade no matter what. There was an insurmountable chasm between the two, like a natural chasm. The difference was too great. However, Zhou Han could shorten the difference and even surpass him. No one else could even think about using such methods. Congratulations, you have successfully controlled the skill, weightless space. With the notification, surging power surged crazily in Zhou Han's body. It formed a super powerful force field that radiated for thousands of miles, bringing unprecedented pressure. This was under the premise that Zhou Han did not take the initiative to release his pressure. Once he released it, the world would definitely collapse, mountains and rivers would shatter, and everything within 10,000 miles would definitely suffer incomparably terrifying destruction. This was the domineering aspect of the gravity system. The powerful pressure was something the weak could not withstand at all. After completely familiarizing himself with gravity, Zhou Han looked at the third skill book. It was also at the peak of the sovereign grade, but it was a dark-type skill book and was considered a conventional element. Although it was inferior to the gung metal profound meaning and weightless space, it was also the strongest among the sovereign grade. Its power was quite good. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Samsara, Dark Sky. After enhancing it a little, Zhou Han controlled another powerful skill. From then on, he finished checking all three skill books. Zhou Han could be said to have gained a lot, and his combat strength had increased greatly. This feeling was naturally very good. This was also the situation he wanted to see. It kept accumulating and growing steadily until it reached its peak. He could see that his efforts had paid off. Then, no matter how bumpy and winding the path to the peak was, it was all worth it. After all, the fruits of victory would be extremely sweet. System prompt: you have a new private message. Please pay attention to it. Zhou Han opened the communication interface. Han Qinshua's profile picture was flashing. Clearly, she had sent a message. Han, I missed you so much. During this period of time, after Han Qinshua confided in him, she began to report serious matters. These are the benefits of all the members of the guild in the chaotic mystic world. Should I send it to you directly now? Calculating the time, it had been more than a year since the guild had marched into the chaotic mystic world. After everyone reached the sovereign grade combat strength, The 300,000 people were indeed a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, Zhou Han was quite curious about their benefits. Sure, send it to me directly. I hope it can give me a huge surprise, Zhou Han said with a smile. Previously, it was because the enhancement of the Heavenly Fate card was not many, only 80 times. Later on, it was 450 times. Therefore, Zhou Han had never asked Han Qinxue to hand over the resources she had obtained in the chaotic mystic world. However, after the Heavenly Fate card was enhanced, the special effect, Heavenly Fate, could unleash a stronger effect. The reward could be increased by 1,000 times. In the future, if he wanted to enhance the Heavenly Fate card, the number of supreme enhancement points required was too large. In that case, he could forget about enhancing it for the time being. Congratulations, you have obtained 250,000 pseudo-sovereign grade pills. Detected a 1,000-fold increase in the Heavenly Fate enhancement reward. Successfully triggered. You have obtained 250 million pills. Congratulations, you have obtained 360,000 pseudo-sovereign grade equipment. Detected that the Heavenly Fate enhancement reward has increased by 1,000 times. It has been successfully triggered. You have obtained 360 million pills. Zhou Han was a little surprised by this huge number for a second and did not pay much attention to it. What he cared about the most was the number of sovereign golden runes because this concerned his body and he could enhance it 30 times as quickly as possible. Only then could it be strong enough to absorb the primordial spirit crystal and withstand the powerful impact of the primordial power. In the end, he broke through the shackles of the peak star grade and advanced to a true primordial grade expert. He wanted to become a primordial realm expert too much. This was because without controlling the primordial power, Zhou Han could cross so many levels to challenge a super expert. Once he advanced to the primordial realm, his eruption would be even more ferocious, and the limit of his combat strength would be maxed out again. In the vast universe, having stronger combat strength was the way to go. With a powerful threat like the Tao Lord pressing down on his head, there was also a mysterious organization like the Interstellar Butcher. Although this organization seemed to have taken no action, Zhou Han did not think that the other party would let him go after knowing that he had controlled the power of the creation jade disc. How was that possible? It was like seeing a little kid with a supreme treasure in his hand. Do you want to snatch it? Although the information he knew was limited, Zhou Han could still tell that this group of interstellar butchers was all vicious and lawless fellows. Therefore, the other party did not attack. Clearly, he had a greater motive. No matter what the other party was plotting, Zhou Han was in the open now. All he could do was constantly become stronger until the moment the other party attacked. He could only wait passively. He knew too little about the universe. Many races and powerful factions had never heard of it. It was mainly because Zhou Han had risen too quickly and lacked time to settle and accumulate. However, there was nothing he could do. Zhou Han also wanted to live slower and easier. However, in this chaotic world, there were countless accidents and threats. He could not stop. He could only press forward and kill all the obstructions to reach the peak. Retracting his thoughts, Zhou Han quickly locked onto the information of the sovereign golden rune on the virtual interface. 18,233. Very good. After the 1,000-fold increase in reward, it's more than 18 million. Seeing this number, Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and smiled in extreme joy. He was one step closer after 30 enhancements. Direct fusion. Zhou Han did not hesitate. System prompt. You have fused all the sovereign golden runes in the spatial inventory. Congratulations, your glazed golden body has been successfully enhanced 29 times. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. You have fused all the sovereign golden runes in the spatial inventory. Congratulations, your clarity sword heart has been successfully enhanced 29 times. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. The glass luster bloomed endlessly on Zhou Han's body, and a majestic aura spread in all directions. Like a space beast, it was extremely fierce. This was the monstrous power brought about by the increase in the strength of the glazed golden body. After enhancing the clarity sword heart, Zhou Han became even more agile. The range of his divine sense had increased quite a bit compared to before. He had more comprehension and understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe that I think you should take a look at. Opening the interface, Zhou Han checked the current attribute data. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 360, 86.56%. Health, 932.5 trillion. Attack, 380.03 billion. Defense, 317.73 billion. Soul Power, 291.99 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword's Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God-Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Sword Emperor Ring, Heavenly Fate Bracelet, Flame Emperor Necklace. Support Equipment, Demon Emperor Earrings, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Heavenly Saint Battle Robe, Yang Di Wrist Guard, Battle Sovereign Belt, White Emperor Leg Guard. Universe Set, Star River Set. Dharma Treasures, Great Void Divine Armor, Star Sea Demon Saber, Human Sovereign Seal, Creation Jade Disc Fragment, Primordial Heaven Suppressing Seal, Heavenly Martial Golden Armor, Heaven Defying Bead, Ancestral Phoenix Shield, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Cloud Sky Blood Dragon Spear, Grand Supreme Array, Mirror Demon Book, Cold Sea Blood, Lust Bead. Cultivation Technique, Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, Tao Seeding Immortal Technique, Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture, Beginner version of the Beginningless Scripture, Extreme, Divine Sword Technique, Proud Heaven Ice Emperor Technique, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record, Grand Soul Tao, Fire Qilin Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Gem, Killing Gem, Immortal Gem, Scorching Sun Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Starry Dragon God, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart, plus 29, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body, plus 29, open and see the details. With more than 900 trillion HP, it would not be long before he could break through to 1 quadrillion. That would be another huge miracle. Zhou Han's current health was already shocking enough. Even a 30-star true God-grade expert's health points were 1/3 lower than his. Extraordinary HP was also the foundation of his ability to challenge opponents above his level. Otherwise, if he was attacked first and his health points were not high, he would definitely not be able to withstand the other party's bombardment. Han, how is it? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you dissatisfied with our benefits in the chaotic mystic world? A few minutes after the transaction was completed, Han Qinxue hurriedly asked, "Oh, I just increased my combat strength. I'm very satisfied with your performance. My efforts in the guild were not in vain. Now, I've finally waited for a good harvest." Zhou Han was in a good mood and said with a smile, "This nearly 20 million sovereign golden runes reduced a lot of his burden. If he collected it himself, it would definitely waste a lot of time. The time to advance to the primordial realm would delay again and again. Now, his body had been enhanced 29 times. He was only short of the last time. 300,000 guild members did not disappoint him, the president. Really, that's great. As long as it can help you. That's my greatest relief." Seeing Zhou Han's reply, Han Qinxue was very happy. After all, as Zhou Han's woman, her current strength could be said to be far behind him. Compared to the other players, she was already far ahead. However, Zhou Han's talent was too terrifying. The others were completely asking for trouble when compared to Zhou Han. Therefore, Han Qinxue was still under a lot of pressure. As the woman of such a super expert, it was normal for her to feel immense pressure. Then, naturally, Han Qinxue wanted to make a greater contribution. She wanted to take some of the pressure off the man she loved. Fortunately, under her lead, she finally achieved something in the chaotic mystic world. From the words, Han Qinxue could feel that Zhou Han was in a good mood. They were stars before, but now even paparazzi don't follow them. Inspired. LMAO. Hilarious photos of fathers and children. Inspired. What does eating ginger daily do to your body? Inspired. That was the greatest affirmation of her hard work during this period. Qinxue, it's been hard on you. I'm very at ease leaving the guild to you, Zhou Han said with a smile. Yes. I can't relax yet. I'll definitely guard the back for you. Go ahead and adventure in peace. Han Qinxue sent a message. During this period of time, she had long understood that a mere god-fiend continent could not stop Zhou Han's rise. Her man's journey was definitely a sea of stars to explore the mysteries of the endless universe. Therefore, all she could do was support him silently from behind. How proud and exciting it would be to watch the man she loved ascend to the peak of the universe step by step. Then, after being intimate for a while, Han Qinxue took the initiative to end the chat. Although she was reluctant, she did not want to delay Zhou Han's progress because of her. 10 times celebrities honored their famous roles on the red carpet. Inspired. Now, he had hundreds of millions of Dharma treasures, equipment, and pills. He could not contain so many items. He directly activated the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome and fused it. At that time, I'll fuse some peak sovereign-grade equipment and Dharma treasures. It can also be given to the members of the guild to increase their combat strength. In that case, the efficiency of killing monsters will be even more efficient. Zhou Han smiled and thought to himself. This was a benign cycle. With a powerful cultivation technique like the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, he could constantly fuse top-grade equipment. The guild members could also be more tempo. As long as their strength did not fall behind, they could constantly provide Zhou Han with huge resources. This was what Zhou Han wanted to see the most. The 50 most romantic hotels in the world for 2023. Best hotel. Very good. All fused. Next, it's time to reward them according to their contributions. As Zhou Han spoke, he opened the God-Slaying Hall chat group. After all, everyone had made considerable achievements. As the guild leader, he had to come out and commend him. In the future, he would have to rely on them to work for him. Of course, he could not disappoint these group members. The contributions of all of you. I've just received them. Your performance surprised and satisfied me. Therefore, I promised before that there would be rewards. Now is the time to cash in. Zhou Han sent this message in the guild group. In an instant, it caused a huge cheer. It was simply like the new year. Damn, boss is here. Boss, you haven't appeared in a long time. We missed you. Brother Han, my God. Everyone, come and worship me. Welcome, boss. Get into formation. Boss has arrived. Boss is awesome. Boss has arrived. Boss is mighty. Boss has arrived. Boss is domineering. The members were all enthusiastic and flooded the group to vent their excitement and joy. This was because to them, Zhou Han was their sky. Some people were convinced by his powerful strength. Some people were grateful because Zhou Han gave them a chance to make a comeback. Some people admired Zhou Han because of his charisma. On the contrary, these 300,000 members were willing to contribute their strength to Zhou Han. Therefore, it was normal to have such fanaticism. All right, I know how you feel. Now, according to your contribution points, the rewards will begin. When Zhou Han saw this, his heart warmed. In this chaotic world, there was such a group of loyal brothers. He felt gratified. Wow, reward. I'll definitely obtain a peak sovereign-grade Dharma treasure this time. Jiang Xiaobai said excitedly. After all, he was also the strongest group in the guild. He had strong combat strength and was not lazy. It was very easy for him to make great contributions. Her contributions to the chaotic mystic world were all recorded by Han Qinxue. This was something Zhou Han had long instructed. The more effort there was, the more motivated everyone was. If it was egalitarian, someone would definitely be lazy and take advantage of the situation. This was because human nature was like this. Without external forces, it was easy to slack off. Therefore, recording everyone's contribution points like this formed a benign competition. Everyone was a hot-blooded young man, so they definitely did not dare to fall behind. Another thing was that contribution points were open and transparent. If he slacked off and Zhou Han found out, they would have to consider it. Although Zhou Han would not blame them for being lazy, the members did not want their impression of Zhou Han to be affected because of this. This was like how your boss treated you very well and owed you a huge favor. Will you do something bad and disappoint your boss? This was Zhou Han's intention in recording everyone's contribution points. Don't you have the cheek to be lazy? That's right. I'm really looking forward to it. Brother Han's items are all top grade. The trashiest is also sovereign grade. Li Ergu echoed. He was looking forward to powerful equipment. To Zhou Han, it might be trash. However, these were top grade to the members of the guild. My brother Han is such a big shot. Who is he with? It's simply a F-King fire in our ancestral grave. My contribution this time is not good. I'm only ranked 90th. I'm sorry for Brother Han's nurturing. Brother Han, believe me, I'm really not lazy. I'm really too unlucky. Ha ha ha, I'm first this time. I'm taking off. Then, Zhou Han distributed all the items that had just been fused. The trashiest was also at the advanced sovereign grade. Then there was the top sovereign grade, the peak sovereign grade. These were no longer very useful to Zhou Han. Rewarding the guild members was the best way to deal with it now. In a wave of gratitude and excitement, Zhou Han closed the chat group. With this matter, it was time to head to the next wild monster stronghold. The wild monsters in the Wind Thunder Mountain range had long been cleaned up. Even the mountain range that was thousands of miles away was destroyed by Zhou Han's sword aura. Therefore, this place had no resources at all. Master, where's the next stronghold? I can't wait. This feeling of torturing noobs is quite satisfying. The ashen illusory beast said excitedly. It seemed that he had become addicted to torturing noobs during this period of time. After all, he was an expert of the primordial world. On the God-Fiend continent, other than a few existences, he could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, the ashen illusory beast experienced the ruler of fate. The feeling of dominating the life and death of most creatures on the God-Fiend continent was naturally intoxicating. The ashen illusory beast was no exception. This was also why he was so enthusiastic about urging him. On the one hand, it was to help Zhou Han obtain more resources. On the other hand, it satisfied the power in his heart that controlled life and death. To the next stronghold, of course. But not now. Zhou Han smiled and inadvertently looked into the distance as he said calmly, "Oh, Master, is there anything else you haven't dealt with?" Little Rock asked curiously. He wondered what Zhou Han's intentions were. "I do have a small matter to deal with. After all, there are still many blind people in this world." Zhou Han revealed a playful smile. His divine sense covered a vast area. As long as he investigated carefully, nothing within 0.5 light-years could escape his eyes. This was because his body had been enhanced 29 times. Zhou Han's divine sense was also enhanced. Previously, he could explore an area of 100 million light-years, but due to the strength of his soul, he could only explore 0.1 light-years at most. Now, after his soul was enhanced, his detection range had increased to 0.5 light-years. The benefits were obviously huge. He could control the enemy's movements in advance, but the other party could not detect him. You could completely turn the tables and change from a passive situation to taking the initiative to attack. Instead, you would catch the other party off guard. Moreover, once he sensed the top experts flying in his direction, he could also dodge in advance, killing the unknown threat in the cradle. This was the effect of a powerful divine sense. "Oh, I understand. Good Lord, someone's looking for trouble with Master again." Little Bone was not worried and smiled gloatingly. This was because the other party's tragic fate was already decided. Those who dared to find trouble with Zhou Han were definitely tired of living. "Master, let us attack and help you teach these blind fellows a lesson." Little Rock took the initiative to volunteer. "There's no need. The person who came this time is an old friend. I want to end his sinful life with my own hands." Zhou Han waved his hand, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable smile. Among the attacking crowd, the leader was naturally the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. Although he had never met the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, Zhou Han had heard of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor when he was at the Saint Lord realm that I think you should take a look at. That was a top expert who dared to challenge Emperor Xianyuan. Therefore, it was understandable that Zhou Han called them old friends. Now, after Emperor Xianyuan left the God-Fiend continent, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor became the strongest person on the God-Fiend continent. Interestingly, Zhou Han's special mission was to kill the strongest person in the world. After completing the mission, he could escape the shackles of the God-Fiend continent and step into a wider sea of stars. "I haven't heard from you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. How interesting." Zhou Han laughed heartily. He did not expect to attract the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor in the Origin Wood Divine domain. He could have lived a little longer. After all, It would definitely take Zhou Han a lot of time to search for the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. Fate really made fools of people. The heavens wanted the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor to die today. If the mission did not count through pet killing, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, Zhou Han decided to kill it himself. This concerned whether he could leave the God-Fiend continent. He had to treat it carefully. This was because the resources of the God-Fiend continent were indeed too scarce for the current Zhou Han. The top map, which was also the 8 great divine domains, was only at the peak of the star grade. It could not even reach the primordial realm. Therefore, Zhou Han's development speed would be severely affected. He wanted to kill the wild monsters in the primordial world. Only then could he increase his strength as quickly as possible. Killing these star-grade wild monsters now was not challenging at all. It was simply a waste of time. Therefore, it was too necessary to leave the God-Fiend continent. They're flying too slowly. Let's take the initiative to lean over. Zhou Han sensed it with his divine sense and shook his head, looking a little dissatisfied. Okay, master. These people are indeed too slow. They're as slow as turtles. Little Rock took over and mocked. He did have the right to mock him like this. After all, Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King was the overlord in the sky. With the strength of a 5-star realm lord, even a true god-grade expert with more than 10 stars was no match for him in terms of speed. Even the Primordial Chaos Golden Rock King could not compare to Zhou Han's spatial travel. With that, Zhou Han brought his 3 pets towards the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. A minute later, the two forces met. Dragon Emperor. These 3 mutated beasts are lawless in the origin wood divine domain. The guard in charge of intelligence collection was shocked when he saw the ashen illusory beast and the others. He instinctively felt great fear. However, then he remembered that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was beside him and immediately felt more confident. The guard said respectfully to the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, "Please subdue them." As for Zhou Han, he was ignored by them. After all, these monitoring guards had never seen Zhou Han attack. Coupled with the aura concealment special effect of the Eye of Origin, no one could pry into his true strength. Therefore, it was normal to be ignored. There was no need to report. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's sharp eyes had long noticed the ashen illusory beast and the other 2. Interesting. They've actually all reached the 5-star realm lord level. A carefree smile appeared on the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's face. Clearly, this level was invincible to others, but he did not take it seriously. Where did you come from? What's your purpose in coming to the God-Fiend continent? Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for being rude. The domineering voice of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor sounded, and his arrogant gaze swept across the ashen illusory beast and the others. There was an undeniable dignity in his tone as he questioned loudly. After all, he was the top expert of the God-Fiend continent. Now, he was even the strongest in the world. This innate dominance and natural dignity subconsciously emitted. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor clearly treated the ashen illusory beast and the others as experts from other planets in the universe and invaded the God-Fiend continent. That was why he asked such a question. After all, he knew better than anyone what the God-Fiend continent was like. Due to the imprisonment and the lack of resources, the probability of producing a primordial realm expert here was too low. Unfortunately, no matter how low the probability was, as long as it was not 100%, it could be broken. Clearly, Zhou Han was the man who broke the shackles and kept creating miracles. With the only SSS-ranked talent in the universe, he could complete anything impossible. Raising the ashen illusory beast and the others to the primordial realm was a great masterpiece with an SSS-ranked talent. None of this was something the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor could imagine. After all, he had never seen an SSS-ranked talent before. He did not even have such a concept. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You old fellow, you're still not confident at death's door. You're really ignorant and fearless. Little Rock had been smiling foolishly all his life, his face filled with incomparable contempt. He ignored the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's words and did not care about his dignity at all. Yes, this old man is extraordinarily arrogant. If Master hadn't wanted to attack personally, I would have killed him countless times. Little Bone and Little Rock looked at each other and smiled. They stood in the void at the side and quietly watched the show. This was because he would soon be able to admire his master's peerless elegance. During this period of time, After a few waves of enhancement, it was unknown what level his combat strength had reached and how terrifying it was. That was why they were looking forward to it. Not only could they see Zhou Han's peerless elegance, but they could also comprehend more combat experience and profound meanings from his moves. Such a good thing was rare under normal circumstances. You're good, really good. Sensing the undisguised mockery of the three mutated beasts, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was furious, and his face was a little distorted. This is the first time I, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, have been ignored like this. Do you really think that someone at the primordial realm can suppress me? The incomparably cold voice of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor sounded. At the same time, explosive energy completely erupted from his body. In the sky, more than 10,000 dragons roared in unison. A violent sound wave swept in all directions, destroying space and instantly annihilating the surrounding mountains and rivers. The powerful might was revealed. As guards, they gasped when they saw this scene. Strong shock filled everyone's hearts. Damn, is this the strength of the Dragon Emperor? Is it too exaggerated? This is the first time I've seen such destructive power. How awesome. You have to know that this move was only casually used by the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. It's already so powerful. Then if we attack with all our might, how terrifying will it be? It's unimaginable. To be honest, I was actually a little worried just now. It wasn't until the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor attacked that my last worry disappeared. With such strength, won't it be easy to challenge 3 primordial realm experts? The surroundings were filled with praise and shock. The main reason was that the destructive power flowing out of this move had long exceeded everyone's understanding that I think you should take a look at. After all, they were only peak realm lords. He rarely came into contact with powerful forces. Therefore, it was understandable that he had never seen the world. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor is indeed the strongest person in the world. I'm far inferior to him. The proud Heaven Divine would looked at the explosive energy fluctuation in the distance and sighed faintly. As soon as he attacked, he realized the huge difference between them. What he heard was false, what he saw was true. Originally, he was a little unconvinced. However, after releasing this move, he had completely submitted and had the urge to prostrate himself. They were both lords of the divine domain, but the difference between the two was actually like a natural chasm that could not be made up. How was it? How strong am I? Are my legs weak from fear? At this moment, 10,000 dragon shadows floated behind the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, making him even more dignified. He could not help but smile proudly and ask provocatively. This was because the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was very satisfied with the move he had just used. The condensed dragon roar wave was enough to kill any 5-star realm lord. It vividly displayed his dominance and berserkness. The reason why the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor used this move was to regain his dignity. He was very unhappy that the ashen illusory beast and the others had ignored him just now. Therefore, not only did the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor have to win, moreover, he wanted to win beautifully under the premise of severely hurting the other party's confidence. This was his unruly and arrogant personality. However, the expected situation did not happen. The answer was still mockery. They even mocked him even more. TSK. That's it. How dare you show off with this bit of cultivation? Your skin is probably a light year thick. The ashen illusory beast continued to attack. It caused the other 2 mutated beasts to roar with laughter. They simply laughed until their stomachs hurt. What? What did you say? How dare you? Do you know what you're talking about? The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor roared angrily. He did not understand. Not only was the other party not afraid of him releasing such terrifying power, but he also dared to mock him so brazenly. Could it be that they were really not afraid of death? Or could it be that the other party did not take his power seriously at all? He was a true god-grade expert who could kill an 11-star expert. How could they dare to kill these 3 5-star realm lord-level weaklings? Who gave them the courage? That's right. Don't get excited. I admit that you do have something. The 3 of us are really no match for you. Your combat strength above your level is admirable. After Little Rock smiled, he started to speak well, then changed the topic. But what are you compared to my master? Yes, we're no match for you. But we have a powerful master behind us. I'll crush you with a finger, the ashen illusory beast said proudly. After the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor released the move just now, the ashen illusory beast also knew that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor could not be underestimated. Your combat strength above your level is admirable. After Little Rock smiled, he started to speak well, then changed the topic. But what are you compared to my master? Yes, we're no match for you, but we have a powerful master behind us. I'll crush you with a finger, the ashen illusory beast said proudly. After the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor released the move just now, the ashen illusory beast also knew that the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor could not be underestimated. As a 5-star primordial realm expert, he was no match for the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor at all. It could be said that this heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was really an extraordinary person. With his peak star-grade cultivation, he was already proud enough to be able to fight an 11-star, true god-grade expert. Across the entire universe, only 1 in a trillion could do this. Unfortunately, he was facing Zhou Han, who was even more heaven-defying. Therefore, their tragic fate was already decided. From the moment he became the strongest person in the world, he was destined to become Zhou Han's stepping stone. It became a small obstruction on Zhou Han's way to the peak. Your master? Could there be a stronger existence? Hearing this, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was shocked and immediately felt uneasy. To be able to become the master of 3 5-star realm lords, the other party was definitely not simple. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was not sure if he could surpass the other party. Therefore, his gaze subconsciously scanned his surroundings quickly. As a result, no situation was discovered. Could it be him? For the first time, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor focused his gaze on Zhou Han. This was because he had long investigated Zhou Han and realized that he only had the aura of a peak stargrade. Such a weakling was not worthy of his gaze. Therefore, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor naturally ignored Zhou Han. Now that he heard the ashen illusory beast's words, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor investigated Zhou Han again. This was because other than Zhou Han, there was no one else present. Then the master he was talking about was very likely the other party. That's right. This is our master, Zhou Han, the primordial Saint Emperor Zhou is. Little Rock and the others automatically distanced themselves, making Zhou Han the focus of the entire venue. Ha! It's really him. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was stunned at first, but then he looked up at the sky and laughed. At first, he did not believe that this was the case. This was because he did not discover any powerful energy fluctuations on Zhou Han. He felt that it was ordinary. He was just an ordinary peak stargrade cultivator. That was why the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was so happy after being stunned. Originally, he was worried that the owner of the 3 mutated beasts was a super expert in the universe. He was worried that he was no match for him. Now that he knew that was the case, he heaved a sigh of relief. No existence that could threaten him appeared. Then everything was in his control. I didn't expect you to acknowledge such a weakling as your master. How funny. So, do you think such an ordinary stargrade cultivator will really be my match? This time, it was the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's turn to mock. After confirming that no accidents would happen, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor smiled playfully. With his powerful strength, he felt that he was in control of the situation. I think you should take a look at. Heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, I've heard of you for a long time. We finally meet today. At this moment, Zhou Han slowly said. There was no emotion in his tone. Unfortunately, this first meeting will also be the last time we meet. It's really the will of the heavens. Then, Zhou Han sighed. He was sighing at the increase in his strength in the past few years. At that time, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was a huge existence to him. He could only look up to him and even have to avoid the other party's attention. He was sighing that the special mission to get rid of the God-Fiend continent would be completed soon. Everything felt like a dream. Therefore, he subconsciously felt a little complicated. It's indeed quite a pity because you'll die tragically at my hands. I seem to have heard your name somewhere. To be able to leave an impression on me, it seems that you're not an ordinary person. Although he said that, the confidence in the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's eyes that victory was in his grasp did not take Zhou Han seriously at all. Looks like your memory is a little bad. Or my existence at the time was insignificant in your eyes. It's normal that you don't remember. Zhou Han said calmly. The Emperor Xianyuan's scripture in his body quickly circulated. Soon, a special aura unique to Emperor Xianyuan spewed out. Emperor Xuanyuan's aura. You are your identity? After all, he was Emperor Xuanyuan's old opponent. How sensitive was the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor to this aura? As soon as he released a weak trace, he immediately sensed it. I see. I finally remember. You're the new disciple Emperor Xuanyuan took in. I heard that you contributed to him escaping the shackles of the God-fiend continent. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said faintly, That's right. At that time, Emperor Xuanyuan even instructed me to be careful of your pursuit. For some reason, you didn't attack me. Speaking of this, I have to thank you for not attacking. Otherwise, I wouldn't have successfully advanced to this state. Zhou Han said with a smile. He was right. If the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor really wanted to attack personally at that time, Zhou Han's path to becoming stronger would definitely be greatly obstructed. Even if he was not killed, it would also waste a lot of time. What kind of status do I have? At that time, you were nothing but an ant in my eyes. Do you think I'm interested in killing you? The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor smiled arrogantly, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. Is that so? Then you have to regret your decision back then. Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to attack. He really wanted to see the other party regret it so much. It would be very interesting. What do you mean? The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor asked. What do you think? Because I want to kill you with my own hands and escape the shackles of the God-fiend continent. As Zhou Han spoke, his tone became even colder. Ha! How arrogant. Do you think you have the strength? You were an ant previously. Now, you're still an ant in my eyes. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor laughed in anger. The reason why he did not attack immediately was naturally not just to catch up. Zhou Han wanted to see if the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor knew anything about the Tao Lord. After all, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor had existed for too long. Therefore, he might know some secrets. However, Zhou Han did not obtain the information he wanted from the conversation just now. Or perhaps the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor did not know of the Tao Lord's existence. Or he wouldn't reveal it easily. Anyway, it was impossible for Zhou Han to obtain secrets from him. In that case, Zhou Han lost his patience. He was prepared to end this battle. All right, as I wish. I also want to kill you myself. In that case, it should be interesting. That old thing Emperor Xuanyuan has already left. I don't have a chance to kill him. Therefore, killing his disciple now is considered taking back some interest. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor smiled calmly and spoke to himself. Clearly, the hatred between him and Emperor Xuanyuan was extraordinarily deep, which was why he said such words. However, Zhou Han did not care about any of this. Weightless space. It's over. Zhou Han did not say much. He immediately used the new peak sovereign-grade skill he had obtained not long ago. Special gravity element, weightless space. After enhancing it 100 times, the power that erupted had already surpassed the quality of a low-level downgrade. Therefore, Zhou Han directly used this skill and prepared to end the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. I want to see what kind of confidence you have. I hope your strength doesn't disappoint me. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor looked relaxed and smiled faintly because he did not think that Zhou Han could pose any threat to him. We're definitely going to win this time. Look, the Dragon Emperor is so calm. Needless to say, from the conversation just now, it can be seen that this Zhou Han is only a junior of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the Dragon Emperor? After all this, I thought it was a powerhouse in the universe. I worried for nothing, but this is it. I wasn't bragging when I said I was the strongest. That was true combat strength. Lord Dragon Emperor, teach this kid a lesson. This kid is too arrogant. He indulged his 3 mutated beasts and committed crimes in the origin wood divine domain. He can't be forgiven. There were more and more onlookers. They were basically all foreign races in the origin wood divine domain. They were filled with hatred for Zhou Han. He definitely hoped to kill him quickly. After all, they had been frightened and trembling recently. They were afraid that they would suffer an undeserved calamity. Now that he had encountered such a good opportunity to regain his dignity, how could he let it go so easily? There, they kept exchanging and hooting. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was originally arrogant and smug. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. A violent sense of danger rose in his heart. Like a tide, it wrapped around him. It was extremely heavy, and even breathing was difficult. What kind of power is this? Invisible fluctuations invaded and surged. In this space, it seemed to be completely isolated from the entire universe and had its unique gravity. Heavy. Why has my body become so heavy? Why? When he felt that something was wrong, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor panicked. I think you should take a look at. He realized that he could not resist this power. Slap. 1,000,000 times the gravity poured out. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor could no longer withstand this gravity pressure. He quickly fell from the sky. He hit the ground hard. At this moment, the entire ground collapsed under the pressure of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. The falling trend still had no intention of stopping. It did not stop until the center of the planet finally stopped under the huge gravity of the planet. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor seemed to be socketed there. He could not move at all. Impossible. Why is this happening? The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor let out a heart-wrenching roar and struggled crazily, but it was useless. 1,000,000 times the gravity was not something he could escape at his level. After all, his true combat strength was at most at the level of a 12-star true god. Such combat strength was indeed very proud. Unfortunately, there was still a huge difference in front of Zhou Han. Long ago, Zhou Han could kill a 30-star true god-grade expert. Now, after a few more waves, it had improved greatly. To be honest, even Zhou Han did not know what level his true combat strength had reached. This was because he had never encountered a stronger opponent. Therefore, even if he wanted to investigate the attribute data of a high-level expert, he did not have the chance. Not to mention fighting such an expert. This led to a problem. There was no suitable reference. It made Zhou Han's combat strength more blurry. However, a conservative estimate was that defeating a 40-star true god-grade expert was not a problem. He still had this bit of confidence. As for the stronger stars, it was hard to say. After all, every time a true divine-grade expert controlled 10 stars of primordial power, the power of the divine powers they had awakened would increase explosively. Therefore, 40-star true god-grade experts, 50-star, 60-star. Once these were achieved, there would be a world-shaking change in strength. This was the reason why combat strength was not easy to compare. How is it? How does it feel? Weren't you very smug just now? Would the high and mighty heaven-defying Dragon Emperor end up like this? Zhou Han crossed his arms and said teasingly. He was best at mocking his opponent and messing with his mentality, especially the arrogant opponent at the beginning. After seeing absolute power, that expression of shock, panic, and regret was very interesting to Zhou Han. I'm not willing. I really underestimated you, Zhou Han. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Even a top talent like me pales in comparison to you. It's ridiculous that I'm still so confident. What a huge joke. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor used all his strength to suppress it with 1,000,000 times the gravity. But no matter what he did, it was useless. It could not even move at all. At this moment, he was in despair. He had given up struggling. At this point, he had completely come to his senses. The reason for this situation was that he had underestimated Zhou Han's strength from the beginning. Weren't you very smug just now? Would the high and mighty heaven-defying Dragon Emperor end up like this? Zhou Han crossed his arms and said teasingly. He was best at mocking his opponent and messing with his mentality, especially the arrogant opponent at the beginning. After seeing absolute power, that expression of shock, panic, and regret was very interesting to Zhou Han. I'm not willing. I really underestimated you, Zhou Han. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Even a top talent like me pales in comparison to you. It's ridiculous that I'm still so confident. What a huge joke. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor used all his strength to suppress it with 1,000,000 times the gravity. But no matter what he did, it was useless. He could not even move it at all. At this moment, he was in despair. He had given up struggling. At this point, he had completely come to his senses. The reason for this situation was because he had underestimated Zhou Han's strength from the beginning. Moreover, he seriously underestimated Zhou Han's strength. It was mainly because the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's battle record was too outstanding. Therefore, all of this made him a little smug. He was so arrogant because he was known as the strongest person in the world. Unfortunately, he was helpless against Zhou Han's move. We're both at the peak of the star grade, but the difference between me and Zhou Han is actually so great. What a huge irony. My hundreds of millions of years of cultivation have really been wasted. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was extremely regretful. If he had known that Zhou Han would develop to this extent back then, he should have embarrassed himself and personally killed him. Killing such a heaven-defying expert in the cradle was not shameful. In that case, he would not have encountered such a predicament today without a way to resolve it. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor did not have a secret technique to reverse time. What he had missed was irreparable. Lord Dragon Emperor, what's wrong? Why haven't I seen him attack after so long? Tell me that none of this is real. What I'm seeing is an illusion. Someone in the crowd could not take the burden and howled loudly. From the beginning, when he saw the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor being blasted underground, he had a bad feeling. Now, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor had yet to appear. The worry in her heart intensified, and she even began to panic. It's fine, Lord Dragon Emperor. No one can defeat the strongest person in the world. We have to be careful of him. That's right. The Dragon Emperor is just resting underground for a while. It's not a big problem. He can't lose. He absolutely can't lose. The foreign races were extremely anxious, their hearts filled with torture. They knew what it would mean if the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor lost. No one could stop Zhou Han. The entire God-Fiend continent would be dominated by Zhou Han. So, is there anything else you want to say? Leave some last words. In the future, recorded in the God-Fiend Continent Chronicle, it might become a tragic story. Zhou Han smiled, his tone filled with teasing. This was the principle of the winner taking all. You've won. You can mock your opponent at will. If he failed, he was destined to accept the fate of being humiliated. The universe was just so cruel that I think you should take a look at. There was no right or wrong, only strength. Ha ha ha, my master is so domineering. This battle will definitely go down in history. In the future countless years, the juniors will worship your peerless elegance. The ashen illusory beast roared excitedly, feeling very happy. After all, Zhou Han was famous for 100 generations. As a pet, it was also very honorable. This was the huge benefit of following a powerful, talented master. Not only could he obtain super strength, moreover, it could be recorded in history books. How exciting would it be for countless juniors to know his glorious deeds? This battle will determine the strongest person in the God-Fiend continent. And my master will rise completely today. Nothing can stop my master's ambition to conquer the sea of stars. Little Rock also flapped its big golden wings fiercely to show its excitement. As their closest pets, they knew Zhou Han's special mission very well. The importance of this mission was self-evident. Therefore, they all understood what kind of changes would happen after killing the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. Zhou Han would completely escape the shackles of the God-Fiend continent. He could freely enter the vast universe. He explored more profound truths. Therefore, the three pets erupted in violent cheers, preparing to welcome this historical moment. They also yearned to travel the universe. After all, the universe was so mysterious and dazzling. As an expert, it would be a lifetime regret not to experience it. No cultivator wanted to miss such a starry journey. Even if the way ahead was filled with great unknowns, he had to be brave enough to conquer them. Only then could he overcome the fear in his heart, defeat himself, break through his limit, and reach the peak. Is it really over? The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor sighed slightly. At this moment, Zhou Han had already shot out. A sword aura rushed towards the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's face. This trace of sword aura contained the energy of the source enlightening sword light and the gung metal profound meaning. It was incomparably sharp. After all, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was also a talented expert. If not for the restrictions of the God-Fiend continent, his achievements would have been far inferior. Therefore, Zhou Han releasing this powerful sword aura could be considered a dignified death for the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. It was not a disgrace to his reputation. There was no right or wrong between the two of them, no deep hatred. There was only a fateful battle. No, I want to take one last gamble. I'll die or not. How can I, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, submit so easily? This is not my personality. Sensing the threat of death, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor erupted with an extreme desire to live and roared crazily. His unyielding nature and pride would not allow him to be forced to accept death like this. It was impossible to be killed so aggrievedly. I want this sky to no longer cover my eyes. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my intentions. My life is up to me. It's not that easy to kill me." The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor roared hysterically, filled with great unwillingness. This was because he was ruthlessly imprisoned by 1,000,000 times the gravity. Therefore, his divine sense was frozen. There was nothing he could do to use it. However, now, relying on the power of this burst of will, he finally loosened the shackle a little. As a result, he successfully opened his inventory. He hurriedly took out an ancient scroll. An ancient aura spewed out, as if it was a timeless song played in the depths of the universe. What's heaven-defying? I, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, am going to defy heaven and change fate today. I won't die like this. From tens of thousands of feet underground, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's violent unwillingness came. He was as unruly as ever. With a roar, a rainbow light shot into the sky. Not only did this rainbow light have this dazzling outside, there was endless power dormant inside. Even Zhou Han frowned slightly and revealed a solemn expression when he saw it. This is the trump card of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor, as expected of an old monster who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. I really can't underestimate him. It can actually erupt with energy fluctuations that make me feel a huge threat. This thing is not simple. With Zhou Han's eyesight, he could instantly sense the huge danger hidden. There was bound to be another fierce battle. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable thrill. This was the instinct of the strong to fight and break through their limits. The rainbow light slowly expanded from a weak beam to 100,000 feet of light. The sword aura released by Zhou Han previously. The colorful light screen inside was annihilated. It was obvious how powerful he was. After all, although it was an ordinary sword aura, this contained the power of the gung metal power and the source enlightening sword light. How could his sword aura be so easy to crack? Now, it was easily annihilated. This meant that the other party's strength was not weaker than Zhou Han's. Otherwise, it was impossible to crack Zhou Han's move like this. Everyone present was attracted by this huge commotion. They sighed in succession. This powerful energy fluctuation had long exceeded their understanding. What a powerful force. This rainbow light curtain has a powerful background. The endless ancient aura on it must have come from the depths of the universe. You're right. It's filled with the unique aura of the universe. I wonder if it's a powerful Dao-grade Dharma treasure or if a super expert has descended. That's right. Unfortunately, we're too weak. We can't see through it at all. What kind of existence is in this rainbow light barrier? Everyone wanted to find out what secrets were behind the rainbow light screen. However, it was obvious that they all ended in failure. This secret was not something weak people could see. This was because they were not qualified at all. In any case, this rainbow light curtain was summoned by the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. Looks like this battle didn't end so early. The proud Heaven Divine would said faintly. His gaze kept checking Zhou Han and the rainbow light screen, wanting to make a comparison analysis of strength. After all, the outcome of this battle concerned his life. If even the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor could not do anything, he had even less way to stop Zhou Han. When he saw the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor being defeated in one move just now, he was ruthlessly suppressed and did not even have a chance to resist. The proud Heaven Divine Wood's heart was in its throat, thinking that everything was about to end. As a result, the appearance of the rainbow light screen added a hint of suspense to this battle, making it even more confusing. The proud Heaven Divine Wood had no idea what the final outcome would be. After all, after seeing Zhou Han's attack, although it was just a casual attack, the power of destruction was shocking. Therefore, the proud Heaven Divine Wood could not determine the outcome of the battle. After all, he could not find Zhou Han's secret. He could not find any information about the rainbow light screen. Oomph, you're so mysterious. Come out. I think you should take a look at. Dawn Lord, Zhou Han said expressionlessly. He activated Starry Sky Perception and probed the rainbow light screen. He easily learned of the existence behind the light screen. It was a super expert, Dawn Lord. To be precise, it was a clone. Ha 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 kid, you're not bad. My reputation has actually been transmitted to such a border planet. A hearty smile came from behind the rainbow light screen. Then the light screen immediately split in half from the middle, and a ball of golden light flew out. It was the Dawn Lord clone, but it controlled extremely powerful light attribute power. That was why the light on his body was too strong. It was like facing 100 suns at close range. They were so blazing that no one dared to look at them directly. Damn, my eyes hurt. What kind of light is this? It actually has such destructive power. I was severely injured with just one look. Do you believe it? One of the leaders of the tree demon tribe said in extreme disbelief and pain. He had never expected such a terrifying existence to be hidden behind the rainbow light screen. What realm is this? Isn't that too exaggerated? What kind of terrifying existence did the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor summon? Strong. Is this the charm of a top expert in the universe? We weaklings aren't even qualified to look at it. As the Dawn Lord slowly appeared, it instantly ignited the entire venue and became the most eye-catching existence. The dark and violent aura and blazing light were like a solar storm, surging with destructive energy fluctuations at all times. At this moment, all the onlookers were filled with great shock. This was indeed the first time they had seen such elegance. The impact it gave them was too great. Kid, I see that you're a talent. I'll give you a chance to follow me. To be able to achieve so much on such a barren planet, I will provide you with more resources. Soon, you will become my best assistant. The Dawn Lord sized up Zhou Han from above and suddenly said, expressing its intentions. Perhaps seeing some clues, the Dawn Lord had the intention to recruit Zhou Han and wanted to subdue him. Clearly, they had taken a fancy to Zhou Han's huge potential. Such a powerful talent would definitely have greater development. His future achievements were limitless. You want to subdue me? How shameless. Do you think you're qualified? Zhou Han could not help but laugh and look at the Dawn Lord as if he was looking at a fool. Perhaps the other party's true body was an extremely powerful existence. But so what? Now, the person opposite him was only a clone. Zhou Han was not afraid. Even if his true body came, it was impossible for him to subdue it. This was Zhou Han's personality. No one could make him submit. Is this the decision you made? Do you know what it means to refuse me? You don't want to know. Therefore, I hope you can consider it carefully. I'll give you 3 minutes. The Dawn Lord still had a faint smile on his face. He was not angry at Zhou Han's sneer. From the beginning to the end, he was extremely calm. There was a sense of nobility that controlled everything. He was high and mighty and arrogant. Perhaps seeing some clues, the Dawn Lord had the intention to recruit Zhou Han and wanted to subdue him. Clearly, they had taken a fancy to Zhou Han's huge potential. Such a powerful talent would definitely have greater development. His future achievements were limitless. You want to subdue me? How shameless. Do you think you're qualified? Zhou Han could not help but laugh and look at the Dawn Lord as if he was looking at a fool. Perhaps the other party's true body was an extremely powerful existence. But so what? Now, the person opposite him was only a clone. Zhou Han was not afraid. Even if his true body came, it was impossible for him to subdue it. This was Zhou Han's personality. No one could make him submit. Is this the decision you made? Do you know what it means to refuse me? You don't want to know. Therefore, I hope you can consider it carefully. I'll give you 3 minutes. The Dawn Lord still had a faint smile on his face. He was not angry at Zhou Han's sneer. From the beginning to the end, he was extremely calm. There was a sense of nobility that controlled everything. He was high and mighty and arrogant. What F King Lord? Stop showing off. My master will definitely become a top expert in the primordial Saint Emperor realm in the future. You trash. I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Before Zhou Han could speak, the ashen illusory beast took the initiative to jump out and curse. This was what he was good at. Sharing his master's burdens was the basic principle of a good qualified pet. Yes, what kind of person are you? Watch how my master kills you. You're just a slightly larger stepping stone. Little Rock was also extremely angry. He could not stand the Dawn Lord's arrogant appearance. He wanted to beat him up just looking at him, but the difference in strength was still too great. He really couldn't defeat him. However, Little Rock believed that no matter how strong the other party was, Zhou Han could obtain the final victory. This was unreserved trust and determination. Is that what you mean? The Dawn Lord's expression was gloomy. After all, no matter how good his mental state was, he would still be a little angry after being scolded like this. His cold gaze met Zhou Han's as he questioned. Zhou Han did not reply. With a raise of his hand, dark elemental energy surged crazily. Samsara, dark sky, a dark element skill that he had just mastered, left his hand, indicating his intentions. Since the battle could not be avoided, he would fight early and end it early. As the Dawn Lord controlled light attribute energy, Zhou Han used dark attribute energy to restrain it and weaken it. Huh. You made the worst choice. In a second, you will definitely regret such a decision. The Dawn Lord shook its head in disappointment. It still felt a little regretful that it could not subdue Zhou Han. However, forceful persuasion did not work. The Dawn Lord did not continue to persuade him. The intention of saying this was obvious. He wanted to defeat Zhou Han in a second. Zhou Han was a little speechless. This guy really knew how to brag. Although a second could completely resolve the battle for a super expert, how could he be so easy to defeat? One had to know that after his glazed golden body was enhanced 29 times, the passive effect of the unyielding golden body was even stronger. After receiving damage, there would be a maximum damage limit, which would deduct 8% of his maximum HP. Therefore, they really could not do anything to Zhou Han in a second. No matter what, it would take 16 seconds. This was under the premise that Zhou Han did not fight back or dodge. At this moment, the golden light on the Dawn Lord flew out and turned into a rain of light that filled the sky. It was very dense that I think you should take a look at. They bombarded Zhou Han crazily below. As expected, he used a big move right away, and it was a large-scale rain of light. It was impossible to dodge at the speed of light. After all, the Dawn Lord did not want to be slapped in the face. If he could not fulfill the harsh words he had said, wouldn't he lose face? Under the impact of the rain of light that filled the sky, with more than 500 million bombardments per microsecond, the reincarnation dark heaven released by Zhou Han could not withstand the burden and dispersed. Great Void Divine Armor. Block it. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Han hurriedly summoned a downgrade defensive Dharma treasure and covered his body. After all, the Dawn Lord clone's strength had reached the 50-star True God grade. This attack naturally far exceeded any opponent he had encountered before. Boom, boom, boom. A huge collision kept sounding on the Great Void Divine Armor. Every drop of light was the condensation of billions of light energy. When they landed on the defensive light barrier of the Great Void Divine Armor, they exploded, erupting with endless destructive power. However, Zhou Han had many Dharma treasures and top-grade equipment. After enhancement, it could unleash extremely powerful strength. Therefore, he could barely withstand such a bombardment. For the time being, the situation was still relatively optimistic. Damn it, you really exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect there to be so many methods. 1 second was very short and long. After experiencing more than 1 trillion bombardments, it finally ended. The Dawn Lord felt a little embarrassed. Now, a second later, Zhou Han looked safe and sound. How is it? Aren't you quite good at bragging? Is that all you've got? 1 second? You can't defeat my master in an hour. The ashen illusory beast began to mock again, looking a little smug. He remembered the arrogant expression of the Dawn Lord just now. He had finally been slapped in the face. Naturally, he had to seize this opportunity to mock him ruthlessly. Yo, yo, yo. The Dawn Lord sounds awesome. It's nothing much. Why don't you call it the Trash Lord? I think it's more appropriate. Little Bone joined in. You've successfully angered me. I'll kill your master first, then cut the 3 of you into pieces. This is the price of having a cheap mouth. The Dawn Lord was a little angry from embarrassment. He was a powerful existence with a noble status. He had never been mocked like this. At this moment, it completely erupted. It was no longer a game. He had to get serious. Only by killing the other party quickly could he regain his dignity. Otherwise, his reputation would fail miserably here today. The Dawn Lord came from another star region and was very far away. If not for the fact that he had been summoned by the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor's special rainbow scroll, his clone would not have appeared here. Therefore, since he was here, he would definitely alarm the big shots of this galaxy. He had to win this battle and end it cleanly. Otherwise, he would definitely become a laughingstock if he was heard. This was an unacceptable outcome for the Dawn Lord. Third divine power, creation light. The light attribute attack that had hit Zhou Han just now. It happened to trigger the effect of ignoring defense. Therefore, Zhou Han was severely injured by this divine power. This is the first time I've suffered such a powerful attack. A 50-star true God-grade divine power is indeed worthy of its reputation. Zhou Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a faint smile. This Dawn Lord was indeed a powerful opponent. It could not be better to use it to temper himself and break through his limits. Only when they were evenly matched could they unleash their strongest strength. The current Zhou Han was in this state. This was also why he was smiling. He's not dead. Your tenacity is really beyond my imagination. The Dawn Lord was surprised again. After all, he was not an ordinary 50-star, true God-grade expert. Instead, the clone of the Dawn Lord could obtain a trace of comprehension from the main body. The power that erupted far exceeded opponents of the same level. Therefore, it was not difficult for the Dawn Lord's clone to fight a 53-star, true God-grade expert. Now, they had missed Zhou Han one after another. This made the Dawn Lord understand that the seemingly ordinary Zhou Han was indeed extraordinary. With the power of a mere peak star grade, he could do this. Even he, the Dawn Lord, could not help but sigh. He had crossed so many realms to fight. It could be seen how abnormal his talent was. These are far from enough to defeat me. I have to get serious. Zhou Han took out a new piece of equipment from his spatial inventory. After changing, his entire body erupted with an extremely strong battle intent. At this moment, the beginningless sovereign scripture circulated crazily in his body. Since you're an opponent on the same level as me, I'll also use my strongest divine power. You have the right. At this moment, the Dawn Lord no longer had arrogance in his eyes. He became cautious. This was a performance of treating Zhou Han as a strong opponent. He had to use his strongest strength. Otherwise, ordinary moves would not have much effect on Zhou Han, who had a shocking defense. First divine power, light kingdom. The Dawn Lord's cold voice sounded. At this moment, he represented the will of light. His body completely disintegrated, turning into light particles. Immediately after, it extended crazily. Not only did it cover the entire Godfiend continent, but it also enveloped countless planets in the universe. Then, the free light in the universe provided the Dawn Lord with endless vast energy. My light kingdom only allows light elements to exist. Erase all the other elements. The incomparably domineering voice came, but it was so chilling with an undeniably powerful dignity. What kind of divine power is this? I can feel an unprecedented burning under this light. Oh no, run. This power is not something we can resist. Oh my God. Is this the true power of a super expert in the universe? We might all be melted today. Damn, what an undeserved calamity. We're too weak. As an incomparably blazing light shone over, many bodies of the surrounding foreign races erupted with huge flames. There were even people who melted directly. It happened in an instant, without time to react. For a moment, there was a loud cry of pain. Howls were endless. Any place enveloped by the Light Kingdom would suffer extreme light attribute attacks that I think you should take a look at. Just as the Dawn Lord had said, he would not allow other elements to exist. Eternal emptiness, time rewind. Seeing this, Zhou Han also felt that something was wrong. A terrifying sense of danger rose in his heart. Therefore, he released eternal emptiness without hesitation, wanting to limit the power of the Dawn Lord. Zhou Han's sharp perception quickly determined that this sense of danger came from the Dawn Lord's first divine power, the Light Kingdom. Clearly, this was the Dawn Lord's strongest divine power. It indeed had unbelievable power. Even if he could withstand it, he would suffer huge injuries. That was why Zhou Han took the initiative to attack. The energy fluctuation of eternal emptiness hit the Dawn Lord accurately, without any obstruction. The power of time? The power to go back 100 million years. Tisk, TSK. Even my main body can't comprehend such profundity, but you actually grasped it? The Dawn Lord exclaimed softly. Zhou Han's methods exceeded his expectations again and again. As he spoke, the power of time took effect. However, in the next second, the Dawn Lord erupted with a stronger aura. Zhou Han was a little puzzled and activated starry sky perception again. He realized that the Dawn Lord's realm had actually reached the 60-star true God grade. What? Why did your realm increase? Zhou Han's expression was a little ugly as he immediately thought of a possibility. You didn't expect this, did you? Thank you for increasing my strength for me and returning to my peak state 100 million years ago. It's really an incomparably wonderful feeling. The Dawn Lord threw his head back and laughed, feeling extremely comfortable. Because he cultivated a special cultivation technique, his realm, and strength had dropped a lot in the past 100 million years. Coincidentally, Zhou Han had gone back 100 million years and enhanced the combat strength of the Dawn Lord. Zhou Han was also speechless. He had also thought of this drawback when turning back time. Unexpectedly, it actually happened today. He could only say that his luck was a little bad. Without thinking too much, the Light Kingdom enveloped Zhou Han. Countless rays of light erupted with endless destructive power, enveloping him from all angles and bombarding him crazily. The huge burning hurt. This attack was too dense. Even if Zhou Han had extremely strong dodging, it was useless. System prompt. The light of this divine power has been detected. It has the characteristic of ignoring invincibility. Please pay attention to your safety. Damn it. Even invincibility can't work. I have to think of something quickly. Otherwise, I might really die here today. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Han also felt a little anxious. His various skills and equipment could provide a lot of invincibility time. This was also what he could rely on to constantly deal with many super experts. However, he was not given a chance to deal with it now. Facing such bombardment, the longer it took, the more passive the situation would be. Boom. The equipment he had just changed into was ruthlessly destroyed by the light that filled the sky within a few seconds. Fortunately, he had enough equipment in his spatial inventory and could barely last a while. How is it? How is my strength? I really have to thank you. If you hadn't raised my realm to 60 star, it would not have been that easy to kill you. Looking at Zhou Han, who was bombarded by endless blazing rays, he was in a sorry state and struggling to hold on. A long-lost smile appeared on the Dawn Lord's face. He was finally in control of the situation. His first divine power could explode more than 1 billion times per microsecond. Therefore, in the face of such a fierce attack, even if Zhou Han had powerful tenacity, he could not last long. Once he used all his methods, he could easily kill Zhou Han. Thinking of this, the Dawn Lord heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed not easy to deal with Zhou Han. He was also forced to use his strongest first divine power. Otherwise, there was no chance of winning at all. System prompt. You have been killed by the Dawn Lord. You have automatically consumed the revival effect of the equipment. Universe set. After resurrection, your HP is 120%, and your defense has increased by 10 times. In less than 3 seconds, the notification came again. You have been killed by the Dawn Lord. You have automatically consumed the revival effect of the equipment. Heavenly Wolf set. After resurrection, your HP is 100%. The 3 Heavenly Wolf souls can bear 50% of the damage for you. It will last for 5 seconds. Notifications kept coming from his mind. On average, Zhou Han would be killed once in a few seconds. Then, he would trigger the special effect of resurrection through peak sovereign-grade equipment. Facing this bombardment, Zhou Han could be said to have no chance to counterattack. The number of times I can revive will eventually be exhausted. What other methods do I have to deal with it now? Zhou Han quickly thought of a countermeasure, wanting to resolve the danger in front of him. The first divine power released by the Dawn Lord, the Light Kingdom, could last for more than an hour. Zhou Han was now killed every few seconds. Therefore, it could not last as long as an hour. Oh, the Sealing Talisman. Enhance it immediately. After checking the Sealing Talisman in his spatial inventory, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. This special item should be able to help him turn the tables. Sealing Talisman. Grade, low-grade downgrade. Type, support seal item. Description, a rune refined by a mighty figure in the universe. As for who it is, because it is too old, it is no longer undetectable. This rune has an extremely powerful sealing effect. In battle, releasing it will have an unexpected effect. Effect, after injecting your divine sense, you can activate the Sealing Talisman. It can seal the spiritual power of no more than 50-star true God-grade experts for 10 microseconds. Within 10 microseconds, not only can the target not use spiritual power, but all attributes will be reduced by 10%. Description, this Sealing Talisman is a one-time consumable. It will disappear automatically after use. This was the effect of the Sealing Talisman. It was low-grade downgrade. Because Zhou Han was worried that his supreme enhancement points were not enough, he kept them in reserve. Therefore, he did not enhance it immediately. Now, in such a dangerous situation, the supreme enhancement points saved could be put to use. The effect of the sealing talisman was obvious. Even a 50-star true God-grade expert was useful. The only troublesome thing now was that the Dawn Lord's current realm had reached the 60-star true God-grade. Therefore, the sealing talisman could not be used. However, this was only an unenhanced effect. Zhou Han had the only SSS rank talent in the universe, infinite enhancement. Once enhanced, it would definitely not disappoint him. I think you should take a look at. System prompt. You have activated the talent, infinite enhancement. As you do not have enough supreme enhancement points. The sealing talisman has only been enhanced 45 times. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. 45 times. As expected, the consumption of downgrade is extraordinary. Zhou Han frowned slightly. He had used more than 400 billion supreme enhancement points. He was naturally a little dissatisfied with the number of enhancements. However, it should be enough. While thinking, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface. The new attributes were obvious. Sealing talisman plus 45. Grade, low-grade downgrade. Type, support seal item. Description, a rune refined by a mighty figure in the universe. As for who it is, because it is too old, it is no longer undetectable. This rune has an extremely powerful sealing effect. In battle, it will have an unexpected effect. Effect, after injecting your divine sense, you can activate the sealing talisman. It can seal the spiritual power of a true God-grade expert below 65 stars for 15 microseconds. Within these 15 microseconds, not only can the target not use spiritual power, but all attributes will be reduced by 20%. Description: this sealing talisman is limited to 3 uses. After using it 3 times, it will automatically disappear. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. The target has increased to a 65-star true God-grade expert. After quickly reading the details, Zhou Han nodded slightly. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely rich at this moment. This time it's my turn to fight back. TSK, do you think I'll give you such a chance? You're just an arrow at the end of its flight now. It's useless to say anything harsh. Because you're bound to lose. There's no chance of turning the tables. The Dawn Lord crossed his arms and stood proudly in the sky as he said confidently. He had always seen Zhou Han's expression just now. The anxiety and battered figure were not fake. Therefore, the Dawn Lord determined that Zhou Han no longer had any extra methods. The winner of this battle was the Dawn Lord. Sealing talisman. Go. Zhou Han did not waste any time. His divine sense poured into the sealing talisman. In the next moment, the surface of the rune erupted with a shocking light. Unknown energy circulated on it. As Zhou Han shouted, a colorful light spot shot out of the sealing talisman. The target was the Dawn Lord. You want to turn the tables with this? What are you? Before he could finish speaking, the Dawn Lord immediately felt a huge change in his body. No matter how he circulated it, there was no energy fluctuation in his body. It was as if an unstoppable supreme will was suppressing his spiritual power. Oh no, what kind of method is this? Without spiritual power, he could be said to be no different from trash. He could only rely on his body to withstand the other party's attack. It would be fine if the attack was weak. If the opponent's attack was very fierce, the Dawn Lord knew the outcome better than anyone. Thinking of this, he was extremely flustered. He never expected Zhou Han to have such a trump card. Now, all he could do was pray that Zhou Han's attack methods were not too strong. Only then could he barely survive the period when he could not use his spiritual power. Unfortunately, Zhou Han had just fused the power of the gung metal profound meaning and had a powerful special effect that dealt true damage. How could his attack power be weak? Therefore, in these 15 microseconds, Zhou Han could definitely kill the Dawn Lord more than 1,000 times. The moment the sealing talisman shot out, Zhou Han followed closely and launched a violent attack. All the Dawn Lord's spiritual power was sealed. Under the bombardment of all kinds of skills, there was no room to resist. After all, he was not a cultivator who mainly cultivated the body. In that case, his body could not reach the abnormal level of Zhou Han's glazed golden body at all. Therefore, the final outcome had already taken the initiative. The Dawn Lord suffered more than 100 billion hits in these 15 microseconds. The light of various elements dissipated in the air, along with the figure of the Dawn Lord. Young man, I'll remember you. We'll meet again in the vast universe. This was the last voice of the Dawn Lord. There was no anger or sorrow. There was only calmness, like an old friend catching up. It was as calm as water. After experiencing shock and panic, at this moment, he knew that defeat could not be changed. It was better to face it calmly. After all, this was only a clone and not true death. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Dawn Lord clone. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate Enhancement is in an activated state. The reward you have obtained will be increased by 1,000 times. You drop 2,000 Primordial Spirit Crystals, 1,000 Dowgrade Equipment, Heaven-Slaying Wrist Guard, and 50,000 Peak Sovereign-Grade Dharma Treasures. The notification in his mind made Zhou Han heave a sigh of relief. He could confirm that the Dawn Lord clone had indeed been killed. The entire battle was dangerous. Many times, Zhou Han fell into a desperate situation. However, with the heaven-defying talent of infinite enhancement, it was not difficult for him to turn the tables. This was also why Zhou Han had always reserved supreme enhancement points. This was the only way to prevent all accidents. He could choose the best response. In many cases, it needed to be based on the opponent's combat strength, attack attributes, surrounding environment, and other factors. Develop a targeted battle plan. Then, the supreme enhancement points reserved were especially important. Zhou Han had more room to choose. Wow, Master, you won again. It was really dangerous just now. My heart is in my throat. The ashen illusory beast hurriedly flew over and said with lingering fear. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the end. At this moment, he was very happy. His master was indeed the invincible man who kept creating miracles. He was ridiculously strong. That's why we have to have confidence in Master. He has many methods. How can he be defeated so easily? Little Rock firmly believed this. They were deeply convinced by Zhou Han's charm and peerless elegance. Master, the thing that dropped this time seems to be a little unusual. Hurry up and take a look. What good treasures are there? Little Bone urged. Clearly, the luster and aura of Dowgrade equipment were on a completely different level from the peak sovereign-grade equipment from before. It was even more dazzling as a powerful force circulated on it. In response, the three pets subconsciously drooled. After all, there were so many of them. The extra would definitely be distributed to them first. Therefore, it was normal for him to be a little impatient. That was Dowgrade equipment. Many true God-grade experts did not have one. Next, they would obtain such top-grade equipment. How could he not be excited? Seeing the three mutated beasts looking straight at the equipment, Zhou Han found it a little funny. He had just looked at the interface slightly. Of course, the ones he paid the most attention to were the Primordial Spirit Crystal, the Sovereign Golden Rune, and Dowgrade items. As the combat strength of the Dawn Lord was indeed very terrifying, this drop rate was also very powerful. There were 2,000 Primordial Spirit Crystals. There were 1,000 Dowgrade equipment. There were 3.2 million Sovereign Golden Runes. Then, there would be countless other peak sovereign-grade items. Zhou Han did not care about these things. Anyway, he could just fuse them. If he was lucky, it could also be of Dowgrade. Of course, Zhou Han would not fuse them all. He would definitely leave some behind as his backup equipment. When fighting the Dawn Lord this time, these spare equipment were quite useful. Zhou Han kept changing his clothes to obtain the number of resurrections. This was also an important reason why he had not been killed. However, only Zhou Han could play this way. No one else could afford it. Not to mention how to obtain so much peak sovereign-grade equipment. Even if you obtained it, these equipment rarely had the characteristics of resurrection. It was all because Zhou Han had activated the talent of infinite enhancement and enhanced it that the special effect of resurrection was born. Therefore, it was not very useful for others to change indefinitely. The equipment will definitely be included. Pack up the spoils of war first. I have to deal with the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor first, Zhou Han said with a smile. After saying that, he looked underground. At this moment, the million times gravity had long disappeared, and the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor was still there. There were only two reasons. Either they knew that the Dawn Lord had failed and pretended to be dead, wanting to lie to Zhou Han. Either that or he had lost consciousness now. The moment he summoned the rainbow card, his spiritual consciousness was severely injured. Zhou Han spread out his divine sense and quickly discovered the current state of the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. He had become muddle-headed and unconscious, like a walking corpse. This was the price to pay for forcefully summoning the Dawn Lord. I'm the strongest in the world. What's Zhou Han? It's impossible for me to lose. I want to change my fate. I was the strongest at that time. The heaven-defying Dragon Emperor repeated these words like a repeater. Clearly, Zhou Han's suppression of him was too strong. Otherwise, the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor would not have said such words even without consciousness. It's over. Zhou Han shook his head slightly, his expression emotionless. At this moment, his emotions mixed. The strongest person in the world was already in his hands. No one in the God-fiend continent could stop him anymore, and his heart surged with pride. At the same time, there were also confusion and worries about the future and the days of traveling the universe. Moreover, he had unknowingly grown to such a height. The top expert he could only look up to in the past was now prostrating at his feet and had lost him. It also made Zhou Han sigh. Zhou Han stood proudly in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking up at the starry sky. In short, his emotions were extremely complicated. As expected, they were telepathic. He had just thought of Han Qinxue and the others. They sent a message. Clearly, they had heard the announcement and knew that Zhou Han was leaving the God-fiend continent. Han, are you really leaving? I can't bear to leave you. I'm really lonely without you. I'm so flustered. I don't know what to do. Han Qinxue sent a message. Zhou Han, it's been a few years. I've always been. An explosive sword aura shot out from Zhou Han's fingertip and clearly hit the heaven-defying Dragon Emperor. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Dawn Lord clone. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate Enhancement is in an activated state. The reward you have obtained will be increased by 1,000 times. You dropped 1.3 million Sovereign Golden Runes and 72,000 peak Sovereign Grade pills. The kill notification sounded. A large number of item information kept spamming on the interface. Immediately after, an ethereal voice sounded in Zhou Han's mind again. This time, the voice was clearly different from before. Like a distant chant, it was extremely mysterious. Zhou Han raised his eyebrows and his body subconsciously tensed up. System prompt. Congratulations, you have completed the special mission. Within the three of you, you can leave the God-fiend continent and enter the cosmic galaxy to explore more powerful forces. With the notification, Zhou Han clearly felt his body become extremely light. It was as if the invisible shackles on his body had all disappeared at this moment. Are you really free? Zhou Han did not feel very happy. At the thought of the Tao Lord hidden behind the scenes, his mood became a little solemn again. After breaking free from the cage of the God-fiend continent, he might not be able to escape the Tao Lord's supervision. Just as Zhou Han was thinking, another notification sounded. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Han for being the first player to complete a special mission and successfully escape. Special reward, a Tao grade weapon. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Zhou Han for being the first player to complete a special mission and successfully escape. Special reward, a Tao grade weapon. 10 consecutive announcements sounded in the minds of every player. To be precise, it was all the players who had entered the God-fiend continent in the same batch as Zhou Han. This announcement was too shocking, but it caused an uproar and erupted in an unprecedented commotion. Damn, Zhou Han of the Dragon Kingdom is so f-king powerful. He can actually escape the shackles of the God-fiend continent. What kind of strength is he? What do you mean by breaking free? Why don't I understand? Can a big shot explain? I'm only Emperor grade. I've seen too little. I heard from a Sovereign grade expert that after advancing to the Sovereign grade, the system will issue an exclusive special mission. As long as you complete it, you can ascend, leave the God-fiend continent, and obtain greater strength. Oh, I know. Isn't this what clearing the level means? Zhou Han of the Dragon Kingdom is equivalent to clearing this game. Hiss. What a fierce person. We can only look up to such a big shot. I don't know about the rest. Anyway, a Tao grade weapon is definitely invincible. Of course, Tao grade is even more advanced than a sovereign artifact. Its power is needless to say. That's right. Unknowingly, Brother Han has become a legend. We're also lucky to be able to witness the rise of such an expert. At this moment, everyone in the world erupted in intense discussion. There was only one topic to discuss, and that was Zhou Han. This was an existence even more terrifying than a god to everyone. After all, Zhou Han's shocking battle results could bring endless commotion. Most players only admired Zhou Han. A small number of players only had reverence and fear for Zhou Han. Boss is mighty. Although I knew this day would come, I didn't expect it to come so early. Brother Han, we can't bear to part with you. I'm a little flustered without you. Boss, when are you leaving the God-Fiend continent? In the God-Slaying Hall Guild group, all the members kept spamming Zhou Han. It expressed his inner exclamation and strong reluctance. After all, they had been taken care of by Zhou Han too much. This was a kindness that he could not repay with a lifetime. Many players with only F-rank talent were at the bottom. It was because the God-Slaying Hall had taken them in that their lives changed drastically from then on. If he directly rose up forcefully, he could also become a powerhouse in the God-Fiend continent. Their combat strength crushed most players. This was the power the God-Slaying Hall had given them, giving them a second life. This was not too much at all. The God-Fiend continent was filled with great danger. With a low-level talent, it was even more difficult to survive. Therefore, it was obvious how grateful these members were to Zhou Han. No matter how crazy they acted, it was very normal. Zhou Han did not feel annoyed by the constant notifications in the guild group. At this moment, his heart was very warm. It felt very good to be noticed and cared for by so many people. Don't worry, I can still stay for 3 days. I'll definitely see you before I leave. Sensing everyone's enthusiasm, Zhou Han opened the guild group and replied in unison. Okay, boss. We'll wait for you. Boo-hoo, at the thought of never seeing Brother Han again in this life. I feel suffocated. We'll work hard too. As long as we have powerful strength, we can leave the God-Fiend continent. Boss, we won't let you down. Zhou Han touched the message for a few minutes before closing the virtual interface. He could only stay for 3 days. He had to deal with something. Not only the guild, but also his women. After all, he, Zhou Han, was a very responsible man. He would definitely not let down these women who loved him deeply. They loved him deeply, and Zhou Han would also repay them. System prompt. You have received a private message. Please pay attention to check it in time. You have received a private message. Please check it in time. You have received a private message. Please check it in time. His friend's messages came one after another. As expected, they were telepathic. He had just thought of Han Qinxue and the others. They sent a message. Clearly, they had heard the announcement and knew that Zhou Han was leaving the God-Fiend continent. Han, are you really leaving? I can't bear to leave you. I'm really lonely without you. I'm so flustered. I don't know what to do. Han Qinxue sent a message. Zhou Han, it's been a few years. I've always been. All kinds of female confidants sent messages. The words were filled with longing for Zhou Han. The reason why they had not contacted him much was mainly because they were afraid of delaying Zhou Han's increase in strength. After all, Zhou Han had shocking talent, and his future achievements were limitless. Therefore, none of them wanted to affect Zhou Han because of their own selfishness. That was unacceptable to them. However, things were different now. After Zhou Han completed the special mission, it meant that he was about to leave the God-Fiend continent. There was not much time left. If they didn't contact each other now, they might never have a chance in their lives. This was the reason why all her female confidants had sent messages after hearing the announcement. No matter what the future held, what they wanted to do now was to see Zhou Han one last time and pour out the most primitive desire in their hearts. They did not ask for longevity. As long as they had it once, it was enough. In the future, they had once had an unforgettable memory with a top expert like Zhou Han. It was definitely an incomparably wonderful experience that could not be erased from their memories. I've received all your messages. You didn't let me down, and I've never left you. That's why I'll definitely visit you. However, I still have to complete a mission now. It's very fast. I won't keep you waiting. Zhou Han smiled and replied in unison. That mission was naturally the hidden mission, Tao Lord Clue. It would have been fine if it was an ordinary mission. However, this mission was not ordinary. It had the meaning of the abyss. Not only could he obtain the mission treasure chest after completing the mission, but he could also obtain some information about the Tao Lord. Therefore, Zhou Han had to complete it. He had no choice but to let these female confidants wait a little longer. Anyway, it wouldn't matter for a while. Okay, Han, I'll wait for you. What uniform do you like? I'll prepare it immediately. Han Qinxue said happily. Yes, I'll definitely wait for you. As long as you don't come, I'll wait for you for the rest of my life. Mei Aoshua hurriedly replied. In the past, she would definitely not have said such words. However, she could not care less now. Zhou Han smiled. This was indeed Mei Aoshua's stubborn personality. There were also replies from other female confidants. After reading them, he temporarily threw away unnecessary thoughts and closed the interface. Congratulations, Master, you finally escaped your restraints. The universe is so big that we can do whatever we want. The ashen illusory beast said excitedly. The universe was so big. Who wouldn't want to see it? Zhou Han was no exception. If he had not even experienced the mysteries of the universe himself, how could he reach the top? I can't wait to chase after greater power. Little Rock flapped its big golden wings. Every time he was extremely excited, it would form a reflex. Master, the spoils of war have been counted. Check it. Little Bowen reminded him with a smile at the resources piled into a mountain in front of it. Very good. The benefits this time are especially generous. Zhou Han glanced around and was very satisfied. It's mainly because Master is extremely brave. You can even kill a 50-star true God-grade expert. Who in this universe can fight above their level? Who else? The ashen illusory beast roared at the sky. Those who did not know would think that he had personally killed a 50-star true God-grade expert. The reason why he acted like this was mainly because he had long been bound to Zhou Han. His master was majestic, so he was naturally happy to see it. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Only my master can decide everything. Ask the vast universe, who rules the rise and fall. Who else can it be but Zhou Han? Perhaps because they were too excited today, the more they bragged, the more excited they became. That's enough. Zhou Han stopped their flattery in time. He also knew that they were all joking. Just like good friends chatting, they flattered each other. He was still very cautious about the current situation. They would not become arrogant because of their bragging. We have to keep a low profile. The universe is so big. Who knows what secrets there are? I have to maintain my reverence. I have to explore cautiously and constantly accumulate strength to become stronger. This was Zhou Han's principle. He had always implemented it like this. For the time being, he had gained a lot. Therefore, in the future, he would only have to implement such a rule. He would break through the limit and reach the peak soon. With so many resources, it would be very tiring to scan them one by one with his divine sense. Fortunately, there was an auxiliary system. Be it numbers or types of items, he could quickly organize all the data. Sometimes, Zhou Han thought that the system had many similarities with the divine sense. Could the system be a manifestation of a top-grade divine sense effect? Without thinking too much, the attribute description on the virtual interface attracted his attention. Heaven-slaying wrist guard. Grade, low-grade downgrade. Type, bracer equipment. Description, at the beginning of forging, it was given super powerful strength. The explosive power was successfully activated and split the sky tens of thousands of times, giving it the name Heaven-slaying. It's a downgrade equipment that can add a different luster to your strength. Basic attributes. In combat, your defense will increase by 1,000,000 times. Every second of combat, your attack power will increase by 10,000 times. The upper limit is 10,000,000 times. 5 seconds after leaving combat, the increase in attack power will automatically be 0. Exclusive skill, Proud Frost 9 consecutive slash. The power of extreme ice sealed in the wrist guard is completely activated, releasing 9 ice lights to kill the target. There is a 40% chance of ignoring the other party's resurrection characteristic, as expected of a downgrade equipment. It displayed such powerful strength without enhancement. A low-grade downgrade is not something a peak sovereign grade can fight against. After Zhou Han saw the attributes on the interface, he nodded slightly and smiled happily. In terms of basic attributes, as long as he entered a combat state, he could increase his defense and attack power. There were many times the increase. Then, it also had an exclusive skill, Proud Frost 9 consecutive slash. It was not clear how powerful it was, but it could ignore the target's resurrection characteristics. It was very powerful. After all, this top characteristic was rare. Usually, after Zhou Han enhanced it, there was a certain chance of activating it. Basic attributes. In combat, your defense will increase by 1,000,000 times. Every second of combat, your attack power will increase by 10,000 times. The upper limit is 10 million times. 5 seconds after leaving combat, the increase in attack power will automatically be 0. Exclusive skill, Proud Frost 9 consecutive slash. The power of extreme ice sealed in the wrist guard is completely activated, releasing 9 ice lights to kill the target. There is a 40% chance of ignoring the other party's resurrection characteristic, as expected of a downgrade equipment. It displayed such powerful strength without enhancement. A low-grade downgrade is not something a peak sovereign grade can fight against. Now, this heaven-slaying wrist guard had already displayed surprising attributes before it was enhanced. That was why Zhou Han was so satisfied and kept smiling. That meant that as long as he activated enhancement, the heaven-slaying wrist guard would go up countless floors on its original foundation. The special effects would directly explode. Unfortunately, the supreme enhancement points are not enough. After completing this mission, I'll open the mission treasure chest I kept previously. At that time, I can definitely earn a huge number of supreme enhancement points. Zhou Han thought to himself. He was talking about the mission treasure chest he had obtained after completing the hidden mission in the ancient Desolation Tower. However, without enough supreme enhancement points to enhance the mission treasure chest, if he rashly activated it, it would definitely be a huge loss. Therefore, Zhou Han planned to enhance a portion of the mission treasure chests after obtaining the supreme enhancement points. He would definitely obtain supreme enhancement points from the mission treasure chest. At that time, the remaining mission treasure chests could also be enhanced. It was equivalent to nurturing battle with battle. There was no danger now. If he encountered a situation he could not deal with, Zhou Han would definitely open all the 1,000 mission treasure chests in his hand without hesitation. He would use the supreme enhancement points obtained to achieve a heaven-defying turnaround. Of course, that was the last thing he wanted. This was because that meant that he would lose an incomparably huge number of supreme enhancement points. Master, how is the effect of this wrist guard? The ashen illusory beast rubbed its hands and asked with a flattering smile. His gaze was locked on the heaven-slaying wrist guard, and his eyes erupted with desire. After all, this was downgrade equipment. They naturally yearned to have such high-grade equipment with powerful effects. Look at how convinced you are. You're like inexperienced people. Let's each choose one. It's enough. Zhou Han waved his hand and said heroically. After all, after 1,000 times the enhancement, there were 1,000 heaven-slaying wrist guard. Zhou Han had no use for the extra for the time being. After all, it was currently impossible for the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome to fuse with downgrade equipment. Only after having enough enhancement points and enhancing them more times could he fuse downgrade equipment again. Therefore, Zhou Han was never stingy with his pets. They had increased their combat strength and could become stronger hands. After being independent, he could complete more things independently. All right. Thank you, Master. Master, you're indeed handsome. You're the #1 handsome man in the universe. Amidst the cheers, the ashen illusory beast and the others obtained downgrade equipment and were in a very good mood. Zhou Han did not pay attention to this and continued to check these items. Unfortunately, he did not find any other useful items. He could only store the Sovereign Golden Rune and the Primordial Spirit Crystal alone. These were all the items he needed to accumulate at the moment. One was material for 30 times of physical enhancements. The other was material to help control the primordial power. System prompt. The reward downgrade weapon has been issued to your spatial inventory. Do you want to check it? Good. Has it been transferred? I wonder what weapon it is. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han was delighted and looked forward to it. However, there were also some worries. After all, the weapon he used was a sword, and other weapons could be used. However, its attack power would be greatly reduced and have complete side effects. Therefore, it was hard to say if the weapon rewarded was a sword. If it really affected his mentality, Zhou Han had no choice. To him, other weapons were just a pile of scrap metal. As he thought about it, Zhou Han opened the spatial inventory. I'm relieved. It's a sword-type weapon. The moment he saw the appearance of the weapon in the inventory, Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief and smiled again. As long as it was a weapon he could use, that was enough. After all, the downgrade could not be weak. Even if it was a little weak, it didn't matter. He had the only SSS rank talent in the entire universe, infinite enhancement. Not strong enough. Then I'll enhance it until it has heaven-defying special effects. Therefore, With such talent, Zhou Han was not worried at all. Without another word, with a thought, the sword was taken out of his spatial inventory. A huge blood light spewed out, and everything within 1,000,000 miles was immediately enveloped in endless blood. A violent aura that wanted to slaughter the entire universe spewed out of the golden body. That was the endless will to kill, the endless arrogance, the dominance that dared to challenge the entire universe. Hiss! This weapon is not simple. I feel my soul tremble in this blood light. Little Bone's expression changed drastically as it glanced around in fear. This was a blood-red sword. It was as if the astral god of slaughter lived inside, making people look at him directly. It seemed that if he took a second look, his consciousness would be impacted by this killing power. The quality of this blood sword is definitely not low. It's very likely reached the intermediate Dao grade. The ashen illusory beast guessed. This was because it was easy to make a judgment from the aura emitted by the blood sword. They had also seen some low-grade Dao grade from Zhou Han. Without exception, the aura emitted was not as sharp as this blood sword. Therefore, intermediate Dao grade was about right. Interesting. Let's see what kind of surprise it will bring. Zhou Han muttered to himself and immediately activated appraisal, wanting to check. In the next moment, the blood sword released a blood light. It actually charged at Zhou Han. Hee. You're not convinced. You do have character. I like it. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up slightly. He was not surprised by the blood sword's counterattack. It was normal for an intermediate Dao grade weapon to have its own spiritual consciousness. However, some spiritual senses were more docile. For example, the heaven-slaying wrist guard just now was like this. From appraisal to wearing it, it did not resist at all and was very cooperative. With docile spiritual consciousness, they naturally had unruly spiritual consciousness. Clearly, the blood sword in front of him had such spiritual consciousness. It was just as violent as the power it released. A violent roar kept coming from the blood sword, shaking the world. It revealed the powerful characteristics of the intermediate Dao grade. This energy fluctuation alone could turn everything within 1,000,000 miles into ashes. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling the blood sword was and how it struggled, it was in vain. This was because he had encountered a combined attack of top forces. Therefore, there was no chance of winning at all. After all, Zhou Han had 3 top-notch powers gathered in his body. That was the power of the creation jade disc. Then there was the source enlightening sword light. The other was the power of the starry dragon god bloodline. Any one of them could suppress the blood sword. Not to mention the pressure of 3 powers released at the same time. Could he withstand it? Only Zhou Han could gather 3 top powers at once. With this release, the blood sword immediately suffered an unprecedented blow. Submit to me in 3 seconds. Otherwise, I'll remove you permanently and you'll no longer exist in the world. Zhou Han said coldly without a trace of emotion. His expression when he spoke was extremely domineering. He did have the right to be so domineering. After all kinds of impressive battle results were displayed here. This was the peerless elegance of the strong. It was vividly displayed on Zhou Han's body, releasing the domineering aura of a king. It enveloped the blood sword and displayed endless dignity. 1, 3. Zhou Han timed calmly like a timer. I'm willing to submit. Please take me in, my master. An incomparably hoarse voice came from the blood sword, although it was endlessly unwilling. However, when its life was threatened, it would definitely make the best choice. Therefore, it hurriedly said these words of submission. You're making a choice now? 3 seconds have passed. You were the one who hesitated. Zhou Han said coldly, his eyes flickering with extreme danger. What else do you want? The consciousness in the blood sword did not expect Zhou Han to say this. In his opinion, the other party must be very happy that he had taken the initiative to submit. Then, he would take advantage of the situation and subdue him. Wouldn't he have to treat him well? After all, it was an intermediate Dao grade weapon. This was an incomparably precious quality. In the vast universe, it would also cause a huge pursuit. However, Zhou Han's attitude was completely different from what the blood sword had expected. I'm a man of my word. If you don't agree in 3 seconds, I'll remove you. I naturally have to destroy you now. Zhou Han revealed a cruel smile. It was just an intermediate Dao grade weapon. So what? It was indeed of advanced quality. However, after Zhou Han entered the universe, he would definitely obtain such advanced quality. Therefore, he did not care. What? Do you know what you're talking about? With my advanced quality, will you really make such a stupid choice? The consciousness in the blood sword was shocked. It never expected things to develop like this. The other party actually had such courage to really destroy him. If it had known, it wouldn't have dared to be conceited. It hesitated for a second, causing this situation. You're permanently removed. With a stretch of his hand, a ball of destructive light bombarded the blood sword. Oh no, how can you do this? There was one last desperate sound from the blood sword's consciousness before it was completely annihilated. The blood sword shattered into a few pieces in the inventory of this destructive power. Master, you're really bold. You didn't even blink when destroying a medium-grade downgrade weapon like this. What do you know? This is Master's prestige. It can't be lost. Of course. It's just that domineering. The three pets' eyes were filled with great admiration and surprise. After all, not everyone had such courage. System prompt. A high-quality sword embryo has been detected. Your weapon, Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter, can be perfectly fused. Do you want to fuse it immediately? I knew it. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han smiled. This was the real reason why he dared to destroy the blood sword. Through his starry sky perception, Zhou Han investigated the blood sword in depth. He discovered that the killing aura was exactly the same as the energy of the Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter. Therefore, the two could definitely be perfectly compatible. If the Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter had directly fused instead of destroying the blood sword's consciousness, then there was a high chance that Little Sovereign would be devoured by the other party. This was something Zhou Han did not want to see. After all, Little Sovereign had been with him for so many years and had a deep relationship. Zhou Han definitely could not lose the Little Sovereign just like that. That was why he chose to destroy the blood sword's consciousness. He did not hesitate to lose an intermediate downgrade item to fulfill Little Sovereign's wish. The powerful material of the blood sword was there. As long as Little Sovereign grew to the strength of the blood sword's consciousness before, he could still recover to the intermediate downgrade. Zhou Han was very confident in the Little Sovereign. He could definitely do this. It was even possible to reach a higher level. Begin fusion, Zhou Han replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword embryo in the air was pulled by an invisible force. They all converged into the Little Sovereign's sword body. This power is shocking. Little Sovereign was extremely shocked and in disbelief. He did not know why happiness had come so suddenly. As long as he fused all this power, it would undergo a huge transformation. What are you waiting for? Absorb it quickly. I've suffered heavy losses for you. Damn it, work hard for me. Zhou Han scolded jokingly. However, he felt that it was all worth it. After all, no matter how strong a weapon was, if it did not obey and resisted too much, its compatibility would not be enough. The power it could unleash naturally could not be 100%. It might even cause other problems. This was also how important it was for a satisfactory weapon to connect with him and match perfectly. Yes, Master. I won't say much about gratitude. What I have to do is constantly stimulate my potential. What's a medium-grade downgrade? In the future, I will definitely reach the high-grade and top-grade downgrade, Little Sovereign said firmly. Just like its unyielding personality, it dared to break through its limits and constantly transform. Zhou Han smiled in relief. He believed that Little Sovereign could definitely do it. A huge amount of blood energy was absorbed crazily. For the Sovereign-grade Sovereign Bloodheaven Splitter, this was a huge torture and test. Due to the difference in realm, therefore, there was still a lot of dedication. If the Little Sovereign could not control the blood and the terrifying slaughter power, then, eventually, it would be permanently erased. Zhou Han could not interfere in this devouring and absorption process. However, even if he could interfere, he wouldn't do anything. If the Little Sovereign could not even pass this test, how could he advance to a higher level in the future? The test in the future would be thousands of times harder than this. Therefore, if Zhou Han could interfere for a while, could he interfere for the rest of his life? Little Sovereign could only walk this path himself. What Zhou Han could do was to encourage him and have confidence in him. At this moment, only the Little Sovereign's endless roars were left in the entire space. This roar was not anger, but a catharsis of great pain. Little Sovereign, you must hold on. We've all taken off. You're the only one left. The ashen illusory beast shouted. He had already advanced to the primordial realm. There was nothing wrong with saying that he had taken off. Master consumed a medium-grade weapon as the price. Little Sovereign, if you don't succeed, will you be worthy of Master's efforts? Little Rock also said loudly. They had to stay together for a long time and were very close. Therefore, he naturally did not want anything to happen to the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. In that case, he would lose a good brother. After 10 minutes, the endless roars finally disappeared. System prompt. Congratulations, your weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, has successfully transformed into a low-grade Tao-grade weapon. The relevant attribute data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check it in time. It worked. I knew you could do it, kid. Little Sovereign, you do have some skills. Damn, I thought I'd never see you again. Peace returned to the sky, and the three mutated beasts instantly reacted. The Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter had successfully transformed, and all of them surged over and said excitedly. The aura emitted from the sword was even sharper. An endless killing aura filled the entire space. Just this aura could be felt that there was a shocking difference from before. A smile finally bloomed on Zhou Han's face. A low-grade Tao-grade was definitely incomparable to a medium-grade Tao-grade, but he was not depressed because of this. With the material of the sword there, Zhou Han would not even need to exert strength in the future before the Little Sovereign could automatically advance to this level. As for how much time it would take, it would depend on Little Sovereign's own efforts. Master, I'm not embarrassing you. In the future, I have to become stronger. I'll accompany you to appreciate the endless mysteries of the universe and challenge the peak opponent in the sea of stars. I'll watch the sun rise and set with you. I'll accompany you. The Little Sovereign became more and more excited. His gratitude was indescribable. Stop. You're not my woman. Don't say such mushy words. Zhou Han reached out to stop it and shook his head speechlessly. This was his great charisma. Not only were countless women thinking about him, but even his pets and weapons were so in love. Master, don't you know? I've always been a woman. Little Sovereign said aggrievedly. Her master had never known her gender. It was a blow. What? A woman? Zhou Han slapped his head. He really did not notice. First of all, Little Sovereign was a consciousness. Her voice was very neutral. Then, those who only knew how to kill all day did not say much. Therefore, Zhou Han did not pay much attention to this. Yes. After I advance to the low-level Tao grade now, I can completely control my consciousness. In the past, it was always affected by the slaughter power, so it only knew how to shout and fight. Little Sovereign hurriedly explained. I see. I say, why are you so talkative today? Zhou Han finally understood the reason. However, even if Little Sovereign was a woman, that was all. Could it be impossible? After saying a few words, Zhou Han looked at the virtual interface and clearly found the current attribute data of Little Sovereign. Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Grade, low-grade Tao grade. Type, longsword type weapon. Description, it has been stained with the blood of the primordial Saint Emperor, causing the entire sword body to undergo a huge mutation and awaken endless terrifying power. Hence, it is called the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. The sword body is filled with a blood-red color, and violent slaughter power surges on it. It uses blood to stop bleeding and kill to stop killing. Only blood can stop killing. Killing one is a sin. Killing a million is an eternal true God, and killing a million is the primordial Saint Emperor. With terrifying growth potential, your future achievements are immeasurable. Basic attributes. In combat, your attack power will increase by 50 million times, and your life leech effect will increase by 1,000,000 times. 5 seconds after leaving combat, this state will automatically disappear. Exclusive skill, Supreme Slaughter. After your killing intent locks onto the target, under the influence of the Berserk Slaughter power, the target's attack power will decrease by 30%. Any damage caused to you will automatically decrease by 50%. Unique passive, Great Tao of Killing. For every primordial realm expert killed, you can randomly absorb 1 in 10,000 to 1% of the primordial power in their body. The Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter's name did not change. It had been enhanced 200 times previously, but it had all been reset. After all, it was Tao grade. If he wanted to enhance it 200 times, the supreme enhancement points consumed would at least exceed 10 trillion. Therefore, Zhou Han was not surprised that the enhancement number had been reset. Awesome. It's been stained with the blood of the primordial Saint Emperor. No wonder the blood sword consciousness was so arrogant previously. Zhou Han's eyes flashed with shock. This meant that the material and background of the blood sword were extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he have the chance to come into contact with the blood of the primordial Saint Emperor? Fortunately, Zhou Han had 3 top powers. Otherwise, he really could not deal with the blood sword consciousness. After all, this background was indeed a little exaggerated. Ordinary people were indeed not his match. Very good. The better the material of the sword, the higher the potential. I believe it won't be long before Little Sovereign's efforts reach a higher level. Zhou Han thought happily. Previously, the Little Sovereign was a killing machine. His spiritual consciousness had been affected by the slaughter power, so this would not happen now. Therefore, it was more reassuring in terms of comprehension. Without thinking too much, Zhou Han continued reading. Basic attributes could increase attack power by 50 million times. The multiplier was very powerful. Then, there was the powerful life leech effect. It gave Zhou Han a shocking advantage in a protracted battle. Other than his basic attributes, there were also 2 skills that made Zhou Han's eyes light up, and he was extremely satisfied. The first skill was Supreme Slaughter. Other than his basic attributes, there were also 2 skills that made Zhou Han's eyes light up, and he was extremely satisfied. The first skill was Supreme Slaughter. Reducing the target's attack power and damage was indirectly increasing his attack power and damage. Therefore, the effect of this exclusive skill was still very powerful. Zhou Han was quite satisfied. After all, his output had been enhanced again. That was a good thing. This was the powerful power displayed by a low-grade Dao-grade weapon. As expected, it was not something Sovereign grade could compare to. In the future, if it was enhanced again, it would directly take off. Then, the second skill was the passive skill, Great Dao of Killing. Damn, this is awesome. After killing the target, you can also absorb the other party's primordial power. Do you believe it? Zhou Han was also extremely surprised. This passive effect could be said to be very exaggerated. One had to know that the accumulation of primordial power was not so easy. There were very few ways to obtain pure natural primordial power. For the time being, Zhou Han only knew that the primordial spirit crystal contained a trace of primordial power. That ratio was very rare. It was unknown if there was a 1 in 10,000 ratio of 1-star primordial power. Therefore, if he wanted to use the primordial spirit crystal to increase the star level of his primordial power, unless he obtained a very large number, otherwise, it would be nothing. However, the passiveness of this Great Dao of Killing seemed very powerful. He thought that the target he killed was a true God-grade expert. Then the other party's star level was at least 11-star. If it was 1 in 10,000 of the 11-star primordial power, the benefits would be very considerable. Moreover, the proportion obtained varied at random, from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 100. As long as one was lucky, it was possible to obtain a 1% ratio. At that time, the target he killed would become stronger. 50-star true God grade, 101-star eternal true God grade, and so on. The stronger the target killed, the higher the benefits. It's indeed the Great Dao of Killing. By killing your way into the Dao, you can achieve a different peak path. Zhou Han sighed excitedly. It was different after being stained with the blood of the primordial Saint Emperor. Zhou Han did not expect the characteristics of the sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter to become so powerful. This meant that the future sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter would have greater potential to unearth. At that time, Zhou Han was looking forward to how powerful it would be. Then, the items that should be fused were fused. He appraised everything useful to Zhou Han in detail and categorized them together. After changing into the latest equipment, his combat strength also welcomed a huge increase. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 362, 51.44%. Health, 1,111.1 trillion. Attack, 450.00 billion. Defense, 417.77 billion. Soul Power, 381.88 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Sword Emperor Ring, Heavenly Fate Bracelet, Flame Emperor Necklace. Support Equipment, Demon Emperor Earrings, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Heavenly Saint Battle Robe, Heaven Slaying Wrist Guard, Battle Sovereign Belt, Heavenly Fate Leg Guard, Universe Set, Star River Set, Dharma Treasures, Great Void Divine Armor, Star Sea Demon Saber, Human Sovereign Seal, Creation Jade Disc Fragment, Primordial Heaven Suppressing Seal, Heavenly Martial Golden Armor, Heaven Defying Bead, Ancestral Phoenix Shield, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Cloud Sky Blood Dragon Spear, Grand Supreme Array, Mirror Demon Book, Cold Sea Blood Lust Bead. Cultivation Technique, Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, Tao Seeding Immortal Technique, Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture, Beginner version of the Beginningless Scripture, Extreme, Divine Sword Technique, Proud Heaven Ice Emperor Technique, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record, Grand Soul Tao, Fire Qilin Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Gem, Killing Gem, Immortal Gem, Scorching Sun Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Starry Dragon God, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart, plus 29, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body, plus 29, open and see the details. His current health had already exceeded 1 trillion, and his other attributes had also greatly increased. It was mainly because he had consumed all kinds of powerful pills. Moreover, after experiencing a life-and-death battle, Zhou Han could also stimulate his body's potential and break through his limit. Therefore, this increase in all attributes was within his expectations. Begin heading to the mission location. With Zhou Han's order, the group entered the spatial coordinates in a mighty manner. In the next moment, the mission destination was right in front of them. A huge tree stood here. Countless branches crisscrossed, forming an incomparably vast tree city. The city was green and spewed with the great vitality of life. Damn, this tree is not simple. This pressure is 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times stronger than on the Dawn Lord. The ashen illusory beast exclaimed. Without needing him to say it, Zhou Han knew that it was extraordinary. Looks like after enhancing the hidden mission scroll, the mission will become even more difficult. This was the situation in the ancient Desolation Tower previously. Zhou Han finally fought a 30-star, true God-grade expert. The same was true for the ancient tree city in front of him. These mysterious powers that should not have appeared on the barren God-fiend continent. Now one after another appeared. In the end, it was because Zhou Han had enhanced the mission scroll. Otherwise, such power would never have appeared. He glanced around the ancient tree city and did not see anything. Zhou Han did not waste any time and walked in. Fortunately, there was no obstruction. After walking for more than 1,000,000 kilometers, they only encountered 2 waves of battle. The wild monster leaders were respectively at the 26-star True God grade and 28-star True God grade. At this level, perhaps Zhou Han would have been more cautious a few days ago. But now, this power was still not enough. He only needed to release a sword aura to easily destroy them. This was his heaven-defying potential. His strength could increase greatly every day. He was still some distance from the final boss. Zhou Han was not in a hurry and slowly advanced. After all, for the time being, he did not sense anything unusual. Therefore, it was better to advance slowly according to the conventional plan. As the mission route was limited, if he wanted to travel through the spatial coordinates, the mission would end in failure. He had to walk honestly. In the depths of the endless sea of stars, an old man sat in a black hole. Endless energy in the universe surged into his body crazily. The old man's body seemed to be the black hole itself. After endless energy was absorbed, there was not much of a reaction. It seemed ordinary. Phew, time passes so quickly. I didn't expect to be in seclusion for 10 billion years. The old man smiled and sighed. The moment he opened his eyes, explosions kept coming from around him. As far as the eye could see, the trillions of stars in the galaxy seemed to be unable to withstand the huge pressure. The explosion came from these stars. At this glance, more than half of the vast galaxy was destroyed. My cultivation for 10 billion years is still somewhat effective. Seeing this, the old man nodded slightly, satisfied. Look at my 49 clones. How are things going? The old man waved his hand gently. In an instant, 49 figures appeared in the void. They all looked hugely similar to the old man. "Welcome out, Master." "Awesome, my lord. We've been preparing all these years to help you ascend to the divine position of the 9 giants of the universe. You're getting stronger and stronger. You must have a place in the seats of the 9 giants this time." Many clones flattered. The aura emitted from their bodies was also very powerful. When they appeared together, the surrounding stars had long collapsed. Their powerful strength was obvious. "Yes. Is there anything unusual in the galaxies under your jurisdiction?" the old man asked. He clearly had no need to understand ordinary situations. This was because his clone could handle it. He did not have to worry. He would only attack personally if there was a power he could not control. "Master, speaking of anomalies, there's really something unusual about the original galaxy I'm in charge of," one of the clones reported in a low voice. "Oh, tell me." The old man took out a pot of fine wine soaked in starlight and said casually as he tasted it. "It's like this. In the original galaxy's East Zone 9, there's a very barren planet called the God-Fiend continent. I wonder if you remember?" The clone opened the mouthpiece and spoke slowly. Logically speaking, what kind of status did the old man have on such an inconspicuous planet? Why would he pay attention to such a weak area? However, the old man's answer was unexpected. "Of course I remember. That planet is really strange. Many top experts have appeared. Great God Pangu, beginningless sovereign, divine emperor Xin Yuan, sky-reaching hall master, and so on. I can't count them with my hands." The old man sighed slightly. Even someone as powerful as him could not see through the reason. "Therefore, I took matters into my own hands. Hundreds of millions of years ago, I forcefully absorbed that planet into one of my spatial Dharma treasures. The goal is to discover the mysteries inside. Perhaps we can unlock the secrets." The clone hurriedly apologized. After all, the old man was still in seclusion at that time, and he had not been approved. "Yes, I don't blame you. You did very well in this matter." The old man stroked his beard slightly, his eyes flashing with admiration. Then, he warned, "However, don't let Great God Pangu and the others know. Otherwise, even I can't protect you." He looked very serious as he said this. Clearly, beginningless sovereign and the others did not dare to provoke Great God Pangu easily. "Don't worry. That spatial Dharma treasure of mine has no other use. It's just good at concealment. The reputation of the space-type creation Jade Disk is not undeserved. All space and time, all history, will become extremely chaotic. The information we understand might be fake. Those fake things might be true." The clone said proudly, not afraid at all. It was mainly because he was too confident in this Dharma treasure. What did the spatial creation Jade Disk mean? In other words, among spatial Dharma treasures, his Dharma treasure was undoubtedly number 1. Moreover, it was the power of a gap. "All right, just be careful. I don't want to explain anything else. What's the abnormality you mentioned just now?" When the old man heard that it was the planet of the God-Fiend continent, he was even more interested. "Recently, there's a little guy called Zhou Han on the planet. His strength has increased very quickly. Moreover, some mysterious forces that should not have appeared on this planet have appeared on this planet one after another." The clone hurriedly reported some of the things he had recently monitored that were wrong. "What realm is this Zhou Han?" The old man took a sip of good wine and asked indifferently. "Peak Stargrade," the clone said, then added, "But a true God-grade expert who can kill a 50-star expert." That's a huge leap." The old man, who had been indifferent, was also stunned. His drinking slowed. Clearly, he had rarely heard of such talent. "We have to monitor this carefully. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be one of the top experts in the future." The old man immediately gave the order, taking this very seriously. "Okay, this guy is really something. He's turning time and space upside down and changing history. I'm certain that he can make such achievements." The other abnormalities are also related to this Zhou Han. For some reason, the interstellar butcher and the star tree race suddenly infiltrated the God-Fiend continent. "I'm still investigating the exact reason," the clone said in shame. After all, these 2 factions had invaded. He actually belatedly realized that he had failed in his duty. Of course, he never expected Zhou Han to enhance 2 mission scrolls and cause such a change. "You have to deal with these." This concerns the competition for the seats of the 9 powerhouses. It's not good for me to appear personally. At this juncture, there are many opponents watching me. At the slightest sign of trouble, I can't hide from them. Therefore, it's not suitable for me to appear for the time being. The old man explained his current situation. He had painstakingly managed the seats of the 9 giants in the universe for so many years. It was the most important thing at the moment. Next, after giving some instructions, the old man slowly disappeared into the black hole. In ancient Tree City, Zhou Han finally encountered a super expert who looked to be quite strong. "Kid, you're quite brave. Who gave you the guts to barge into the territory of my star tree race?" In front of him was a tree monster, its body flickering with incomparably dazzling starlight. It was very imposing as it spoke arrogantly. Starlight kept floating on the surface of his body, looking very unique. Behind the tree monster were many lackeys whose combat strength was also at the true god grade. However, most of them were in the range of 10 to 20 stars. Star tree race. As expected, I knew this place was not simple. Zhou Han sent an appraisal immediately. From some basic information about the tree monster in front of him, this star tree race was actually a huge race with a long history and extremely powerful strength in the universe. That was why Zhou Han said such a thing. After experiencing the ancient Desolation Tower, when he encountered the star tree race, Zhou Han was not surprised. This was the huge change brought about by enhancing the mission scroll. After all, it was the only SSS-ranked talent in the universe, so it naturally had incomparably magical power. It all made perfect sense. Zhou Han could accept any accident. As long as he was strong enough, he could face all changes calmly. "Heh, kid, you also know our star tree race. I really don't know how you entered the ancient tree city at your trashy realm," the heaven-bearing tree demon said disdainfully. According to the rules, if one's realm was not at the 50-star true god grade, there was no way to enter the ancient tree city. This was a rule established by the top experts of the star tree race. For countless years, no one had been able to break this rule. The ordinary Zhou Han in front of him could actually do this. This puzzled the heaven-burying tree demon. "I want to complete the mission. Get lost." Zhou Han's expression was calm as he shouted, "Those who block me, die." He did not attack immediately. After all, he would try not to offend a behemoth like the star tree race. Zhou Han was not a hothead who would kill anyone he saw. Therefore, he did not attack immediately. If the other party knew what was good for him and left on his own, a conflict could be avoided. Anyway, he did not have much hatred for the star tree race. This was not because Zhou Han was afraid. Instead, he wanted to be less troublesome. He had too many things to deal with. After that, he still had to dominate East Zone 9 and complete the first step of the universe ancestral dragon test. He did not want this to affect progress. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The heaven-burying tree demon was so arrogant. How could it let him go so easily? No matter what, he was a famous figure in the clan. If he dodged like this, he would definitely become a laughingstock. "Damn, did I give you face? I wonder where this kid came from. How dare he speak to me like that? I'll kill you today." The heaven-burying tree demon's face flickered with a cruel smile, its expression extremely arrogant. After all, he was a member of the star tree race with a powerful background and a noble bloodline. He was born with a huge sense of superiority. "You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish today," Zhou Han said coldly. There was no emotion in his eyes, and killing intent surged crazily. Originally, he wanted to let the heaven-burying tree demon go. He did not want to have a conflict with the star tree race. In the end, the other party did not know what was good for him, so Zhou Han did not waste any more time. With the sovereign blood heaven splitter in hand, the violent slaughter power completely enveloped the space. Zhou Han had long expected this outcome. It was many arrogant people who did not know what was good for them and made stupid choices. The heaven-burying tree demon in front of him was such a person. Awaken, hunting moment. "Master, I'm going to start a massacre. I'll let you obtain more primordial power," Little Sovereign said excitedly. This was her desire for blood, an instinct engraved in her bones. Only by constantly killing could the Little Sovereign constantly grow and advance to a higher realm. Killing the enemy, under the powerful passive effect of the great Tao of killing, Zhou Han could plunder the additional primordial power of the target. In this way, Zhou Han and the Little Emperor could improve. It was simply perfect. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this." This is unexpected. You really dare to fight me, kid? What kind of identity do you have? What kind of identity do I have? The heaven-burying tree demon looked up at the sky and laughed wildly, its eyes filled with disdain. Die. Zhou Han spat out a word coldly. The violent blood light had already surged crazily from the sovereign blood heaven splitter sword body. System prompt. You have entered combat state. Your attack power has increased by 50 million times, and your life leech effect has increased by 1,000,000 times. All your attributes have increased by 10 million times. The damage caused by your sword aura attack has increased by 5 million times. As soon as he entered combat state, relevant buffs kept appearing on the interface. After all, Zhou Han was not the only one who could provide a powerful buff effect. There were also many powerful equipment, Dharma treasures, items, and so on. In an instant, Zhou Han's combat strength soared, from ordinary to incomparably terrifying pressure. At this moment, the heaven-burying tree demon's expression finally changed. He never expected Zhou Han to hide it so deeply. Even though the heaven-burying tree demon had a super strong body, it did not find out Zhou Han's background. That was why the heaven-burying tree demon felt that Zhou Han was not a threat at all. Only then did he show his arrogance and contempt. However, now that he felt a huge pressure on his face, it made the heaven-burying tree demon realize that something was wrong. All of you, attack together and use a combined attack technique to take down this kid. The heaven-burying tree demon made a prompt decision and gave the order. With that, he slowly retreated, looking ready to slip away at any moment. After all, the violent aura that Zhou Han had released just now was too impactful. The heaven-burying tree demon had only seen that kind of power on a 50-star, true god-grade expert. That violent power was not something he could resist. Thinking of this, the heaven-burying tree demon cowered. However, he was still unwilling. Therefore, he got his lackeys to attack to test Zhou Han's true strength. If it was really very powerful, he could slip away immediately. They were just a few lackeys. So what if they died? Anyway, they had all been enslaved by their star tree race from other planets. In the vast universe, their race controlled many planets. They could have as many lackeys as they wanted. Fight for the stars, endless star explosion. Hee, you should ignore Master's dignity like this and kill you. Block it with all your might. You're dead. Tens of thousands of lackeys were united. Their bodies emitted intense starlight, and they had all fused into one. The power released was very terrifying. After all, they were all at the primordial realm. Primordial power surged out and shone with the power of the stars, erupting with a stronger energy shock wave. How can the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon? How dare you embarrass yourselves with this little strength? Facing the violent shock wave, Zhou Han smiled without fear. In the eyes of others, it might be very fatal. However, to him, its value was ordinary. Under the premise that he did not use his powerful trump card, Zhou Han could steadily erupt with 45-star, true god-grade strength. Once he used his trump card, killing a 60-star true god-grade expert would not be a problem. Therefore, the damage to him from such a combined attack was really limited. After all, Zhou Han was best at his super-strong defense. This was even more despairing than his output. Because of the existence of the glazed golden body, Zhou Han was too strong. Sword split the heavens. Slash. Sovereign blood heaven splitter slashed down fiercely. The blood-colored sword aura was 1,000,000 feet long and covered the sky, annihilating countless experts below. One strike. More than 10,000 primordial realm experts dissipated as if they had evaporated. This was the power of the sovereign blood heaven splitter. To be precise, Zhou Han triggered many powerful buffs. The sovereign blood heaven splitter was just a carrier. He released Zhou Han's terrifying power and wiped out everyone. System prompt. Congratulations, you have killed a 3-star realm lord grade expert. Detected that the special effect of the heavenly fate enhancement is in an activated state. The benefits you have obtained will increase by 1,000 times. 390,000 sovereign golden runes and 1,000 primordial spirit crystals dropped. The passive trigger of the sovereign blood heaven splitter's Great Tao of Slaughter has been successfully triggered. You have absorbed 1% of the primordial power. At the same time, a large number of kill information kept spamming on the combat interface. After all, there were more than 10,000 primordial grade experts. To be honest, This was the first time Zhou Han had seen such a huge number. This is simply giving me benefits. I really have to thank this heaven-burying tree demon. If he hadn't led so many lackeys, where would I have obtained such a huge benefit? Zhou Han laughed impudently, feeling very comfortable. It was simply too awesome. This was because the God-Fiend continent was very barren. There were too few primordial realm experts who came. Previously, Zhou Han could only take the risk of using the power of the creation jade disc to lure other primordial realm experts to descend. There were very few people each time. It was very difficult. Now, after killing so many people in Ancient Tree City, this happiness came too suddenly. Of course, this was also thanks to the powerful dominance of the Star Tree race. Anyone with less dominance would not have enslaved so many planets. They could have as many slaves as they wanted. I really came to the right place. Seeing that the information on the interface had not been played, Zhou Han sighed. All of this was seen by the heaven-burying tree demon. He had never expected the kill to be so fast. Instant kill. Can you believe it? The heaven-burying tree demon had expected Zhou Han to be very strong. However, being powerful to this extent was far beyond his expectations. Flash. Anyway, the heaven-burying tree demon did not hesitate at all and fled crazily into the distance. It was the shock that made him hesitate for half a second. You want to leave just like that? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? It's a little rude to leave without saying goodbye. Zhou Han said expressionlessly, a playful smile appearing on his face. With a tap of his finger, countless violent sword auras blocked in front of the heaven-burying tree demon. It was so frightened that the heaven-burying tree demon hurriedly stopped flying. These terrifying sword auras shocked him. Once he touched it, his body would definitely explode. This time, the heaven-burying tree demon completely panicked. It knew that it could not escape from Zhou Han at all. This was because he was on a completely different level from his strength. Don't kill me. I was wrong. For the sake of the Star Tree race, don't kill me. I apologize to you. I'll kneel to you. The heaven-burying tree demon was filled with a huge desire to live. It begged crazily and knelt there trembling. Hey, why are you kneeling? I can't thank you enough. Why would I kill you? Zhou Han said with a smile. He gently lifted the kneeling heaven-burying tree demon into the air. What? Thank me? Don't be ridiculous. I was wrong. Spare me. The heaven-burying tree demon was a little dumbfounded, not knowing why Zhou Han would say such a thing. However, now was not the time to think too much. It knelt down again and kept begging for mercy. I can let you go. If I let you go, will you find someone to take revenge on me? Zhou Han said with a smile. No, definitely not. The heaven-burying tree demon seemed to have seen hope for life and kowtowed profusely, constantly promising. What? You're not going to find someone to take revenge on me? Then I'll kill you now. Hearing this, Zhou Han's expression changed. What he hoped for the most was that after the heaven-burying tree demon returned, it would lead a group of experts and lackeys to take revenge. In that case, Zhou Han could kill a large number of primordial realm experts and obtain a huge number of resources. After all, there was no easier way to harvest resources than this. This was Zhou Han's plan. The heaven-burying tree demon was a little confused and did not know what Zhou Han meant. Revenge. We have to get back at them. I'm from the Great Star Tree race. I can't lose face. This isn't over. The heaven-burying tree demon said tentatively. Yes, not bad. It's your attitude. I hope you can keep it up. Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. You can go now? Don't forget to take revenge on me. Then I'll really leave? The heaven-burying tree demon was a little hesitant. Goodbye, big shot. She even greeted him before leaving. I hope I can bring more lackeys. Looking at the heaven-burying tree demon's figure disappear into the sky, Zhou Han sighed. Compared to killing more primordial realm experts, the benefits obtained from killing a heaven-burying tree demon were very limited. Therefore, Zhou Han chose to give it a try. If the heaven-burying tree demon really brought people back, he would make a killing. Boss, we've counted the spoils of war. It's all arranged according to grade, the shadow clone reported with a smile. After all, there were a lot of them this time. It would take a long time to deal with them alone, including the ashen illusory beast. Therefore, Zhou Han directly used his shadow clone. There was strength in numbers. In just a few minutes, all the resources were sorted out. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this efficiency. Good. After all, there were a lot of them this time. It would take a long time to deal with them alone, including the ashen illusory beast. Therefore, Zhou Han directly used his shadow clone. There was strength in numbers. In just a few minutes, all the resources were sorted out. Zhou Han was very satisfied with this efficiency. Good. It was only 1,000,000 sovereign golden runes. This was negligible to Zhou Han, who had a 1,000-fold reward enhancement. It was very easy to obtain and did not take much time. At the thought that he was so close to enhancing it 30 times, Zhou Han also became a little excited. This was because after his body was enhanced 30 times, the strength reached an incomparably terrifying level. Therefore, he could directly fuse with the primordial spirit crystal and completely withstand the bombardment of the majestic power without his body collapsing and dying. The benefits of a strong enough body were definitely very great. After fusing with the primordial spirit crystal and absorbing the primordial power inside, he could logically step into the primordial realm. Now, although Zhou Han could also absorb the primordial power of the target through the great Tao of killing, he did not care about easily absorbing this primordial power. After all, the strength of his body had not met the requirements. If he rashly absorbed it, the consequences would be immeasurable. Someone as cautious as Zhou Han was definitely extremely careful. He would definitely not be greedy and advance rashly to try to absorb the primordial power. Anyway, enhancing it 30 times was getting closer. He had waited so long. He could definitely afford to wait. There was no need to take the risk. Therefore, all the primordial power he absorbed was stored. At that time, he could directly absorb it in a wave and definitely increase his star level by a few stars. How wonderful! The only regret is that the primordial power absorbed through the great Tao of slaughter cannot enjoy 1,000 times the reward enhancement. Otherwise, the speed of my growth will definitely be extremely shocking. Zhou Han sighed with some regret. With 1,000 times the enhancement, it meant that he could absorb at least 10 stars of primordial power each time. How exaggerated would that be? However, the word absorb was clearly not the same as a reward. Therefore, it did not belong to the scope of rewards. Naturally, he could not enjoy the multiplier of the reward. Let's go? Let's continue our journey. Zhou Han did not stay on the spot for long. As long as he encountered the next wave of wild monsters, the 1,000,000+ sovereign golden runes would be settled. If the heaven-burying tree demon really wanted to find help and come over to take revenge, Zhou Han did not have to stay on the spot and wait. He had already deliberately released his aura. Even from afar, powerful enemies could easily detect it. Therefore, it would not affect him to go deeper. Where did little Ashen go? After scanning the surroundings and not seeing the ashen illusory beast, Zhou Han asked curiously. It just said that it wanted to take a walk over there. I wonder why he's not back yet. Little Rock explained. Will there be an accident? Little Bone was a little worried. After all, through the battle just now, he knew that the origin of this ancient tree city was extraordinary. It was the territory of a huge race in the universe, the Star Tree race. Therefore, no one knew how much magical power there was here. That was why he was worried. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Han did not care too much. After all, in his divine sense, there was no huge commotion. That meant that the ashen illusory beast should not be in great danger. However, it was still necessary to go over and take a look. After all, the ashen illusory beast had made a lot of contributions and discovered special items many times, providing Zhou Han with great help. If he guessed correctly, the ashen illusory beast had gone out this time to look around for any special items that I think you should take a look at. He had done many such things before. He could discover something in the ancient Desolation Tower and elsewhere. The ashen illusory beast personally liked it and was looking for treasures. Zhou Han must be very concerned about such a toiling pet's safety. This was a capable general. All right, master. It's in this direction. Little Rock led the way. Ancient Tree City was filled with ancient giant trees that were filled with vitality and greenery. The environment here was very beautiful, and the air was especially fresh. However, at this moment, there was an ashen aura in the direction Zhou Han was walking. The green trees had disappeared, replaced by black trees. Master, there's something wrong with the atmosphere. Looks like something is really going to happen this time. Little Bones said, but his expression was very calm. There was no change because of the strange environment. After all, he had an extremely powerful master by his side. Therefore, he did not panic at all. Master, save me. Ah, something's absorbing my life. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a scream came from above. It was the ashen illusory beast. Looking up, as expected, the ashen illusory beast was wrapped around 100,000 feet tall tree by countless black vines, struggling nonstop. Unfortunately, there were countless sharp spikes on the vines, each more than 10 meters long. As the ashen illusory beast struggled, the spike pierced deeply into its body. At the same time, there was a huge mouthpiece like a sucker. It bit the ashen illusory beast's head tightly, absorbing its life force crazily. The absorption speed was a little violent, causing his head to twist. "Master, save me. I'm dying. I can't work for you anymore." Boo-hoo. The ashen illusory beast screamed miserably. The heart-wrenching pain made it wail continuously. "What? Why is old Ashen in such a sorry state? Master, quickly save him. Otherwise, his life force will really be sucked dry." Little Bone said anxiously. The three pets had been together for a long time, so their relationship was naturally not ordinary. Therefore, seeing the ashen illusory beast in such a miserable state, Little Bone immediately could not bear to see it. "How dare you treat old Ashen like this? You're dead," Little Rock said with widened eyes. Seeing the ashen illusory beast suffer so much pain, he seemed to be able to empathize and erupt with endless anger. "Ha ha! Is this your beloved pet? I'll make you watch helplessly as I absorb all his life force, and there's nothing you can do." What an interesting thing. An ancient and ethereal voice came from the space inside the huge tree. It was filled with extreme mockery and arrogance. Ordinary people would have been furious when they heard this provocation. However, Zhou Han was unmoved. There was a faint smile in his eyes all the time, as if he was watching a show. "Looks like this pet is worthless to you. Forget it. Since you don't value it, I'll crush it to death. You don't take it seriously anyway." The ancient voice was filled with great mockery. With that, two more tentacles pierced through the ashen illusory beast's body. The bright red liquid was crazily absorbed. It was the blood of the ashen illusory beast. The wail of the ashen illusory beast resounded for thousands of miles, incomparably miserable. "Master, please attack. If this continues, old Ashen really can't take it anymore." Little Bone hurriedly begged. Old Ashen didn't run around on purpose. He wanted to see if he could discover any special treasure chests or items like last time. He also wants to make a huge contribution to you. Even if it's a punishment, it's about enough. Little Rock kept persuading. He felt that the reason why Zhou Han did not attack for a long time was because he was angry with the ashen illusory beast. That was why he explained it like this. "You guys, you have to cultivate your mentality well. It's just a small scheme. You're all flustered." Zhou Han shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "A scheme?" Little Bone was puzzled. "Looks like your master really doesn't care about you. Rest in peace." The ancient voice came again, endlessly cold. "Master, why didn't you save me? I've contributed so much to you, but you actually abandoned me. Zhou Han, you bastard. Save me." The ashen illusory beast directly cursed. He seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Before he died, he had no considerations. All right. That's enough. You can't hide your little trick from me." Zhou Han's voice was filled with teasing. He had long seen through everything. I really didn't expect my illusion to be flawless. I've never failed. I didn't expect to lose to you today. What a surprise." A surprised voice came from the huge wood. With that, the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. Like a rippling wave, there was no sign of the ashen, illusory beast. Everything before was just an illusion. On the huge wood stood a man in black. His black cloak fluttered even though there was no wind, filled with a majestic aura. However, his illusion was seen through by Zhou Han, making the illusion would heavenly venerate's expression turn a little solemn. Perhaps the illusion would heavenly venerate never expected Zhou Han to have a powerful starry sky perception special effect. Therefore, no matter how superb his illusion was, under the probe of the starry sky perception, there was nowhere to hide. It was naturally simple to be seen through. "Master, you're so powerful. You can even see through this illusion." Little Rock immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, his master was still the best. "I was scared to death. I thought something had really happened to old Ashen." Little Bone also felt relieved. He had worried for nothing. To be honest, he did not sense such an advanced illusion at all. He had really misjudged his master. Originally, under the perception of his divine sense, Zhou Han did not sense any movement around him immediately. That meant that no battle had broken out. However, it did not make sense for the ashen illusory beast to be imprisoned there. After investigating, it was indeed an illusion. This illusion would heavenly venerate was still there and kept putting on a show, wanting Zhou Han to take the initiative to save the ashen illusory beast. In that case, it was exactly what he wanted. After all, the illusion would heavenly venerate had set up many powerful array formations there and 2 Dao-grade Dharma treasures. All kinds of killing moves had been prepared, so Zhou Han was the only one left that I think you should take a look at. If he really falls for it, it's really quite dangerous. Zhou Han was also afraid when he saw those ancient trapping arrays in the universe. So, what's your goal? Why are you looking for trouble with me? Zhou Han questioned as he looked at the illusion would heavenly venerate. Clearly, the other party had come prepared and his intentions were obvious. He wanted to deal with him. You already know the answer. It just happened with the heaven-burying tree demon. Have you forgotten about it now? The illusion would heavenly venerate spoke slowly. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and killing intent spread. Oh, so, the heaven-burying tree demon sent you to kill me. He really did that, Zhou Han said with a smile. As expected, it was more interesting to fish for a big fish. This time, a big fish had fallen. However, this big fish was not easy to deal with. After all, the strength of the illusion would heavenly venerate was extraordinary. What followed would definitely be a difficult battle. However, Zhou Han was already prepared to challenge a powerful opponent to stimulate his potential and break through to a stronger version of himself. That's not it. That trash, the heaven-burying tree demon, can't order me around yet. He doesn't even plan to take revenge on you. He's really embarrassed my Star Tree race. As a member of the Star Tree race, I won't allow any outsider to blaspheme our dignity. Therefore, you must die today. The illusion would heavenly venerate said domineeringly, showing the nobility and arrogance of the Star Tree race. He did have such strength. After all, he had the combat strength of a 60-star true god. It was very reasonable to have such an arrogant personality. This was coupled with the absolute status of the Star Tree race. If he really falls for it, it's really quite dangerous. Zhou Han was also afraid when he saw those ancient trapping arrays in the universe. So, what's your goal? Why are you looking for trouble with me? Zhou Han questioned as he looked at the illusion would heavenly venerate. Clearly, the other party had come prepared and his intentions were obvious. He wanted to deal with him. You already know the answer. It just happened with the heaven-burying tree demon. Have you forgotten about it now? The illusion would heavenly venerate spoke slowly. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and killing intent spread. Oh, so, the heaven-burying tree demon sent you to kill me. He really did that, Zhou Han said with a smile. As expected, it was more interesting to fish for a big fish. This time, a big fish had fallen. However, this big fish was not easy to deal with. After all, the strength of the illusion would heavenly venerate was extraordinary. What followed would definitely be a difficult battle. However, Zhou Han was already prepared to challenge a powerful opponent to stimulate his potential and break through to a stronger version of himself. That's not it. That trash, the heaven-burying tree demon, can't order me around yet. He doesn't even plan to take revenge on you. He's really embarrassed my Star Tree race. As a member of the Star Tree race, I won't allow any outsider to blaspheme our dignity. Therefore, you must die today. The illusion would heavenly venerate said domineeringly, showing the nobility and arrogance of the Star Tree race. He did have such strength. After all, he had the combat strength of a 60-star true god. It was very reasonable to have such an arrogant personality. This was coupled with the absolute status of the Star Tree race. Zhou Han directly ignored the arrogant words of the illusion would heavenly venerate. At this moment, all his attention was on the more than 10,000 primordial realm slaves. This was simply too timely for him. The illusion would heavenly venerate was already confident of victory, so he only satisfied Zhou Han's last wish and did not take it to heart at all. With super strength, he was so confident. Of course, the illusion would heavenly venerate also had a purpose. He wanted to use these 10,000 slaves with the strength of the primordial realm to test Zhou Han. After all, The illusion would heavenly venerate did not have Zhou Han's powerful detection ability to see the other party's attribute data at a glance. Since he did not have such methods, he had to create such an opportunity. Therefore, this was the reason why the illusion would heavenly venerate directly released the servants. It seemed to be satisfying Zhou Han's last wish, but in fact, it was preparing for the next battle. Although these servants' realms were not high, if they joined forces, they could still unleash a lot of power. This way, it would hinder Zhou Han even more. He could see more of Zhou Han's moves. Weightless space, plus 100. Zhou Han did not hesitate to release the powerful gravity elements. After the enhancement, the weightless space could exert 1,000,000 times the violent gravity. Its killing power was terrifying. As soon as they were released, these low-star realm lord-level servants, they were directly reduced to dust. 1,000,000 times the gravity was a dimensional reduction blow to them. Instant kill. A trace of fluctuation finally appeared on Illusion would heavenly venerate's arrogant expression. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Originally, he wanted to rely on these 10,000 slaves to make things difficult for Zhou Han. Unexpectedly, Zhou Han's attack methods were too fierce. It would only take one move to settle it without revealing too many of his methods. It was worlds apart from the 10 seconds that Illusion would heavenly venerate had expected. Therefore, the Illusion would heavenly venerate's preparations directly failed. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a 3-star realm lord grade expert. Detected that the special effect of the heavenly fate enhancement is in an activated state. The reward you obtain will automatically increase by 1,000 times. You drop 12,000 sovereign golden runes and 3,000 peak sovereign grade Dharma treasures. At the same time, a new wave of spamming began on the combat interface. The experience points kept soaring, and the sovereign golden rune quickly accumulated. The other equipment and Dharma treasures were all in the hundreds of millions. He had obtained extremely abundant resources. Ha! Illusion would heavenly venerate. Thank you for your gift. I'll gladly accept it. I didn't expect your star tree race to be so generous. I'm beginning to like your race. Zhou Han threw his head back and laughed, feeling extremely comfortable. First, it was the heaven-burying tree demon, and now it was the illusion would heavenly venerate. They were all very powerful. This way, the sovereign golden rune that had enhanced his body to 30 times was completely enough. He had waited a long time for this day, so one could imagine how excited Zhou Han was. Are you getting carried away now? That's right. The move you used just now was very beautiful. Even I was a little stunned. It's indeed very rare to have such achievements at your age. In the sky, after being slightly surprised, the illusion would heavenly venerate had long regained his calm. After all, what kind of storm had he not experienced? As a member of the Star Tree race, the illusion would heavenly venerate's knowledge was extraordinary. I think you should take a look at. Therefore, he first expressed his approval of Zhou Han's combat strength, but he changed the topic with a mocking expression. However, you're still not my match. My strength has long exceeded your imagination. My methods are endless. They originate from other races that we enslaved. I've mastered their secret techniques and created an unprecedented cultivation technique. My foundation, my divine power. Wait for these things. You don't want to know? That's a super terrifying existence that subverts your understanding. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are we going to fight or not? Zhou Han shouted. He did not want to see the illusion would heavenly venerate continue to show off. Only Zhou Han's exclusive skill could show off. No one else could. Can't wait to die? I still want to talk to you more. Letting you live a few more seconds is a few more seconds. You have to cherish the last of your life. The illusion would heavenly venerate was indeed like a chatterbox. He kept showing off. FCK. Die. Zhou Han could not take it anymore and attacked first. He opened the spatial passageway and instantly teleported behind the illusion would heavenly venerate. Berserk sword aura poured out. The figure of illusion would heavenly venerate shattered and lost his life. Clearly, this was an illusion and not the main body of the illusion would heavenly venerate at all. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis filled his heart. It made Zhou Han's scalp tingle. Before he could react, vines that filled the sky wrapped over and imprisoned Zhou Han's body. His life force was sucked madly. In a few breaths, he had nearly half of his health points. Explode. The power of the creation jade disk in his body automatically circulated, and the powerful energy that erupted bounced away the vines that filled the sky. Zhou Han seized this moment and escaped the shackles. As soon as they fought, they could feel that the power of the illusion would heavenly venerate far exceeded the power of the Dawn Lord's clone. They were both at the 60-star true god grade. However, there was an irreparable huge difference between the two. It was like a natural chasm. Zhou Han's rich combat experience could instantly be determined. This was under the premise that the illusion would heavenly venerate did not have a divine power. Once he used his divine power, he did not dare to imagine how strong it would be. The only way I can deal with it now is with the sealing talisman. Other than that, perhaps I can give it a try by fusing the primordial spirit crystal. Zhou Han quickly had a countermeasure in his heart. For the sake of safety, the sealing talisman was not suitable to be used for the time being. After all, the illusion would heavenly venerate had 3 divine powers. Now, he had not even used a single divine power. If the other party had other defensive methods, it would be all for nothing. Zhou Han would no longer have a chance to turn the tables. Therefore, he had to at least obtain most of the energy consumed by the illusion would heavenly venerate before using the sealing talisman to ensure that nothing went wrong. Then let's try the second plan now. First, he would enhance his body to 30 times. After reaching enough hardness, he would fuse with the primordial spirit crystal and advance to the primordial realm. How was it? How was that move? Did you feel very excited? Illusion would heavenly venerate was very smug, his eyes revealing a teasing glint. Through the competition just now, he had the absolute advantage and almost imprisoned Zhou Han. It was precisely because of this test that the illusion would heavenly venerate was so smug. He clearly knew that Zhou Han's strength was still quite a distance away from his. Then the advantage was mine. The outcome of the battle was self-evident. Kid, you have to know, I only used 50% of my strength just now. Even so, you can't take it. If I use all my strength, what kind of surprise do you think it will be? I told you, you don't want to see my true strength. The illusion would heavenly venerate began to brag proudly again. Zhou Han turned a deaf ear to this chatterbox. Fuse all the sovereign golden runes, he chanted in his heart. It would be best if the illusion would heavenly venerate did not attack. It could give him enough time to fuse. System prompt. Your orders have been received. Begin fusing the sovereign golden rune. Please wait patiently. The notification echoed in his mind. In the spatial inventory, all the sovereign golden runes automatically gathered under the pull of inexplicable energy. Then it turned into golden lights that surged and violent. The destructive energy fluctuations made people not dare to look at it directly. This aura is a little familiar. Kid, why do you have the cultivation technique of the beginning sovereign? The illusion would heavenly venerate, who was originally chattering nonstop, had an extremely solemn expression. More than 30 million sovereign-grade fusion power was not enough to make him take it seriously. Moreover, the aura in the cultivation technique he circulated was the main reason why his expression changed. So, are you afraid now? I thought you were good. Zhou Han seized the opportunity to attack. After all, from the beginning to now, the illusion would heavenly venerate had always been arrogant. He did not expect the aura of the beginningless sovereign to make him so cautious. Was beginningless sovereign that strong? Zhou Han could not help but be a little puzzled. In the history he knew, the beginningless sovereign was only famous in the Godfiend continent. It would make the 60-star true god grade an incomparably noble illusion would heavenly venerate so afraid. This meant that there were some unknown secrets that he did not know. However, Zhou Han did not know what the secret was at all. Would I be afraid? I'm a direct member of the Star Tree race. Do you think I'm afraid? Illusion would heavenly venerate said arrogantly, but he was clearly less talkative now. He was in a different state from before. Now, you can be buried permanently in ancient Tree City. Seeing all the golden light surge into Zhou Han's body, the illusion would heavenly venerate did not dare to relax again, afraid that something would happen. He directly attacked and used one of the divine powers. Myriad wood, life drain. As he roared, the majestic primordial power in his body surged and rippled in all directions. After all the towering trees in all directions obtained the energy of the illusion would heavenly venerate. It was as if they had all been revived. Hundreds of millions of vines were like poisonous snakes covered in black spikes. His target was Zhou Han because the majestic blood energy in his body was fatally attractive to the billions of vines at this moment. Some of these vines yearned for life force instinctively. Extreme mastery, wild thunder slash. Zhou Han naturally would not wait for death. As he endured the sovereign golden rune, violent energy surged crazily in his body. As he used his powerful skill, he fused lightning and sword aura and comprehended the move. In terms of attributes, it had a great restraining effect on wood elements. As the lightning sword aura bombarded, only a small number of vines were cut off. Most of the remaining vines were intact and unaffected. It actually has a special effect of absorbing energy. This divine power is a little difficult to deal with. I think you should take a look at. With Zhou Han's sharp eyesight, he instantly discovered what was special. When these vines were attacked by energy, they would automatically absorb it and quickly guide it into the ground. He could achieve the effect of devouring the other party's energy. If the move released could not instantly kill the vine, there was a high chance that it would be led underground. This was the principle of the illusion wood heavenly venerates divine power, myriad wood, life drain. Not bad, not bad. Good eyesight. I can actually see through it. Illusion would heavenly venerate subconsciously applauded, his eyes flickering with laughter. Since I can tell that this is not something you can deal with, hurry up and surrender. Kneel down and admit your mistake. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll definitely make your life a living hell. This is the outcome of offending my star tree race. Illusion would heavenly venerate began to talk ruthlessly again. Zhou Han ignored it and quickly fused the sovereign golden rune. Countless vines were not stopped in their tracks. It stabbed Zhou Han's body fiercely, wanting to penetrate his body and absorb the majestic life force. Bam, bam, bam. Not only did the sound of collision come, but the power of the vine was also very huge. Unfortunately, facing Zhou Han's body, it was difficult to break through his defense in a short period of time. After all, he had the glazed golden body. How could it be so easy to break through? Otherwise, wouldn't 29 enhancements be for nothing? Therefore, the sparks of collision kept flickering on the surface of his body. You're quite tough. Let's see how long you can last. In any case, the vines I control can constantly absorb energy from the ground. Do you think they can outlast me? Illusion would heavenly venerate was extremely smug and said loudly. At this moment, although the vine did not pierce Zhou Han's body, however, it wrapped around him, wanting to entangle him. Not bad, not bad. Good eyesight. I can actually see through it. Illusion would heavenly venerate subconsciously applauded, his eyes flickering with laughter. Since I can tell that this is not something you can deal with, hurry up and surrender. Kneel down and admit your mistake. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll definitely make your life a living hell. This is the outcome of offending my star tree race. Illusion would heavenly venerate began to talk ruthlessly again. Zhou Han ignored it and quickly fused the sovereign golden rune. Countless vines were not stopped in their tracks. It stabbed Zhou Han's body fiercely, wanting to penetrate his body and absorb the majestic life force. Bam, bam, bam. Not only did the sound of collision come, but the power of the vine was also very huge. Unfortunately, facing Zhou Han's body, it was difficult to break through his defense in a short period of time. After all, he had the glazed golden body. How could it be so easy to break through? Otherwise, wouldn't 29 enhancements be for nothing? Therefore, the sparks of collision kept flickering on the surface of his body. You're quite tough. Let's see how long you can last. In any case, the vines I control can constantly absorb energy from the ground. Do you think they can outlast me? Illusion would heavenly venerate was extremely smug and said loudly. At this moment, although the vine did not pierce Zhou Han's body, it wrapped around him, wanting to entangle him. After all, the heaven-burying tree demon had previously suffered a huge life threat. Although Zhou Han did not kill him, he naturally did not feel grateful. There was only endless humiliation and hatred. Seeing Zhou Han's miserable appearance, he felt extremely carefree. With the support of the illusion would heavenly venerate, he could mock them even more brazenly. You must always remember what kind of status the star tree race has in the universe. Therefore, with your noble status, no one is allowed to bully you. The illusion would heavenly venerate continued to teach him a lesson. The domineering aura of being in a superior position for a long time was revealed. You're so right. I was actually afraid of him before. Damn it. Fifth Elder, let me personally end this kid's life. The heaven-burying tree demon was eager to try and suggested. There's no hurry. This kid still has some strength now. If you go over rashly, you'll only die. Illusion would heavenly venerate rejected directly. Therefore, he knew that Zhou Han could not resist him at all. However, instantly killing the heaven-bearing tree demon was still very easy. Therefore, he did not dare to let his guard down. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. So many vines can't suck him to death. The heaven-bearing tree demon was a little surprised. Clearly, Zhou Han's tenacity had far exceeded its imagination. After all, who was the illusion would heavenly venerate? That was a 60-star, true God-grade expert. The noble bloodline and powerful secret technique made it very difficult for him to be a match for anyone of the same level. Therefore, with 60-star strength, it was not difficult for the other party to become a 70-star, true God-grade expert. You can't kill this kid instantly even after using the power of your divine power. The heaven-burying tree demon confirmed again. That's right. I did use my divine power. This kid is something. This is also the main reason why he dares to provoke my star tree race. He only dares to do this because he thinks he's powerful. However, no matter how arrogant he is, he's still under my control. I specialize in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Illusion would heavenly venerate stroked his beard and laughed, looking quite smug. Fifth Elder, you're the best. I'm impressed. The heaven-burying tree demon hurriedly flattered, revealing a fawning smile. The two of them chatted there, looking extremely relaxed. In their opinion, Zhou Han was already a grasshopper after autumn. He would not be able to last long. No matter how tough his body was, it was useless. You can block a bombardment for a minute, but can you block it for 10 minutes? 100 minutes. That was 1,000,000,000 times of attacks. One could imagine how terrifying the damage was. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the power of all the sovereign golden runes. Your body has undergone a huge change. Your constitution, glazed golden body has been successfully enhanced to 30 times. The relevant attribute data has automatically appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. Your constitution, glazed golden body has been successfully enhanced to 30 times. The relevant attribute data has automatically appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. A notification sounded, and a smile finally appeared on Zhou Han's lips. Feeling an unprecedented power fill every system in his body. This feeling was simply too sour and refreshing. It finally worked. After enhancing my body 30 times, I will step into an even stronger realm. Therefore, I can absorb the primordial spirit crystal now. I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen next. Zhou Han roared at the sky to vent the joy in his heart. As he shouted, invisible waves rushed out of his body that I think you should take a look at. This energy fluctuation instantly snapped all the vines wrapped around his body. More than 100 million vines had no resistance at all under the wave of air and turned to dust. Is this the shocking change after enhancing it 30 times? This is beyond my expectations. Even Zhou Han was slightly stunned by this situation. Then, an extremely satisfied smile bloomed on his face. One had to know that he had used many peak sovereign-grade moves to deal with these vines just now, but they had little effect. However, now, his body only trembled slightly and destroyed all these vines with the energy fluctuations alone. Can you believe it? Even Zhou Han could not believe it. The only explanation was that after enhancing it 30 times, his body had made a qualitative leap. Otherwise, this situation would explain nothing. After all, Zhou Han had also investigated these vines just now. Their situation was special. After being attacked, they could absorb energy. Then, he channeled all this absorbed energy into the endless depths of the ground. Therefore, if the skill release did not have enough instantaneous explosive power, it could not kill these vines. From this, it could be seen that the strength surging out of his body had long exceeded the power of the enhanced peak sovereign grade. Illusion would heavenly venerate and the heaven-bearing tree demon were chatting happily. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Then there were more explosions, followed by an endless stream. What's going on? Fifth Elder, the vines you released broke in an instant. The heaven-burying tree demon was shocked. He did not believe that Zhou Han could break free from these vines, and hurriedly confirmed. Did you summon them all back? Is this the plan to slowly play this kid to death? Interesting. I like this way of playing. The heaven-burying tree demon still did not know what to do and was smiling foolishly. Illusion would heavenly venerate ignored the fool, the heaven-burying tree demon. At this moment, he frowned. What was with these vines? He was in a better situation than anyone else. At this moment, his eyes were a little solemn. He was no longer as free as before. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, he was about to get serious. I really didn't expect you to crack my first move, the divine power. Do you still want to make one last struggle? Let me tell you, that's impossible. I've never failed to kill anyone. You won't be an exception. The illusion would heavenly venerate said extremely coldly. The killing intent on his body was as dense as water. This time, he had to use the second divine power. Otherwise, some accident might really happen. It was mainly because Zhou Han had shocked him too much. At first, he was unable to resist, but then he displayed top-notch defense. It was as tenacious as an unkillable cockroach. Of course, this was not especially shocking. What shocked the illusion would heavenly venerate the most was that Zhou Han could still counterattack effectively now. That meant that the other party was still strengthening in the battle. It was precisely because he realized this that the illusion would heavenly venerate did not dare to play anymore. He had to use his true strength. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that Zhou Han would not increase his strength. The power of 10,000 trees, enter my body. As the illusion would heavenly venerate roared, all the plants in a radius of billions of miles were suppressed by an absolutely irresistible will. It turned into pure green energy. These energy balls of light were strong and weak. They were endless and shuttled quickly through the air. Without exception, all of them entered the illusion would heavenly venerate's body. A radius of billions of miles was a very terrifying range. Naturally, the number of plants would be extremely shocking. The green light surged crazily on the surface of the illusion would heavenly venerate's body and gathered. Its power was really earth-shattering and suffocating. Damn, what power! Is this the true strength of the illusion would heavenly venerate? The Star Tree race has such a resounding name. They indeed have extremely powerful strength supporting them from behind. Little Bones said worriedly when it saw the energy ball erupt. This time, the opponent he faced was unprecedentedly powerful. It far exceeded the Dawn Lord clone he had encountered previously. Even though they were very confident in Zhou Han, they no longer felt so confident at this moment. After all, the few of them could clearly sense the terrifying dignity. Master, you must hold on. We look forward to you creating another miracle. You're invincible. The ashen illusory beast shouted loudly. They could not do anything. They were too weak. What he could do was to give Zhou Han powerful encouragement and trust. Huh? Create a miracle? Do you think that's possible? There might be a miracle, but it will definitely not happen to me. I'm powerful, and I won't give you any chance. The corners of the illusion would heavenly venerate's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint mockery. He knew that after he released this divine power, it would determine the final outcome. He would be the one to win this battle. Fifth Elder, beat him to death. You must beat him to death. We can't give him a chance. The heaven-burying tree demon roared. It was afraid that something would happen. In his mind, the fear of being dominated by Zhou Han subconsciously appeared. Therefore, he definitely hoped that Zhou Han would die early. The green ball of light was still converging in the illusion would heavenly venerate's body, extremely violent. It formed tens of thousands of energy vortexes in the sky. With the enhancement of this energy, the combat strength of the illusion would heavenly venerate was still rising. Therefore, he did not attack immediately. After all the energy fused, it would be time for him to kill him in one strike. Fuse the primordial spirit crystal. Fuse them all into my body. Since his body had already been enhanced 30 times, Zhou Han decisively chose to fuse the primordial spirit crystal he had obtained previously. This was what he had been looking forward to. Today, it was finally achieved. As Zhou Han issued the order, the primordial spirit crystals stored in the spatial inventory. All of them floated out automatically. Zhou Han opened his mouth and sucked. It swallowed it like a gluttonous snake. System prompt. You are fusing with the primordial spirit crystal. Please wait patiently. Boom, boom. I think you should take a look at. Boom. The explosion sounded like muffled thunder in his body. Every explosion was like tens of thousands of volcanoes erupting violently. Ordinary people could not withstand that extreme, tearing feeling at all. No wonder it needs to be enhanced to 30 times before it can fuse. My previous body probably won't be able to withstand this power for more than 3 seconds. It will definitely collapse. Zhou Han was shocked. As the direct contact of this power, he felt it the most. Compared to the hardness of his previous body, it was easy to compare. Therefore, it was very necessary to stipulate that the body had to be enhanced 30 times. It was the prerequisite to fusing with the primordial spirit crystal. After all, the primordial spirit crystal contained the power of primordial chaos, although it did not contain much. However, if he hid the number of primordial spirit crystals, this primordial power could not be underestimated. Because Zhou Han had the reward enhancement of 1,000 times the heavenly fate, therefore, after killing the primordial world expert previously, some primordial spirit crystals dropped. Then, recently, the heaven-burying tree demon and the illusion would heavenly venerate sent warmth. It allowed Zhou Han to kill more than 20,000 primordial realm experts. In that case, the primordial spirit crystals that dropped were naturally a very good number. Zhou Han did not count the exact number. Anyway, it was definitely not less than 100,000. If his body was enhanced, this absorption and fusion ability would be very exaggerated. If the previous absorption speed was 1, then the absorption speed of his body had definitely reached more than 100. In other words, it had been enhanced more than 100 times. This change was only one of the characteristics. As for the other enhancements, Zhou Han still had to slowly experience them himself. It could only be discovered through battle. Oh, are you following my example of absorbing energy? However, can the energy you absorb compare to my forehead? Seeing that Zhou Han was also absorbing, the illusion would heavenly venerate smiled disdainfully and did not take him seriously at all. It's just a primordial spirit crystal. What's the use of absorbing more? That bit of primordial power is useless at all. This was why the illusion would heavenly venerate did not care. Of course, he knew about the primordial spirit crystal. Therefore, it was obvious at a glance that Zhou Han was absorbing the primordial spirit crystal. The first thing to absorb the primordial spirit crystal was to provide primordial power. It was too weak and had little use. If there were not many of them, it would not be decisive. The primordial spirit crystal was also a relatively rare item. It was not easy to obtain a large number. Another thing was that the speed at which he absorbed the primordial spirit crystal was quite slow. After there were too many of them, he might not be able to finish absorbing them in a few days. Of course, this was all the conventional situation that the illusion would heavenly venerate had learned. He could not imagine that Zhou Han was a special case. Not only did he have a large number of primordial spirit crystals, but the absorption speed far exceeded ordinary people's. At this moment, Zhou Han was like a whale swallowing the sea. His body yearned for this primordial power. After all, the primordial power was so powerful that nobody could refuse such power. In less than a minute, half of this primordial spirit crystal had been absorbed. Endless rumbling erupted in his body, like muffled thunder. While feeling that he had become stronger, Zhou Han had to endure the intense pain that swept over him. Come on, let the storm come harder. Facing the intense pain, Zhou Han was fearless. If he could not even withstand these tribulations, he was not worthy of advancing to the primordial realm at all. Under Zhou Han's furious roar, the explosive primordial power kept bombarding his body. Wanting to destroy, it was the natural destructive characteristic of the primordial power. It was precisely because of this characteristic that it was one of the top powers in this universe. It could easily allow countless experts of the primordial world to have the power to destroy the world. It was as if planets had exploded and were impacting crazily in his body. However, Zhou Han's expression did not change. Under the tempering of this power, his body would definitely train to a stronger state. Moreover, after his body was enhanced 30 times, how could it be so easy to be destroyed? While crazily absorbing the primordial power, Zhou Han also quickly scanned the data of his body. Eternal primordial body, plus 30. Description: not only is the surface of your body surging with an eternal and ancient aura, but your life level has completely sublimated. You are qualified to become an eternal true God-grade expert. Not only your bones, but your muscles, meridians, and other aspects have been greatly enhanced, making your body tenacious and unyielding. Your entire physique has stepped into a new realm. Basic attributes: increases 100 billion HP and permanently provides 70% damage immunity. Unique passive: unyielding golden body, a powerful body that prevents you from being insta-killed by your opponent. Within every microsecond, all damage you receive will cause you to lose at most 5% of your HP. When your HP is below 50%, you will trigger an invincible state that lasts for 300 seconds. After the invincibility time ends, there will be a 2-hour cooldown. Unique passive: Eternal Destiny, a powerful destiny. When targets below the 50-star True God realm attack you, you have an 80% chance of dodging this attack. When targets below the Eternal True God realm attack you, you have a 10% chance of dodging this attack. Unique passive: Undying and Indestructible. If you die, you will be resurrected in 5 million years. After revival, your combat strength will permanently increase by 100 times. Even the name of the constitution has been changed. It's the Eternal Primordial Body now. It's no longer the previous glazed golden body. When Zhou Han's gaze gathered on the virtual interface, he immediately saw a different change. Of course, it was not just a name change. Whether it was his life level or his overall physical fitness, he was incomparable to before. Through the description, Zhou Han could tell that at this moment, he was already qualified to become an eternal true god. This was because most people's life levels were fixed after birth. In other words, there was a limit to growth. Some people's upper limit was only the Realm Lord grade, while others' upper limit was the true divine grade. Some had the potential to reach the level of the primordial Saint Emperor. This was all determined by his innate life level. If he wanted to break through this shackle, he could only constantly break through the limit of his life and stimulate his greatest potential. Only after experiencing countless life and death battles could he increase his life level. Note that it was possible, and the probability was not very high. Not everyone could change it. If he worked hard, he might not be rewarded. From the looks of it, after enhancing it 30 times, how shocking was the effect of his constitution becoming the eternal primordial body. Zhou Han's upper limit could reach the true God grade. This meant that as long as he continued to cultivate, he could achieve this goal. Eternal true God grade. It's not enough. My potential is more than that. I want to stimulate a higher upper limit. Zhou Han thought to himself. Clearly, he had high expectations of himself. This eternal true God was just a small stage in his life that I think you should take a look at. He was determined to become the peak expert of the universe, so this realm was far from enough. In the future, if I continue to enhance my body, I can definitely stimulate more potential. Therefore, this path is completely correct and feasible. We have to insist on this method in the future. Zhou Han was very gratified. His body had become so powerful because of his beliefs. His own strength was true strength. This was his philosophy. External forces were ultimately external forces. The body would always belong to him. Other than the sublimation of life level, his basic attributes had increased by 1 trillion HP. This improvement was also very powerful. It made Zhou Han very satisfied. After all, the higher his HP, the more damage he could withstand. If he encountered those experts with strong damage output, he could also stall for time and find an opportunity to counterattack. It was also because of his super strong defense that the illusion would heavenly venerate could not do anything to Zhou Han in a short period of time. It could only continue to consume his life. That was why Zhou Han could absorb a large number of primordial spirit crystals safely. Otherwise, he might have been killed during the absorption process. The 3 passive effects were much enhanced. In a microsecond, the percentage of HP lost by the immortal golden body decreased to 5%. The Eternal Destiny had an 80% chance of dodging the attack of a 50-star true God-grade expert. In that case, it was useless for Zhou Han to use the human wave tactic. Not only that, but there was also a 10% chance of dodging the attack of an eternal true God-grade expert. Although the probability of triggering it was not very high, it could occasionally play a miraculous role. In the end, the undying and indestructible was passive. Zhou Han was delighted. Sure enough, as he had predicted, As he became stronger, the more times he died, the shorter the resurrection time. If he remembered correctly, it had been 100 million years before. Now if he died completely, he could be resurrected in 1,000,000 years. This resurrection time was directly reduced by 10,000 times. This was a backup method for Zhou Han. Unless he used all his methods and reached a truly desperate state, he would not be able to use the passive skill of undying and indestructible. It was precisely because his body had been greatly enhanced that, therefore, it was very reasonable for him to be able to crack the illusion what heavenly venerates divine power with just the aura emitted. After all, this violent blood energy could not be underestimated. Very good. Unknowingly, my body has already reached such a realm. I wonder what kind of sublimation my mind has. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Han smiled and immediately turned his gaze to the data panel in his mind. At this moment, he could not wait. After all, his body had undergone such a shocking change. Then his mind would definitely not fall too far behind. The system had long said that every 10 enhancements would bring a huge transformation, so his mind would definitely sublimate without exception. He looked over and saw the data panel in his mind. 7 orifices, exquisite heart, plus 30. Description: the 7 orifices of the heart contain all things. The sky and the universe are in my heart. Although I am remote, I care about the universe. The river of time is indifferent. The great Tao is ethereal and cannot escape my mind. As long as I come into contact with an object, I can instantly comprehend the mysteries within, and the Tao runes are naturally formed. I have no distractions. I can comprehend the vicissitudes of time and the changes of time. I can comprehend the vastness of the universe and the shifting of stars. I can communicate with the world and comprehend the truth of the universe. Basic attributes. Attack has increased by 100 billion. Every attack will definitely trigger a critical hit. The critical damage has increased by 100,000 times. Unique passive. Ethereal Great Tao. The Great Tao you control is the top in the universe. Compared to other cultivators, you have a unique crushing advantage. All cultivators fighting you will have their attack power reduced by 50% and all attributes reduced by 10%. When the target is more than 100 million kilometers away from you, this negative state will automatically be removed. Unique passive. Natural Tao runes. In terms of comprehension of the Great Tao, you have the top-notch comprehension power. The Great Tao seems to be born for you. If the skills you cultivate and comprehend are lower than the Tao grade, they will automatically advance to the low-level Tao grade. Exclusive active. Epiphany. As your control of the Great Tao has reached an extremely high level, you have a rich accumulation and precipitation. When stimulating Epiphany, your entire body will enter an empty state, as if you are in a vast universe and comprehend the true essence of the Great Tao. In the state of Epiphany, your comprehension will increase by 5 million times. You can enter an Epiphany space every 3 days and comprehend the true mysteries of the universe. Moreover, you can decide for yourself whether to enter an Epiphany state. As expected, the name changed. It went from the Clarity Sword Heart to the 7 Orifices Exquisite Heart. Just this name alone made Zhou Han feel how extraordinary it was. Previously, I only had this crushing advantage in terms of comprehension of the Sword Tao. I didn't expect that I would be among the top in any attribute Tao now. As expected of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Heart, it's really invincible. After reading the description, Zhou Han was extremely shocked, and a happy smile bloomed on his face. The Sword Tao was only a part of the Great Tao. One could imagine how terrifying this improvement was. Even though Zhou Han was mentally prepared, it was still beyond his expectations. The ethereal Great Tao had absolute suppression on any cultivator. Not only could it reduce the target's attack power, but all attributes would also decrease a little. This weakened the opponent's strength, which was equivalent to indirectly increasing his strength. Natural Tao runes could raise all skills below the Tao grade to the low-grade Tao grade. In that case, Zhou Han's current skills were all Tao grade. This was simply too awesome. Epiphany had also strengthened a lot, and his comprehension had soared to 5 million times. With the enhancement of such terrifying comprehension, could he not create any cultivation technique himself? System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully fused all the primordial spirit crystals. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the primordial realm. Current realm is 10-star Realm Lord. The relevant data has been automatically updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention to check-in time. The moment he heard the notification, Zhou Han also felt a top power growing crazily in his body, erupting with an unprecedented powerful aura. Is this the primordial power? I finally control it. Moreover, it directly reached the 10-star level. Zhou Han clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt extremely satisfied. This day had finally arrived. Becoming a true primordial realm expert was a prerequisite to roaming the vast universe. Otherwise, facing the endless radiation and energy corrosion in the universe, his tough body might be able to withstand it for a short period of time. However, as time passed, there would definitely be problems. Therefore, advancing to the primordial realm today meant something to him. I've already absorbed all the grass power. The grass power in a radius of billions of miles is mine. Next, it's time for you to die. Zhou Han still wanted to see the change in his current attributes. The arrogant voice of the illusion would heavenly venerate resounded in the sky. At this moment, a green barrier appeared on the surface of his body. Extreme plant power surged and wreaked havoc on it. With an incomparably shocking might, the current illusion would heavenly venerate had already reached his peak state. Therefore, he was extremely confident. He believed that in his peak state, he only needed one move to easily kill Zhou Han, who was extremely hard just now and could not be killed. Alright, I also want to try and see what level my current combat strength has reached. Hearing the illusion would heavenly venerate's words, Zhou Han was useless and smiled faintly. Looks like you've also absorbed the power of the primordial spirit crystal? Perfect. I'll show you that in the face of absolute power, the weak can't resist at all. Illusion would heavenly venerate curled his lips and said disdainfully. He sneered in his heart. Just take it that you're rich and only have 1,000 primordial spirit crystals at most. This bit of power was not decisive at all. Unfortunately, the illusion would heavenly venerate never dreamed that the number of primordial spirit crystals on Zhou Han far exceeded his belief. If he knew that there were more than 100,000, it would definitely subvert his understanding. There's no point in talking. Let's see what happens. Zhou Han could not be bothered to waste his breath and directly mobilized the primordial power in his body. Although this was the first time he had used this power, he did not feel unfamiliar. On the contrary, it was very familiar. After being slightly surprised, Zhou Han quickly remembered that this was the effect of the 7 orifices' exquisite heart. It was inclusive. As long as he came into contact with it, he could master it. Very good, as you wish. The illusion would heavenly venerate smiled coldly. With a raise of his hand, he gently raised the million-foot green ball. Myriad wood, blast ball. It's over. You'll never have a chance to turn the tables. The cold words had an absolute dignity that looked down on all living beings. This was a bloodline unique to the Star Tree race. As soon as he finished speaking, a million-foot-long green ball crushed towards Zhou Han. Inside was incomparably majestic plant power, coupled with the powerful primordial power of the illusion would heavenly venerate. After the fusion of a special secret technique, an incomparably terrifying aura poured out. The energy aftershock immediately raised an area of 1,000,000 miles to the ground. Sword Dao, God's Fall. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and did not retreat. He directly chose to fight head-on. This move was automatically upgraded to a low-grade Dao-grade sword technique through the passive effect of the natural Dao runes. A shocking sword light swept out. It completely displayed the power of the Dao grade. How dare you attack the 5th Elder? Are you trying to fight to the death? It's useless. You're too weak to shake the 5th Elder's divine power. The heaven-burying tree demon, who was watching from the side, mocked loudly. After all, a battle of such power had already far exceeded his combat strength. It was not something he could participate in. Therefore, other than mocking them from the side, there was nothing else to do. He had absolute confidence in the true combat strength of the illusion would heavenly venerate. Not to mention that he had activated the 2nd divine power. After fusing with countless plant power, his current state was the strongest state of the illusion would heavenly venerate. This was because the heaven-burying tree demon had long stopped paying attention to the outcome of the battle. He only wanted to see Zhou Han being ruthlessly tortured and killed. I wonder who gave you the courage to fight me head-on. Although your courage is commendable, it's useless. You'll definitely die today. The illusion would heavenly venerate was incomparably arrogant. His eyes were smiling as he looked at Zhou Han calmly with a trace of pity. If the heavens stop me, I'll destroy the heavens. Not to mention you. Zhou Han roared angrily and fused all the top power in his body into the sword aura. This was also his strongest attack. He did not know how strong he was in his first battle after advancing to the primordial realm. The illusion would heavenly venerate in front of him was the best whetstone to test his strength. A few microseconds passed quietly. The two forces finally collided violently. For a moment, mountains and rivers cracked and the ground collapsed. If not for the special protection of the ancient tree city, this place had probably long turned to nothingness. After all, this energy impact was too strong. The illusion would heavenly venerate already had 60-star combat strength. Now that he had used a powerful divine power, one could imagine the combat strength. There was no need to mention Zhou Han's strength. Originally, before he advanced to the primordial realm, he could already fight a 50-star true god-grade expert head-on. Now that he had controlled the 10-star primordial power, he had become a realm lord. How could the combat strength displayed be ordinary? The two energies had already collided more than 1 trillion times. Suddenly, the light of the million-foot green ball of light slowly dimmed. It was as if it had collapsed, no longer as majestic as before. What's going on? What happened? The fifth elder's divine power is at a disadvantage. The heaven-burying tree demon, who was originally smug and prepared to see Zhou Han's miserable outcome, was stunned, and its eyes erupted with disbelief. Clearly, he had not expected such a scene. The fifth elder lost. How is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My star tree race's noble and most expensive bloodline will not lose. The heaven-burying tree demon kept shaking his head and screaming, unwilling to see anything in front of it. Is this your strength? It doesn't seem to be much. A smile appeared on Zhou Han's lips. He was both happy about the battle and excited about the powerful combat strength he had displayed. Yes, he had become stronger. After stepping into the primordial realm, he controlled the 10-star primordial power and let Zhou Han take off. There had been a huge transformation in terms of overall combat strength. I think you should take a look at. Now, even a 60-star true god-grade expert had to submit to him. The battle just now was the best proof. Moreover, the illusion would heavenly venerate was not an ordinary 60-star true god. After all, he had the supreme bloodline of the star tree race. For someone like him, who could defeat 1060 true god experts of the same level, it was nothing difficult. But so what? He was still killed by Zhou Han in one move. Although the illusion would heavenly venerate was in his strongest state, he could not change the helpless outcome of being defeated. Why did you suddenly become so strong? You've clearly been suppressed by me previously. I can feel that you're about to reach the end of your rope. Why? What happened? A look of defeat flashed across the illusion would heavenly venerate's face. Even now, he still could not accept the fact that he had failed. Therefore, he asked indignantly. He wanted to know what had happened in this short period of time. It could instantly raise Zhou Han to such a terrifying level. Huh? Do you want to know? But I'm not telling you. Zhou Han would definitely not reveal the secrets. After all, the Star Tree race did not only have the illusion would heavenly venerate. They had huge strength in the universe. Who knew what special methods they would have? The more secrets he revealed, the more dangerous his situation would be. Illusion would heavenly venerate originally wanted to get some information, but he did not expect Zhou Han to not play by the rules. There are endless secrets in the universe. Don't think that just because your Star Tree race is powerful, you're arrogant. I'm not someone you can control. So, Zhou Han said expressionlessly. After saying that, a sharp sword light flew over. He directly asked for the head of the illusion would heavenly venerate. No. There was a shrill sound, then complete silence. There was no kill notification. After waiting for half a second, there was no notification in his mind. Zhou Han instantly felt that something was wrong. According to his past experience, a kill notification would come the moment he killed it. The error before and after was no more than a millisecond. Therefore, it was obvious that the illusion would heavenly venerate was not really dead. As expected, you still want to use illusions. I told you this won't work on me. Zhou Han smiled coldly and directly activated Starry Sky Perception. His divine sense quickly scanned the surrounding hundreds of millions of kilometers. In a deep cave, he discovered the weak-smelling illusion would heavenly venerate. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. He was curled up in the cave, a trace of despair on his face. The heavens want me dead. I can't accept this. Sensing Zhou Han's divine sense sweeping over, the illusion would heavenly venerate immediately looked up at the sky and sighed, his expression very bitter. Not only was his combat strength inferior to Zhou Han, but even the illusion he was best at was seen through by the other party again. This simply left no way out. There was not even a chance to escape. This is the price of provoking me. Although I don't have a powerful faction or the most expensive Khanate bloodline, but if you want to deal with me, you have to pay an extremely painful price. Since you're courting death today, I'll gladly take your head, Zhou Han said calmly, but the eyes in his eyes had long overflowed and were incomparably rich. Originally, he did not want to have a conflict with the Star Tree race. After all, there were still many things to do. It would be much less trouble to have one less opponent. However, the high and mighty superiority of the Star Tree race did not intend to let Zhou Han off. Therefore, the illusion would heavenly venerate took the initiative to attack, wanting to kill Zhou Han to prove that the dignity of the Star Tree race was inviolable. Unfortunately, the Star Tree race had provoked the wrong person. They should not have provoked Zhou Han. Zhou Han did not cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble. Since they were going to fight, how could he avoid it? At this moment, Zhou Han opened the spatial passageway and instantly teleported in front of the illusion would heavenly venerate. He pinched hard with one hand. An explosive energy surged crazily in his hand. No, you can't kill me. I'm a direct descendant of the Star Tree race. Do you really want to face the endless pursuit of the Star Tree race? Think about it before you attack. Don't be too impulsive. Sensing the power of destruction flowing continuously on his neck, the illusion would heavenly venerate trembled in fear and hurriedly shouted loudly. He knew that Zhou Han really dared to kill him. If you let me go, Before illusion would heavenly venerate could finish speaking, a violent energy exploded above his head. Then his voice stopped abruptly, and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. You talk too much. So what if it's the Star Tree race? If you dare to provoke me again, I'll exterminate all of you, Zhou Han said domineeringly. The domineering aura on his body subconsciously surged out. This time, the charm of a true peerless expert was that they were not afraid of power and were brave enough to resist. Even if you have thousands of soldiers and horses, I'll smile calmly. Since the grudge had been formed, there was no need to care so much. If he killed them, so be it. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a 60-star true God-grade expert. Illusion would heavenly venerate. Detected that you have the special effect of the heavenly fate enhancement and are in an activated state. Any reward you obtain will automatically increase by 1,000 times. 1,000 Dao-grade equipment and 2,000 primordial spirit crystals dropped. Hearing the notification in his mind, Zhou Han completely relaxed. After all, the illusion of the illusion would heavenly venerate could not be underestimated. If not for the super strong detection power of starry sky perception, even with Zhou Han's current 10-star realm Lord Realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with the illusion would heavenly venerate. Fortunately, the strongest methods of the ring screen heavenly race could not be used. Therefore, Zhou Han could easily win in the end. As a 60-star true God-grade expert, the drop rate was quite good. Very good, another Dao-grade equipment dropped. I wonder which part it's from. Zhou Han smiled and saw the charming light emitted by the equipment. It was the unique halo of Dao-grade equipment. The Dao-grade equipment that dropped last time was the heaven-slaying wrist guard. This time, Zhou Han did not want it to be the same part. Otherwise, he would have been happy for nothing. For the time being, Dao-grade equipment was still very precious to Zhou Han. It could bring about a considerable increase in combat strength. All right, stop standing there. Hurry up and come over to pick up the equipment, Zhou Han called. The targets of the conversation were naturally Little Rock and Little Bone. They were mainly shocked by Zhou Han's heaven-defying turn of events. They never expected Zhou Han's increase in combat strength to be so exaggerated. This was a 60-star, true, God-grade expert. How could he kill him as easily as cutting melons and vegetables? Okay, let's pick up the equipment. I think you should take a look at. Damn, impressive. Another Dow-grade equipment dropped. Master, you're really too brave. That tree monster was arrogant just now, but it still died tragically in your hands. My master is too awesome. He specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. It's really pleasing to the eye. Little Bone and Little Rock bragged excitedly, in high spirits and filled with admiration. By the way, where's Little Ashen? Why aren't they here yet? Zhou Han asked curiously. Since the illusion of the ashen illusory beast had appeared just now, it must have encountered the illusion would heavenly venerate. Otherwise, the illusion would heavenly venerate would not have used such a trap to try to seduce Zhou Han. He seems to be in a coma. I wonder how he's doing. Master, check it. Little Rock and the others carried the ashen illusory beast out. Zhou Han investigated. Although he had fallen into a deep sleep, his vital signs were normal and nothing else abnormal had appeared. Zhou Han also heaved a sigh of relief. At least this guy was not killed by the energy aftershock of the battle just now. It was fine as long as he was still alive. Master, why is old Ashen in a deep sleep? What happened to him? Is it okay? When can you recover? Little Rock and Little Bone asked with concern. After all, they were companions who had fought alongside each other. They definitely did not want anything to happen. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. Maybe it'll be a great opportunity for him. Zhou Han used his powerful divine sense to completely scan it and quickly understood the exact reason. A great opportunity? Master, are you saying that old Ashen is sleeping now to accumulate strength and will undergo a transformation? Little Bone asked. That's right. He consumed a special natural treasure called the Great Void Divine Bone Grass. It's a spiritual herb nurtured from the corpse of the Great Void Beast God. The conditions to form it are very special. It has an incomparably powerful effect on mutated beasts. Zhou Han told her the results of the appraisal. Hiss, I didn't expect old Ashen to be so lucky. He's gotten a huge opportunity this time. Little Bone said enviously. Old Ashen is taking everything for himself. Although this was the first time Little Rock had heard of this natural treasure, the fact that Zhou Han could give an extremely high evaluation proved that this thing was not simple. After all, what kind of taste did his master have? How could ordinary items enter his eyes so easily? That's why you have to work hard. After completely absorbing the energy inside, his strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. He might even awaken some ancient beast god inheritance. At that time, your strength will be far behind his. Zhou Han said with a smile, bringing a huge sense of crisis to the two of them. Only then would he have greater motivation and become stronger. Yes, we can't fall behind. However, old Ashen must be very smug. He will never allow such a thing to happen, Little Rock said. After all, he knew the character of the Ashen illusory beast very well. After his strength exceeded theirs, who knew how arrogant he would be? Yes, we have to work harder. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Zhou Han was also happy to see all of this. Only benign competition could stimulate greater motivation and cultivation speed. The news that Zhou Han had killed 2 members of the Star Tree race, the heaven-burying tree demon and the illusion would heavenly venerate, before long, it was sent to the headquarters of the Star Tree race. In the incomparably huge forest of trees, there was a special palace. It flickered with dazzling starlight. Endless star power surged in space, telling of ancient glory. A huge palace sat in the starlight. Bathed in the dazzling light, it looked extremely solemn and majestic. This was the headquarters of the Star Tree race, which nurtured countless top experts. Their main bodies were all towering trees that could take root on every planet in the universe and absorb the endless energy inside to transform into their power. This was the source of the Star Tree race's strength. Through this talent, they could quickly increase their strength and become very powerful. Therefore, like a snowball, the number of experts accumulated in the clan increased. More planets in the universe would be colonized by them. Fifth brother is dead. Investigate thoroughly. I'll make them regret coming to this world. On the head palace master's seat, the green-haired old man sat expressionlessly, but his eyes were filled with surging killing intent and absolute dignity. How can outsiders kill the bloodline of my Star Tree race? I want to see who has the guts. They really don't know what's good for them. Hundreds of millions have come. This is the first time the Star Tree race has been killed by an outsider. Looks like the prestige of my star tree race has decreased. The other elder's expression was also extremely ugly. He could not accept this outcome. Although the illusion would heavenly venerate was only a small elder to the incomparably huge star tree race, he was only considered middle level. It could be said to be insignificant, but this was an internal matter. His clansmen could only be bullied by him. Outsiders had no right to touch them. No matter who it is, even if it's a primordial Saint Emperor expert, I'll kill him. The green-haired old man said domineeringly. His eyes were sharp and shot out a sharp light. Although the primordial Saint Emperor was very powerful, they did not take the power of the entire Star Tree race seriously. That was why he was so domineering. Yes, Head Palace Master, I'll definitely arrange for people to investigate this matter thoroughly. Fifth brother can't die like this. One of the elders in charge of external operations hurriedly said respectfully. Go, capture the thief alive. I want to suppress him ruthlessly and absorb his power with countless tree roots every day. It's not so easy to die after offending my star tree race. As the green-haired old man spoke, an incomparably cruel smile appeared on his face. As a huge race in the universe, the star tree race's dignity could not be violated. Hee. Of course, I've just absorbed all the power of a planet recently and officially entered the eternal true God grade. I'll lead the team this time. I promise to complete the mission. Bring the thief to justice. Grand Nothingness Heavenly Venerate took the initiative to volunteer. The anger on his face was accompanied by a trace of confidence. He was the closest to the illusion would Heavenly Venerate by blood, so their relationship was also the best. Naturally, he was eager for revenge. Approved. You can mobilize the manpower at will. I only have one request. Capture the target alive. The green-haired old man waved his hand and gave the order. Then, Grand Nothingness Heavenly Venerate also brought an elite team. The weakest in the team was a 50-star, true God-grade expert. The group moved majestically. I think you should take a look at. Master, all the resources have been counted. Arrange for the relevant classes and classify them separately. Little Bone reported to Little Rock. They subconsciously looked at the 1,000 Dow-grade equipment with very excited eyes. This time, he had Dow-grade equipment on. It was so satisfying to follow his master. Zhou Han nodded in approval and looked over. Very good. It's equipment for combat boots. In that case, I'm wearing 2 Dow-grade armor now. His gaze was naturally to check the Dow-grade equipment that had dropped. When he realized that it was not a repetitive wrist guard, he immediately felt very happy. Cold Sea War Boots. Grade, low-grade Dow-grade. Type, battle boots equipment. Description, Ice-type combat boots engraved with countless runes that seal Cold Sea's power. It has an extremely strong enhancement effect on Ice-type cultivators and can bring a huge leap in strength. Basic attributes. In combat, the damage caused by ice attributes will increase by 1,000,000 times. There is a 10% chance of freezing the target. For every second of combat, the probability of freezing will increase by 5%. 5 seconds after leaving combat, the probability of increase will automatically be 0. Unique passive, Extreme Cold Storm. When your life is threatened, this passive effect will automatically be triggered. Countless ice will descend within a radius of 100 million kilometers. Not only is this ice extremely aggressive, but it can also bring you peak defense. The effect doesn't sound bad. It can provide 1,000,000 times the ice attribute attack. Zhou Han was delighted. When he saw the basic attributes column, he was quite satisfied. After all, he controlled all attributes, so a single increase in ice attribute damage was also very beneficial to him. This way, using ice attribute attacks in battle would bring a stronger effect. Other than the basic attributes, there was also a special passive effect that would only be automatically triggered when his life was in great danger. Under normal circumstances, it could not be triggered. Anyway, from the description, it was quite good. He would only know the exact power in actual combat. Hiss. The surrounding temperature suddenly changed. As expected of Dow-grade equipment. You're so strong. Little Bone said with a smile. What a pity. None of us are ice attribute controllers and can't enjoy this combat strength bonus. Little Rock said regretfully. After all, they could not compare to Zhou Han. It was already very heaven-defying for them to be proficient in 2 or 3 attributes. However, Zhou Han had chaotic power and was compatible with all kinds of forces in the universe. That was why he could control all attributes. Any power obtained could be perfectly fused into the body. This was the uniqueness of the chaotic power. Otherwise, with the source enlightening sword light, the power of the creation jade disc, and the bloodline power of the starry dragon god in his body, it was impossible to operate peacefully in Zhou Han's body. A huge conflict had long erupted. The collision power that erupted was enough to destroy Zhou Han's body. I'll leave these two pieces of equipment to you. Although you can enjoy the bonus of ice attribute damage, the special passive effect is extremely protective of your lives. Zhou Han was talking about the passive effect of the extreme cold storm. Compared to his life being threatened, the two of them were more likely to be threatened. At that time, he could see how powerful this extreme cold storm was. As he spoke, Zhou Han had already handed over the two pieces of equipment. Little Rock shivered unconsciously as it was corroded by the cold air above. However, when the equipment was worn, this cold could not affect him. Downgrade equipment is so good. This powerful force and dazzling light are really pleasing to the eye. Little Rock said excitedly, very happy. Of course, downgrade equipment is such a precious existence. We were lucky to follow such a powerful master and wear two downgrade equipment. This is a quality that countless true divine grade experts can't envy. Little Bone's expression was filled with pride, feeling that he was really lucky. Back in the 10,000 Dragon Ruins, it was really blessed by the heavens to become Zhou Han's pet. If he had missed that time, how could he have such a dazzling life now? A downgrade equipment made countless true divine grade experts envious. Moreover, they each had two now. In terms of equipment, he was already far ahead of the others. Zhou Han had long learned about such flattery and could not be bothered to listen. His gaze began to probe for useful resources. Why isn't there a sovereign golden rune? That doesn't make sense. Zhou Han still habitually searched the sovereign golden rune to see how many had dropped. Unfortunately, after looking around, he didn't find anything. He was immediately puzzled. System prompt. In view of the fact that your realm has already increased to the primordial realm, the sovereign golden rune will no longer appear in the items that drop in the future. The sovereign golden rune is no longer useful to a primordial realm expert. That's why it was cancelled. Please understand. I see. What if I enhance my body in the future? Zhou Han hurriedly asked. This was what he was most concerned about. The primordial spirit crystal will replace the effect of the sovereign golden rune. After fusion, it will make your body stronger. Yes, that's good. This was consistent with Zhou Han's guess. After receiving an affirmative answer from the system, he was relieved. As long as his body could continue to enhance it, it did not matter if he fused the sovereign golden rune or the primordial spirit crystal. Anyway, as long as he had the strength, it was not difficult to obtain these things. Coupled with the 1,000-fold increase in rewards, the efficiency of obtaining it was higher. After killing the heaven-burying tree demon and the illusion would heavenly venerate, a total of 3,000 primordial spirit crystals dropped. Zhou Han did not think too much about it and directly fused it into his body. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully fused 3,000 primordial spirit crystals. You still need about 5,000 primordial spirit crystals to enhance your next body. Please understand. The notification sounded. Zhou Han smiled. With the foundation to absorb a large number of primordial spirit crystals previously. Therefore, he only needed to absorb another 5,000 to enhance his body to 31 times. This was very easy to achieve. Even if the primordial spirit crystal only had a 1% drop rate, it would only kill 500 primordial realm experts. To Zhou Han, who had already controlled the primordial power and escaped the shackles of the God-Fiend continent, killing 500 primordial realm experts in the universe was too simple. After fusing with the primordial spirit crystal, Zhou Han activated the Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome and fused the excess equipment, Dharma treasures, pills, skill books, special items, and other items. System prompt. Congratulations, you have fused a special natural treasure, Destruction Dragon Essence. Congratulations, you have successfully combined 12 downgrade Dharma treasure fragments. I think you should take a look at. Congratulations, you have successfully fused a downgrade pill, Scorching Sun Soul Super Pill. After a wave of fusion, information about relevant items kept appearing on the virtual interface. They were all relatively advanced items. Zhou Han paid more attention to this. His gaze turned to the first item, Destruction Dragon Essence. After activating appraisal, the relevant attribute data slowly appeared on the virtual interface. Destruction Dragon Essence. Grade, low grade downgrade. Type, natural treasure. Description, there is a planet in the universe called the Planet of Destruction. The only overlord on the planet is the Destruction Dragon King. The Destruction Dragon Essence is a mysterious item condensed from its life essence and has extremely powerful pure power. Effect, the energy contained in the Destruction Dragon Essence is very gentle. After consuming it, it will slowly increase your strength. Moreover, it can have an extremely strong effect on your bloodline. Description, limited to cultivators with the dragon bloodline. Otherwise, there will be a serious backlash. Yes, this thing is good. After enhancing it once, it might be able to increase the concentration of my starry dragon god bloodline. Zhou Han held the Destruction Dragon Essence in his hand and could feel the surging energy surging inside. The blood in his body yearned for this power. After all, they were all dragon-type energy from the same source. It was normal for them to have such a violent reaction. However, Zhou Han resisted the desire in his heart. After all, there were not enough supreme enhancement points to enhance it now. It would be a waste of natural resources if he consumed it rashly. When the time came, wouldn't it be wonderful to enhance it to the maximum before consuming it? Therefore, Zhou Han put the Destruction Dragon Essence into his spatial inventory. Next were the 12 Dao-grade Dharma treasure fragments. Unfortunately, he was a little disappointed that he did not see the shadow of the creation jade disc fragment. The other Dharma treasure fragments were not enough to form a complete Dharma treasure. He could only accumulate it for the time being. It would take a long time to collect it. The third item, Scorching Sun Soul Super Pill. After the appraisal, all the attribute data appeared on the virtual interface. Scorching Sun Soul Super Pill. Grade, low grade downgrade. Type, enhancement pill. Description, on Super Soul Planet, a pill refined using the soul as a catalyst contains extremely strong soul power. Therefore, this pill is extremely attractive to soul cultivators. Effect, after consumption, soul power increases by 10%. Description, a one-time consumable that will disappear automatically after use. This pill can only be consumed once. It will not work if consumed multiple times. Very good, it's also downgrade. Moreover, it can increase the power of the soul. A happy smile bloomed on Zhou Han's face because it was not easy to increase his soul power. Be it pills or natural treasures, they did not have a good effect and quickly increased the power of his soul. This was also why Zhou Han's soul power had always been less than his attack power and defense. However, the Scorching Sun Soul Super Pill showed him the hope of his soul power surpassing it. The effect column was very clear. After consuming it, it would increase soul power by 10%. Although the 10% ratio was not very high, in front of the huge base, this improvement was still very powerful. Now, Zhou Han's soul power was close to 400 billion. If he obtained this 10% bonus, it would be 40 billion. Therefore, Zhou Han was very happy. With such an improvement, it meant how powerful the effect of this downgrade pill was. Of course, after enhancing it to the limit, the effect would definitely be stronger. As for how strong it was, Zhou Han did not know. When he obtained a large number of supreme enhancement points, it would definitely bring a huge surprise. In addition to these things, there were some other items. However, the effect was not very useful. To the current 10-star realm lord, Zhou Han, it was better than nothing. After all, after his combat strength increased by leaps and bounds, the items that could unleash their effects previously had become very ordinary now. This was the inevitable outcome after his strength increased. Sovereign-grade items would slowly be eliminated. In the future, it was only a matter of time before a large number of Dao-grade equipment and Dharma treasures erupted in the endless starry sky. Therefore, it did not take long to replace the sovereign-grade items on him. System prompt. You have consumed the natural treasure, Ice Mountain Yellow Lotus. All attributes resistance has increased by 3%. You consumed a peak sovereign-grade pill, the Flame Spirit Heaven Splitting Pill. Fire attribute damage has increased by 6%. You have activated a special item, the Spirit Gathering Array. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy has permanently increased by 5%. You After using all the useful resources, Zhou Han immediately felt that his strength had increased a lot. These were all sovereign grade. Even if they were enhanced, it would not consume many supreme enhancement points. Therefore, after Zhou Han used one key enhancement, he directly used these items. As for the downgrade quality he had just checked, he did not use it for the time being, as long as his enhancement points were still insufficient. However, when he completed this hidden mission, he believed that a huge sum of supreme enhancement points would arrive. As Zhou Han thought, he opened the attribute panel and took a look at the change in attributes. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 365, 11.12%. Health, 2,599.9 trillion. Attack, 570.00 billion. Defense, 516.66 billion. Soul Power, 418.88 billion. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, God Fiend Nightmare. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter. Soul Artifact, 9 Flames Qilin Saber. Accessory, Sword Emperor Ring, Heavenly Fate Bracelet, Flame Emperor Necklace. Support Equipment, Demon Emperor Earrings, Big Dipper Set, Heavenly Wolf Set. Equipment, Heavenly Saint Battle Robe, Heaven Slaying Wrist Guard, Battle Sovereign Belt, Heavenly Fate Leg Guard, Cold Sea War Boots, Galaxy Set. Dharma Treasures, Great Void Divine Armor, Star Sea Demon Saber, Human Sovereign Seal, Creation Jade Disc Fragment, Primordial Heaven Suppressing Seal, Heavenly Martial Golden Armor, Heaven Defying Bead, Ancestral Phoenix Shield, Heaven Opening Axe, Honorable Soul Banner, 5 Elements Treasure Mirror, Cloud Sky Blood Dragon Spear, Grand Supreme Array, Mirrored Demon Book, Cold Sea Blood, Lust Bead. Cultivation Technique, Grand Primordium Heavenly Tome, Tao Seeding Immortal Technique, Ultimate version of the Emperor Xianyuan Scripture, Beginner version of the Beginningless Scripture, Extreme, Divine Sword Technique, Proud Heaven Ice Emperor Technique, Grand Primordium Ancient Scroll, Blood Emperor Heaven Splitting Record, Grand Soul Tao, Fire Qilin Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Body. Gem, Killing Gem, Immortal Gem, Scorching Sun Gem, Splitting Gem, Bloodthirsty Gem, Persistent Hit Gem. Guild Buff, HP increased by 2 billion, Attack increased by 50 million. I think you should take a look at. Fashion, Starry Sky Mythology, open and see the details. Bloodline, Starry Dragon God, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Clarity Sword Heart, plus 30, open and see the details. Constitution, Glazed Golden Body, plus 30, open and see the details. That's right. His HP is nearly 260 billion. As expected, after my body was enhanced to 30 times, there was a huge transformation. Zhou Han was delighted. This sudden increase in attributes was within his expectations, and he was very satisfied with it. Attack, defense, and soul power had all clearly increased. A 10-star Realm Lord interface was enough to crush most high-star, true God-grade experts. This was the reason why Zhou Han could easily challenge those above his level. Of course, this was only the static attribute. Once he entered combat state, all kinds of buffs would automatically be triggered. At that time, he would show his true strength. Let's go and keep moving. I'm about to bring the mission to the end, Zhou Han said with a smile. He was looking forward to this mission. Firstly, he could obtain extremely generous rewards, including supreme enhancement points, downgrade Dharma treasure fragments, and so on. These were all things Zhou Han urgently needed. After all, he still had many items that were waiting to be enhanced. The downgrade consumed too many enhancement points. It was really a little unbearable. In the future, when I enter the universe, the upper limit of the supreme enhancement points I can obtain will definitely be higher. This way, I can enhance it as I please. Zhou Han looked forward to it. In the Godfiend continent, the top map of the 8 great divine domains only had a maximum of 500 billion supreme enhancement points. This number seemed to be quite a lot, but it was actually not enough to enhance a downgrade equipment to the limit. However, it was different in the universe. There was a wider world and richer resources. As long as one had strength, one was not afraid of not having room to use it. No matter how much benefit one wanted, there were countless mysterious maps waiting for one to enter. Of course, Zhou Han would not be arrogant enough to dare to enter any map. No one knew what powerful existence was inside. If there was someone at the level of the primordial Saint Emperor inside, entering would be no different from courting death. Therefore, it was better to choose a map that matched his strength and fight steadily. With the only SSS-ranked talent in the universe, as long as one was careful enough, one day, they could become a top existence. The second point was that after completing the mission, he could know relevant information about the Tao Lord. Needless to say, this meant a lot to Zhou Han. Yes, Master. Let's hurry up and complete the mission. I've long yearned for the mysterious universe. In the universe, we'll continue to write new chapters and create countless miracles. Little Bone and Little Rock were very excited. Who wouldn't yearn for a magnificent universe? There were more secrets there, greater opportunities. Let's go. Zhou Han put the sleeping ashen illusory beast into his pet space. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and continued forward. He looked at the mission's guidance route. There was also a large gathering place of wild monsters along the way, and then the mission's destination. If not for the fact that he had delayed some time by fighting the illusion would heavenly venerate, he would have long reached the end of the mission. He flew all the way to this large wild monster stronghold. As soon as they landed, they felt a fishy smell on their faces. A faint black mist floated in the air. It swept towards Zhou Han and the others. This is poisonous mist. It's so corrosive. Little Bone's hard bones actually began to melt under the black fog. Some black patterns spread on the bones, causing his HP to constantly decrease. The golden light on Little Rock's body became a little dim. Clearly, this black fog had a lot of effect on him. System prompt. You have been attacked by poisonous gas. Your eternal primordial body's passive, Eternal Destiny, has been successfully triggered. You are immune to the damage. Seeing the notification on the combat interface, Zhou Han smiled. The eternal primordial body was indeed awesome. He focused and saw a black forest in front of him. There were countless tree monsters standing in the forest, absorbing sunlight there, a little like photosynthesis. However, what spewed out was not oxygen, but this extremely poisonous black fog. Under the probe of starry sky perception, Zhou Han knew that this black fog looked ordinary, but it could cause damage to 50-star true God-grade experts. Fortunately, Little Bone and Little Rock both had 2 Tao-grade equipment. Otherwise, he would be killed instantly. Spread out. With a loud shout, the wind turned into countless vortexes from behind Zhou Han and swept crazily at the poisonous mist. With the passive effect of the natural Tao runes, all the wind attribute skills he had previously controlled naturally advanced to the low-grade Tao grade. The power of this wind attribute was no longer the same as before. This black fog was annihilated without any resistance. Without the obstruction of the black fog, these tree monsters were like tigers that had lost their claws and teeth. They were no threat at all. What strong wind! I was actually suppressed by a 10-star realm lord. The Poisonwood King was shocked. He never expected such a scene to happen. After all, he was a 50-star true God-grade expert. In terms of realm, he was enough to crush the other party. However, under the bragging of the wind, the poisonous mist he released could not fight back. Heh, you're only a 50-star true god. You're too lousy. Zhou Han smiled and said disdainfully. He could even easily kill a 60-star true God-grade expert. A 50-star true God-grade expert was simply like an ant. Dealing with him was really child's play. Arrogant. A mere realm lord like you dares to speak to me like this? The Poisonwood King recovered from his surprise, his face ashen. He was completely angered by Zhou Han's disregard. Don't think I can't do anything to you without the poisonous mist. Dark Earth Spike. The Poisonwood King released a black energy that surged to the ground. Then the ground undulated violently, and countless earth spikes instantly appeared. These earth spikes were 10,000 meters long and very dense. Even if he flew into the sky, he could not dodge their attacks. How dare you embarrass yourself with such insignificant skills? Weightless space, 1,000,000 times the gravity. Zhou Han's expression was calm and extremely cold. The gravity was completely controlled by him now. As soon as 1,000,000 times the gravity was released, these earth spikes could not withstand their weight and collapsed with a bang. Then, Zhou Han's will moved slightly. The vast gravity focused on the Poisonwood King alone. PFFF. The moment gravity enveloped him, the poisonwood king spat out a mouthful of green blood. In the next moment, its body collapsed at a visible speed. No, only the poisonwood king's last scream was left in the entire space. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all struggle was in vain. I think you should take a look at. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the poisonwood king and dropped an item. The kill notification came. The entire battle was very easy. I'll leave the rest to you. Get it over with. Zhou Han dusted himself off and said. The remaining tree monsters were all lackeys of the poisonwood king. Although there were a lot of them, they were not very strong. Their strongest attack method was the poison mist attack. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the wind, there was no room to use it. Good master, these little ones might not dirty your hands. FCK, kill them. They released poisonous mist just now. They're playing dirty. My bones still hurt a little. Little Rock and Little Bone had just been attacked by the poisonous mist. If they did not have downgrade equipment, they would have died. This time, he would have to torture them to death to vent the hatred in his heart. Like two hungry wolves entering a flock of sheep, they started a massacre. 3 minutes later, the battle was over. All the spoils of war had been counted. The benefits this time were average. However, the only good news was that a total of 9,000 primordial spirit crystals had dropped. I can finally enhance my body to 31 times. Zhou Han muttered to himself happily. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse. System prompt. You are fusing with the primordial spirit crystal. Please wait patiently. When fusing, it did not delay their journey. Following the route, Zhou Han finally arrived at the mission end. Yes? Nothing. Seeing that there was nothing in front of him, Zhou Han was a little puzzled. Just as he was about to activate Starry Sky Perception to explore, a spot of light appeared in the void in front of him. Then the light spot slowly grew larger. When it was about the height of a man, it stopped growing. A figure slowly walked out of the ball of light. Floating in the sky, there seemed to be an aura that suppressed the world that surged out. The entire space actually trembled slightly after being blown by this aura, as if it could not withstand its huge pressure. Who is this? Why is he so flashy? Little Rock said with an extremely solemn expression. This was the first time he had seen such a majestic aura. Clearly, this was a very difficult expert to deal with. Beginningless Sovereign? It's actually the Beginningless Sovereign? The light blocked the figure. Ordinary methods definitely could not be seen. Through his Starry Sky Perception, Zhou Han saw the notification on the interface and was immediately extremely surprised. Beginningless Sovereign actually had such a powerful background. The information he learned was that the Beginningless Sovereign was only a legend on the Godfiend continent. He never expected it to be the top expert in the universe. This had already subverted his understanding. Ha! I didn't expect you to recognize me. How interesting. A hearty laugh came from the ball of light. Then, the light screen spread out, and a man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes walked out with a smile. The sharp aura on his body just now automatically dissipated. That's right. You even cultivated my cultivation technique. You're my successor. A hearty laugh came from the ball of light. Then, the light screen spread out, and a man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes walked out with a smile. The sharp aura on his body just now automatically dissipated. That's right. You even cultivated my cultivation technique. You're my successor. Sensing the unique aura on Zhou Han's body, the beginningless sovereign phantom clearly had a strong emotional fluctuation. This aura was the aura on the beginningless scripture. Beginningless sovereign was all too familiar with his cultivation technique. I didn't expect you to obtain the inheritance I unintentionally left behind back then. It's really fate. The beginningless sovereign phantom sighed. As he spoke, Zhou Han kept sizing up the beginningless sovereign phantom and asked, "Oh, is there a secret? Senior, why are you here?" Zhou Han asked the question in his heart. He felt that it was not a coincidence that the beginningless sovereign phantom was here. Actually, this phantom was left here a long, long time ago. At that time, I deduced that a huge change would happen in the Godfiend continent. I can't see through the exact change. Therefore, this phantom is to tell the truth to those who come later. It might be able to stop this calamity. After all, the Godfiend continent was a planet born of the beginningless sovereign, so he naturally could not watch it be destroyed. That was why there was such a setup. I see. Is it related to the Tao Lord? Coupled with the content of the hidden mission he had accepted, Zhou Han hurriedly asked, "Looks like you learned more than I thought. You've even heard of an expert at the Tao Lord's level." The beginningless sovereign phantom revealed an admiring gaze, even more satisfied with its sudden successor. It was mainly because the God-fiend continent was also the most barren planet in the universe. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to come into contact with those top experts. However, Zhou Han, who was in front of him, could learn more secrets through other methods. Therefore, beginningless sovereign could not help but think highly of Zhou Han again. "It's just a coincidence. I know a little. I have a feeling that the unforeseen event you mentioned just now is very likely set up by the Tao Lord. I wonder what his goal is." Zhou Han voiced his guess. The current him could not deal with the Tao Lord. He could only use the power of the beginningless sovereign to restrain the other party. Only then could he guarantee that he would have more time to develop. This was very critical. The sooner he met the Tao Lord, the greater the threat to his life. Therefore, in Zhou Han's plan, beginningless sovereign was the best choice to check and balance the Tao Lord so far. "I'll verify what you said. If the Tao Lord is really behind this, I won't let this go. The God-fiend continent must not be damaged," the beginningless sovereign phantom said domineeringly, his expression flickering with an undeniable dignity. Hearing this, Zhou Han was relieved. This was what he wanted to see. From the beginningless sovereign's words, it could be seen that his strength was definitely not inferior to the Tao Lord. It was very likely a top expert of the same level. The stronger beginningless sovereign was, the happier Zhou Han was. After all, he was his successor no matter what. They were still very close and could take care of him when the time came. Of course, he still had to rely on himself in the end. Only by increasing his strength was the way to go. Zhou Han was still very awake. It was feasible to borrow the power of others, but it was not a long-term solution. Then, the beginningless sovereign phantom began to explain the origin and related history of the God-fiend continent. There was still something important. When Zhou Han heard this, he was very shocked. The history that beginningless sovereign mentioned was greatly different from what he had heard previously. It could be said that much of his understanding of the God-fiend continent was fake and distorted. What's going on? Why is this happening? Zhou Han thought quickly in his heart. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if an invisible hand was controlling all of this. How terrifying it was to create a fake worldview. It's the Tao Lord. It's definitely him. This thought flashed across Zhou Han's mind, and this intuition became stronger. Previously, he was also afraid of the Tao Lord. However, he never expected the other party's methods to be so terrifying. It was simply toppling time and space. Is this the top power? Looks like I have a long way to go. Although this huge difference made Zhou Han a little desperate, his will was so firm. How could he be stunned by such a huge difference? Therefore, Zhou Han would not retreat. Instead, a stronger motivation ignited in his heart. Isn't your Tao Lord very awesome? One day, I'll trample you under my feet. I'll let you F-King control my fate. At this moment, Zhou Han's feelings of revenge were extremely strong. Ordinary people did not want to be controlled by others. Moreover, an expert like Zhou Han had the only SSS-ranked talent in the universe. How could he become someone else's puppet? "Master, I have something to ask you. Do you know anything about the system? What's going on with the system on me?" Zhou Han was a little worried and asked. Most importantly, he was afraid that this was something the Tao Lord had created. Therefore, while the beginningless sovereign was here, he had to understand it clearly. The system is a virtual intelligence body born in the virtual star domain. They have no form or energy fluctuation. They will exist in everyone's divine sense. Some people might activate it, others will never activate it. The beginningless sovereign phantom slowly explained. Seeing that Zhou Han's expression was not right, he seemed to understand something and comforted. "Don't worry, the virtual star domain is one of the greatest mysteries in the universe. It's not something the Tao Lord can tamper with." "That's good. The vast universe really contains too many mysteries." Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief and sighed. In that case, he wouldn't be monitored by the Tao Lord every moment, and he wouldn't have to be on tenterhooks. After all, the psychological pressure of being monitored by a top expert was extraordinary. "I have some information about the Tao Lord. Do you want to know?" The beginningless sovereign phantom said with a smile. He could tell that Zhou Han was afraid of the Tao Grade. That was why he said such a thing. "Of course, I want to know. This was Zhou Han's main goal. Seeing that they had gotten to the point, his expression immediately turned grave. But I have to test your strength and see if you're qualified to know. After all, if you're too weak, it's not good for you to know too much. The beginningless sovereign phantom said in a low voice. Its gaze swept across Zhou Han. It also wanted to see how strong its successor was. If he was too weak, it would be very embarrassing for beginningless sovereign to say it. Those top experts would mock him for choosing such a trashy successor. Therefore, it was very necessary to test Zhou Han's strength. Okay, I accept your test. What should I do exactly? Zhou Han said calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Even though it was just a phantom, it took a lot of courage. After all, the incomparably majestic aura emitted from his body was really there. Therefore, while Zhou Han felt extreme pressure, he also began to get excited. To be able to fight such a top expert was really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was extraordinarily helpful to his combat experience and power comprehension. This was because the beginningless sovereign phantom would not kill Zhou Han. If he could not win against the other top experts, Zhou Han's life would most likely end here. Therefore, this was indeed a good opportunity for Zhou Han to increase his strength. Very good. You're quite bold. I hope your performance later is the same as now. I'm impressed. The beginningless sovereign phantom smiled and nodded. Seeing Zhou Han's calm expression, he was even more satisfied. After all, ordinary people would probably be weak in the face of his pressure. How could they dare to fight? All you have to do is attack me. Use all your strength and go all out. The beginningless sovereign phantom said the way to test power. That was to feel how strong Zhou Han's combat strength was by constantly attacking. Okay, Zhou Han smiled and nodded. He was very happy to accept this method. After all, he only needed to attack. He did not have to be beaten up. That would save a lot of physical pain. If the beginningless sovereign phantom attacked, the pain it would suffer would not be ordinary. After all, the phantom of the beginningless sovereign was an eternal, true, God-grade expert who controlled hundreds of stars. To put it bluntly, this strength could crush Zhou Han with a finger. This intelligence information was detected through starry sky perception. The beginningless sovereign phantom stood in the void with its hands behind its back, a relaxed smile flickering on its face. This was the supreme charm of a top expert. With a raise of his hand and a raise of his foot, he displayed the demeanor of an expert. Zhou Han was also fascinated. One day, he would also become such an expert. With his talent for infinite enhancement, it meant endless possibilities. Without thinking too much, the energy in his body circulated crazily. All kinds of elements shone and erupted with destructive power. 9 tribulations, thunder, cloud, storm. Extreme snow world. Reincarnation, dark sky. 100 flowers encirclement. Endless blood sea. Vajra world destruction technique. All the skills he controlled poured out in a microsecond. Thunder, flames, frost, light, dark elements, and so on basically covered most of the energy attributes. In the sky, colorful fluctuations flickered. It was very dazzling. In this dazzling light, the aura of destruction spread crazily. That's right. This is the chaotic power. It allows you to master it and gather all energy into one. With beginningless sovereign's eyesight, he could tell at a glance the uniqueness of Zhou Han's strength. After all, there were only a few people in the vast universe who controlled the chaotic power. This discovery surprised the beginningless sovereign. Just this chaotic power was enough for him to go out and show off to his old friends. See, my descendant controls the chaotic power. Much better than your disciples. With a faint smile, all the skills released by Zhou Han bombarded the beginningless sovereign phantom. Then an invisible barrier appeared in his expression. It annihilated all the energy. There wasn't even a loud bang. As expected, it's so strong. Zhou Han's pupils constricted, even though he was mentally prepared. However, these hundreds of powerful skills he released were actually useless. This was really a little shocking. As expected, the power of a top expert far exceeded his imagination. Good lad. You've already reached the Dao grade in these 100 moves. What a shocking talent. At your age, I've only grasped 3 Dao grade cultivation techniques. The beginningless sovereign phantom smiled heartily. The meaning of its words was obvious. At Zhou Han's age, it was far from being his match. It could be seen how satisfied he was with Zhou Han. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have said such words to boost others' morale and reduce his prestige. Only those who were closer would say that. I was just lucky. I had a small opportunity, Zhou Han said humbly. It was mainly because of the 7 orifices' exquisite heart and the miraculous effect of the natural Tao runes. All his skills automatically increased to the beginner Tao grade. He would not become smug just because the young beginningless sovereign was inferior to him. Your opportunity is not small, the beginningless sovereign phantom said, and did not continue to inquire. After all, everyone had their own opportunities. This was an extremely secret matter. However, your current strength is not enough to know Tao grade information. So, the beginningless sovereign phantom shook its head. From his performance just now, Zhou Han's potential was extremely shocking. Unfortunately, his current strength did not meet the beginningless sovereign's expectations. I just warmed up. Next, it's time to get serious. Therefore, I must obtain the information about the Tao Lord, Zhou Han said confidently, his eyes extremely determined. He knew that the beginningless sovereign's standards were very high. If he did not show his true strength, this information today might really go down the drain. Therefore, Zhou Han did not intend to hide it. Oh, you're only getting serious now. Hearing this, the beginningless sovereign phantom's eyes lit up with anticipation. Good lad, you're still deliberately hiding your strength. Come on, let me see your true strength. Zhou Han took a deep breath, his eyes gradually determined. 3 top powers, the creation jade disc, the source enlightening sword light, and the starry dragon god bloodline. It surged crazily in his body, roaring wantonly, his blood boiling. It formed many vortexes and operated at full power. At the same time, a monstrous aura spewed out from the surface of his body and condensed around Zhou Han. A powerful force field swept in all directions. Honorable Soul Banner. The Netherworld Soul see as all fused into my soul. The power of the Tao seeding immortal technique and all the Tao seeds will fuse into my body. Under Zhou Han's control, 2 majestic forces gathered. The current Honorable Soul Banner was no longer the same as before. The soul power it could provide was very powerful. After this, the disdainful efforts of Lincoln and the others had already grown to the peak of the sovereign grade. They were only a step away from the Tao grade. Honorable Soul Banner plus 250. Grade, Peak Sovereign Grade. Type, Attack Type Dharma Treasure. Main Soul, 10 million. Soul, 10 trillion. Description, a Dharma treasure refined by the Soul Control Sovereign. It can absorb billions of souls. Currently, there are a total of 1 million main soul spots. The higher the quality of the main soul, the greater the power it can unleash and easily fight above your level. It has an absolute restraining effect on souls and can constantly advance by devouring souls. Basic attributes. In combat, the damage of soul-type attacks will increase by 5 million times. The damage received from soul-type attacks will be reduced by 80%. Every soul in the Honorable Soul Banner will enjoy 100% of this buff. Unique passive, Survival of the Fittest. All the souls living in the Honorable Soul Banner can quickly recover their vitality and stamina. Moreover, they can quickly increase the realm of their souls. The realm of their souls cannot exceed the realm of the strongest main soul. Moreover, the strongest 10 million souls will automatically be selected to become the main soul, causing the combat strength of the Honorable Soul Banner to always be in the strongest state. Unique passive, Soul Chain. Once you receive fatal damage, it will automatically be distributed to every soul. This passive effect will only disappear after all the souls are killed. Unique passive, Soul Parasitism. All the souls inside can parasitize energy substances to absorb energy to strengthen themselves and promote the rapid advancement of the Honorable Soul Banner. Exclusive skill, Netherworld Soul C. After activating this skill, all the free soul power within 100 million miles will gather with all the souls in the Honorable Soul Banner to form a vast soul sea that provides an endless stream of soul power. Every time it is used, your soul power will increase by 50% from your original foundation. The cooldown is 5 days. This was the powerful attribute data of the Honorable Soul Banner at the moment. Although it was at the peak sovereign grade, it had been enhanced 250 times. The power he could unleash now was close to the intermediate Tao grade. It was precisely because of the unique passive soul parasitism that the 3 lackeys Zhou Han subdued. He had long parasitized the souls in the Honorable Soul banner on other planets and kept absorbing the majestic energy on the planet. That was why the Honorable Soul banner had undergone such a rapid transformation. It could provide Zhou Han with unprecedented soul power. At this moment, the Netherworld Soul Sea completely displayed a powerful effect. Countless soul power gathered into a monstrous sea, and this energy fused into Zhou Han's soul. There was no need to mention how terrifying the Dao seeding immortal technique was. Stealing someone else's Dao fruit and turning it into his own strength could allow his strength to expand rapidly. When all the energy had fused, Zhou Han pulled out the Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter and used his strongest strike so far. It keeps surprising me. This is the first time I've seen such talent in my countless years of roaming the universe. Beginningless Sovereign stared at Zhou Han and praised. He never expected that the power Zhou Han controlled was all the top power in the universe. Even a universal powerhouse would probably covet the power. As long as he controlled one, he could dominate an area and control monstrous power. Zhou Han had actually controlled 3 types. How could he believe it? Therefore, no matter how experienced the beginningless sovereign was, he was still shocked at this moment. In a flash, Zhou Han's strongest sword had already attacked. The invisible barrier in front of the beginningless sovereign phantom emitted a mysterious energy fluctuation. He wanted to block Zhou Han's attack like the first time. However, there was a crack. Under Zhou Han's strongest strike, an invisible barrier cracked. Immediately after, the sword aura surged on the beginningless sovereign phantom. I think you should take a look at. The powerful impact knocked him back 3 steps before stopping. Clap, clap, clap. Not only was beginningless sovereign not angry, but he also applauded happily. What a hero! Before long, your reputation will definitely spread to all the major galaxies in the universe. You will definitely be a top expert in the future. Such words coming from a top expert like the beginningless sovereign was shocking in itself. To be able to obtain such a high evaluation, it was obvious that Zhou Han's heaven-defying potential had convinced him. Beginningless sovereign was smiling in his heart. His chief disciple was actually so heaven-defying. His future achievements would definitely not be lower than his. How proud would it be to go out and brag to his old friends? Not only that, as long as Zhou Han really grew up, he could bring great help to him. Perhaps, when I face the Genesis heavenly tribulation, he can really play a key role. Beginningless sovereign thought. This was a calamity that the top experts in the universe had to experience. If he wanted to take another step forward, he had to challenge the Genesis heavenly tribulation and become a transcendent existence. However, the probability of transcending the Genesis heavenly tribulation was extremely low. The universe had originated for billions of years. Countless top experts had appeared out of nowhere and left a large number of legends in time. However, very few people could survive the Genesis heavenly tribulation. According to what the beginningless sovereign knew, there would not be more than 10,000 people. Compared to 1 trillion years ago, this was a slim chance. Therefore, many top experts did not dare to challenge the Genesis heavenly tribulation because they were afraid of failure. If it failed, it would be destroyed mentally and completely dissipate into the universe without a trace. As long as he did not take the initiative to trigger the Genesis heavenly tribulation, it would not descend. However, the beginningless sovereign was a person who dared to challenge. He naturally would not give up on pursuing a stronger realm. Therefore, he had to challenge the Genesis heavenly tribulation. For some reason, a strange thought flashed through beginningless sovereign's mind. The Zhou Han in front of him was the key to him transcending the Genesis heavenly tribulation. I really don't know what to think. I can't believe you have such inexplicable thoughts. You're still too weak now. How can it affect my Genesis heavenly tribulation? Then, the beginningless sovereign shook his head and smiled. He was also a little amused by his ridiculous thoughts. Zhou Han's potential was very terrifying. However, not only did it take a lot of time to really grow up, he still had to experience countless hardships and challenges. Only through the baptism of blood and fire could he become stronger. Therefore, this was filled with huge variables. It was common for many geniuses to die halfway. How's master? Can I pass the test with my strength? Zhou Han removed all his strength and asked with a smile. He was still very eager to know about the Tao Lord, so he took the initiative to ask. Seeing that beginningless sovereign did not speak for a long time, Zhou Han was not confident. After all, the standards of a top expert in the universe like the beginningless sovereign were too high. However, what Zhou Han did not know was that he had already shocked the beginningless sovereign. With his 10-star realm Lord Realm, it forced the beginningless sovereign phantom back 3 steps. If word got out, it would definitely cause a strong shock in the various galaxies. Therefore, this battle result was enough to be proud of. Yes, you did well. But that's all. I have to practice more in the future. Otherwise, if I go out and say that he's my disciple, I can't afford to lose face. The beginningless sovereign phantom pretended not to care and lectured. After all, Zhou Han was still young. He was mainly afraid that he would become smug and delay his cultivation progress. This was not the outcome beginningless sovereign wanted to see. All right, I'll definitely continue to work hard. So this test result, Zhou Han said very humbly. He still had very high expectations of himself and was not very satisfied with his performance just now. My strength is still too slow. It's normal for beginningless sovereign to be dissatisfied, Zhou Han thought. You barely passed. This is information about the Tao Lord. It's all in this jade slip. A gentle light left the beginningless sovereign phantom's hand. It landed accurately in Zhou Han's hand. Then, he thought of something and added, "There's no need to cultivate the Tao seed immortal technique you used just now. As for why, you'll naturally know after reading this jade slip. And this amulet, consider it my greeting gift. Fortunately, you took care of yourself. I look forward to the day I meet you again." Before he could react, Zhou Han felt something in his hand. Looking down, it was an exquisite rune that flickered with a purple halo, hazy and mysterious. On closer inspection, one could see a mysterious power slowly circulating around the rune. It looked ordinary. After feeling the majestic power, Zhou Han's heart skipped a beat. This power has already reached the level of an eternal true God. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me such pressure. Zhou Han focused and sensed, analyzing in his heart. From this alone, it could be seen that what beginningless sovereign gave was not simple. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely work harder and reach the peak as soon as possible. At that time, we'll drink and chat happily in the starry sky. Zhou Han hurriedly thanked her. He was naturally very happy after obtaining the treasure. Yes, I'll wait for you. Although this rune is not good, with your current strength, an advanced treasure might cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, it's not that I can't bear to. Beginningless sovereign explained with a smile. He naturally had many treasures, but if he gave them to Zhou Han, it would definitely attract the covetous eyes of experts. Moreover, it would also interfere with Zhou Han's normal development. It was very likely that it would encourage him. Therefore, he chose this defensive attribute rune, hoping that Zhou Han's life-saving ability would increase. I understand that. I like this treasure very much. Zhou Han expressed his understanding. Although he had a backer, he also needed to work harder and not relax that I think you should take a look at. Only he was his greatest backer. That's good. I'll go. The beginningless sovereign phantom nodded slightly and quickly dissipated into the air. With a wave of its sleeve, it left. Zhou Han also kept waving his hand. Looking at the disappearing phantom, his eyes became even more determined. One day, he would become such a top expert. How carefree was it to smile proudly in the universe and travel the galaxy? Impressive. This is a true big shot. I didn't expect Master's master to have such a powerful background. I really look up to him endlessly. Little Bone said emotionally. After all, such a top expert was not so easy to see. Is the beginningless sovereign I saw in the ancient chaos era fake? What's going on? Little Rock's eyes were filled with great confusion. According to the history he learned, he belonged to the same era as the beginningless sovereign in history. History has been tampered with. The God-fiend continent we're in is filled with falsehood. It's very likely that the Tao Lord is controlling all of this. Zhou Han looked at the sky with a faint gaze and said in a low voice, Tao Lord, this old dog, is too hateful. What's his goal? Little Bones said through gritted teeth. This feeling of being played was very unpleasant. I don't know the exact situation. Perhaps I can obtain some useful information from this jade slip. Zhou Han shook his head, retracted his thoughts, and covered the jade slip with his divine sense. Then, he saw all the information recorded in the jade slip. It recorded some accomplishments of the planet where the Tao Lord was born. There was also information about the cultivation technique he cultivated. Heaven-stealing creation technique. Zhou Han's gaze was immediately attracted by this cultivation technique. This was one of the main cultivation techniques the Tao Lord cultivated. After checking the relevant attributes, Zhou Han immediately realized that something was wrong. It's actually similar to the Tao seeding immortal technique. It can steal others' Tao fruits. However, the effect of the creation heaven-stealing technique is much stronger. Not only can it be cultivated to the extreme, but it can also steal planets and even galaxies. Zhou Han was shocked and quickly remembered Beginningless Sovereign's words, telling him not to continue cultivating the Tao seeding immortal technique. He instantly reacted. He quickly checked the attribute description of the Tao seeding immortal technique. It was created by the Tao Lord. Back then, Zhou Han was not too wary of the Tao Lord. Therefore, he did not reject a cultivation technique created by the Tao Lord and directly cultivated it. Now that he thought about it, it made him shudder. This Tao seed immortal technique was clearly a weakened version of the heaven-stealing creation technique. I'm taking the initiative to come knocking on your door. System, abolish the Tao seed immortal technique. Zhou Han immediately gave the order. This cultivation technique was like a time bomb. The Tao Lord could find him through it at any time and harvest Zhou Han's life at any time. System prompt. After abolishing this cultivation technique, your body will be affected. All attributes will decrease by 10%. Do you want to continue? Keep abolishing it, Zhou Han said without hesitation. Not to mention a 10% reduction. Even if it was a 50% reduction, he would abolish it. Zhou Han had to kill anyone who posed a huge threat to him at all costs. As Zhou Han spoke, the energy related to the Tao seed immortal technique in his body was completely extracted. The process of withdrawing was naturally more painful. After all, this power had already fused with every cell in his body. However, Zhou Han endured the pain and did not make a sound. After a few minutes, it soaked his entire body in blood mist, and his aura clearly weakened a little. System prompt. You have successfully abolished the power of the Tao seed immortal technique. All attribute data have been reduced by 10%. Please understand. The notification sounded, but Zhou Han felt a relief he had not felt in a long time. It was unknown if it was a psychological effect or if the Tao seed immortal technique was really affecting his mind. However, this was not important. What was important was that he did not have to worry about the huge threat brought by the Tao Lord at all times. Then, Zhou Han activated appraisal on the purple rune in his hand. This was given to him by the Beginningless Sovereign. Although he knew that it was a very insignificant treasure, Zhou Han had yet to see the exact effect. Now he could check. There was anticipation in his eyes. I hope it brings a huge surprise. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile as he checked. System prompt. You have activated the appraisal skill. All the attribute descriptions of this item have been presented on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. The notification came. The data of the purple rune was obvious. Purple Emperor's Spirit Talisman. Grade, Advanced Tao Grade. Type, Defensive Rune. Description, a rune refined by a top expert in the universe, known as the Purple Emperor. This rune does not have an output effect, but it has an extremely strong defense. It is your greatest guarantee of life. Basic defense. After activating the Purple Emperor Talisman, you can be immune to the attacks of eternal true God-grade experts below 110 stars. Full power defense. After stimulating all the energy in the Purple Emperor Talisman, you will be immune to the attacks of eternal true God-grade experts below 200 stars. However, this effect can only be activated at most 9 times. After 9 times, the energy in the Purple Emperor Talisman will be exhausted and you will not be able to activate it at full power. Very good, it's actually of the Advanced Tao Grade. As expected, Master is indeed powerful, although his attack is of such high quality. When he saw the quality column, Zhou Han was overjoyed. With this quality, under normal circumstances, the next effect would definitely not disappoint him. With great joy, Zhou Han hurriedly looked down. This defense is indeed shocking. I'm immune to the attacks of eternal true God-grade experts. Not only that, but there were also 2 forms. They were divided into the basic form and the full power form. In the basic form, it meant that Zhou Han could completely ignore a 110-star eternal true God-grade expert in the future. After all, as long as he activated the Purple Emperor Talisman, he would be immune to his attacks. There was naturally no need to take the other party seriously. The full power state was even more powerful. Even a 200-star eternal true God-grade expert could not do anything to Zhou Han. Of course, there was a limit to using it at full power. There were only 9 chances. Anyway, Zhou Han's life-saving ability had reached a new level. Even in the vast universe, an eternal true God was considered a backbone. It was no problem to rule hundreds of millions of planets. Therefore, it was obvious how powerful this Purple Emperor Talisman was. Zhou Han checked the attributes of the Purple Emperor Talisman again and was very satisfied. Awesome, beginningless sovereign is really generous. A high-grade Tao-grade treasure is given out just like that. Little Rock was very shocked when he heard Zhou Han say that it was high-grade. He felt the powerful strength of the beginningless sovereign again. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a treasure to exist. Moreover, from the beginningless sovereign's tone, this Purple Emperor Talisman was not worthy of his attention. That's right. This is the elegance of a top expert. However, our master can reach such a height. Once upon a time, the sovereign grade was something we could only dream of. Master didn't spend much time making the sovereign grade popular. I believe that it won't be long before Tao grade quality becomes common. Our master is such a man who keeps creating miracles. Little Bone said with extreme certainty. They all believed that with Zhou Han's heaven-defying talent, he could definitely do it. Zhou Han smiled and did not refute. He was also filled with confidence. The only SSS rank talent had endless possibilities. He put the Purple Emperor Talisman into his pocket. This way, it would be easier to activate it at any time in the future. If he encountered danger, he could effectively defend himself. After checking the treasure, he roughly understood some information about the Tao Lord. Zhou Han guessed that the Tao Lord might use the creation heaven-stealing technique to snatch some people with talent and great potential. He fell into that category. As long as the time was right, the Tao Lord would attack. At that time, he would fall into a truly dangerous situation. Therefore, I have to continue to become stronger. My current improvement speed is far from enough. I have enough strength to face danger at any time. Zhou Han thought to himself. As expected, only with pressure could he stimulate greater motivation and increase his limit. As for the method to become stronger, this hidden mission should have been completed. Zhou Han hurriedly opened the mission interface, and a notification appeared. Congratulations, the clue to the hidden mission, Tao Lord, has been successfully completed. In view of your outstanding performance, you are specially given an SSS rank mission rating. Zhou Han was not surprised by the SSS rank score. After all, he was only a 10-star realm lord. It was only right for so many top experts to have high scores to be able to fight above their level. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 billion supreme enhancement points as a reward. 1 exclusive mission treasure chest, and 3 Tao-grade equipment. Detected that the special effect of the Heavenly Fate Enhancement is activated. All your rewards will be enhanced by 1,000 times. In the end, you obtain 10 trillion supreme enhancement points, 1,000 mission treasure chests, and 3,000 Tao-grade equipment. The relevant reward will be automatically sent to your spatial inventory. Please pay attention to it in time. As there are a lot of them, there will be some delays in the distribution process. Please understand. Damn, 10 trillion supreme enhancement points. Hearing the notification sound in his mind, Zhou Han was also stunned. He never expected this reward to be so powerful. It could be said that this was the most supreme enhancement points Zhou Han had obtained so far in one go. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.